梁歌制作，2月，作者柔石。第1章，是阴历2月初，立春刚过了不久，而天气却奇异地热，几乎热得和初夏一样。在芙蓉镇的一所中学校底会客室内，坐着3位青年教师。
Production by Liang Gu, February, author, Rou Shi. Chapter 1. It was early February in the lunar calendar, not long after the beginning of spring, but the weather was strangely hot, almost as hot as early summer. In the reception room at the bottom of a middle school in Furong Town, 3 young teachers were sitting.
静寂的个人看着个人自己手内底报纸，他们有时用手试一试额上的汗珠，有时眼睛向门外瞟一眼，好像等待什么人似的，可是他们没有说一句话。这样过去半点钟。
In silence, everyone looked at the newspapers in their hands. Sometimes they wiped the sweat from their foreheads with their hands, and sometimes they glanced outside the door as if waiting for someone, but they didn't say a word. Half an hour passed like this.
其中脸色和衣着最漂亮的一位，名叫钱正兴，却放下报纸，站起，走向窗边，将向东的几扇百叶窗一齐都打开。一边，他稍稍有些恼怒的样子，说道：“天也忘记昨天的直思了。”
Among them, the one with the prettiest face and clothes, named Qian Jingxing, put down the newspaper, stood up, walked to the window and opened all the blinds facing the east. On one side, he looked slightly annoyed and said, "Heaven has also forgotten to do his duty."
为什么将5月的天气现在就送到人间来呢？今天我已经换过2次的衣服了，上午由高皮换了一件灰鼠，下午由灰鼠换了这件青缎袍子，莫非还叫我脱掉赤膊不成吗？桃木砍，你想
Why send the weather in May to the world now? I have changed clothes twice today. In the morning I changed from lambskin to a squirrel, and in the afternoon I changed from squirrel to this blue satin robe. Do you think I should be asked to take off my shirt? Tao Mukin, you think?
今年又要有变卦的灾异了，战争、荒欠、时疫，总有一件要发生呢。桃木砍是坐在书架的旁边，一位年约30岁、脸孔圆黑微胖的人，就是这所中学的创办人，现在的校长。
There will be another disaster this year, war, famine, epidemic. One of them is bound to happen. Sitting next to the bookshelf is Tao Mukin, a man about 30 years old with a round, dark face and a slightly plump face. He is the founder and current principal of this middle school.
他没有向钱正兴回话，只向他微笑地看一眼。而坐在他对面的一位身躯结实而稍矮的人，却响应着粗的喉咙说道：“嗨，灾害是年年不免的，在我们这个老大的国内，近3年来有多少事？”
He did not reply to Qian Jingxing, but only glanced at him with a smile. The man sitting opposite him, with a strong body but slightly short, responded with a thick throat and said, "Dash." He did not reply to Qian Jingxing, but only glanced at him with a smile. The man sitting opposite him, with a strong body but slightly short, responded with a thick throat and said, "Dash." Hey, disasters are inevitable every year, in our country, the oldest country. In the past 3 years, how many things have happened?
江浙大战、甘肃地震、河南盗匪、山东水灾，你们想？不过像我们这芙蓉镇呢，总还算是世外桃源，过的太平日子。要来的，要来的！钱正兴接着恼怒地说：“像这样的天气。”前一位就站了起来。
What do you think about the war between Jiangsu and Zhejiang, the earthquake in Gansu, the bandits in Hunan, and the floods in Shandong? However, Furong town like ours is still a paradise and we live in peace. It's coming, Qian Jingxing said angrily, weather like this. The person in front stood up.
没趣地向陶木侃问：“陶校长，你以为天时的不正是社会不安的预兆吗？”这位校长先生又向门外望了一望，于是放下报纸，运用他老实稳健的心，笑眯眯的诚恳似的答道
He asked Tao Mukin boredly. Principal Tao, do you think the irregular weather is a sign of social unrest? The principal looked out the door again, put down the newspaper, used his always steady heart, and replied sincerely with a smile.
那里有这种的话呢？天气的变化是自然底现象，而人间底灾害大半都是人类自己底多事造出来的，譬如战争。他没有说完，又抬头看一看天色，却转了低沉的语气说道：“恐怕要响雷了。”
There is such a thing. Changes in the weather are natural phenomena, and most of the disasters in the world are caused by human beings themselves, for example, wars. He didn't finish speaking, and looked up at the sky again, but turned his head. He said in a tone of voice, I'm afraid there's going to be thunder.
天气有要下雷雨的样子。这时挂在壁上的钟正当当当地敲了3下。房内静寂片刻，陶木侃又说：“已经3点钟了，肖先生为什么还不到呢？”方某照时候计算，应当到了。假如下雨
The weather looks like a thunderstorm. At this time, the clock hanging on the wall was ringing 3 times. There was silence in the room for a moment, and Tao Mukin said again. It's already 3 o'clock. Why hasn't Mr. Shao arrived yet? Woolen cloth? The plan should arrive according to the time. If it rains.
他是要淋的湿的。就在他对面的那位方谋应道：“应当来了，轮船到埠已经有2点钟的样子。从不到这里总只有10余里路。”钱正兴也向窗外望一望，余怒未泄地说
He was going to get wet. The Fang Miao, who was just opposite him, responded. It should be here. The ship has arrived at the port at about 2 o'clock. It's only about 10 miles from the port to here. Qian Jingxing also looked out the window and said with anger still remaining.
谁保险他今天一定来的吗？那里此刻还不会到呢。他又不是小脚啊。来的，陶木侃那么微笑的随口答，他从来不失信。前天的挂号信说是的的确确今天会到这里。
Who guarantees that he will definitely come today? Isn't it there yet? He doesn't have small feet. Yes, Tao Mukin replied casually with a smile. He never breaks his promise. The registered letter from the day before yesterday said that it would indeed arrive here today.
而且嘱我叫一位校医去接行李，我已叫阿荣去了。那么再等一下吧。钱正兴有些不耐烦的小姐般的态度，回到他的原位子上坐着。正这时，有一个13、14岁的小学生。
He also asked me to ask a school steward to pick up the luggage, and I already asked our own. Then, just wait a little longer. Qian Jingxing returned to his original seat with a somewhat impatient attitude. At this moment, there was a primary school student of 13 or 14 years old.
快乐的气喘的跑进会客室里来，通报的样子，叫道：“肖先生来了，肖先生来了！”穿着学生装的。于是他们就都站起来，表示异常的快乐，向门口一边望着。随后1、2分钟
Panting happily, he ran into the reception room, announcing the news. and shouted, Dash! Mr. Shao is here, Mr. Shao is here, wearing student uniform. Then they all stood up and looked toward the door with unusual joy. Then a minute or two.
就见一位青年从校外走进来，他中等身材，脸色方正，稍稍憔悴清白的，两眼莹莹有光，一副慈惠的微笑在他两颊浮动着。看他底头发就可知道他是跑了很远的旅路来的，既长又有灰尘。
I saw a young man walking in from outside the school. He is of medium build, has a square face, is slightly haggard and pale, his eyes are shining, and a kind smile floats on his cheeks. You can tell by looking at his hair that he has traveled a long way. It is long and dusty.
身穿着一套厚壁机的藏青的学生装，姿势挺直，足下一双黑色长筒的皮鞋，跟着挑行李的阿荣一步步向校门踏进。陶木坎等立刻迎上门口，校长伸出手，两人紧紧地握着。陶校长说：“辛苦。”
Wearing a thick serge navy blue student uniform, his posture is straight. Wearing a pair of long black leather shoes, he followed Arong, who was carrying his luggage, as he walked towards the school gate step by step. Tao Mukin and others immediately came to the door. The principal stretched out his hand and the two held it tightly. Principal Tao said, "Hard."
辛苦，老友，难得你到敝地来，我们的孩子真是幸福不浅。新到的青年谦和的稍轻的答：“我呼吸着美丽而自然的新清空气了。乡村真是可爱哟，我许久没有见过这样甜蜜的初春的天气里。”
Thank you for your hard work, old friend. It's rare for you to come to our place. Our children are really happy. The newly arrived young man answered modestly and lightly. I am breathing the beautiful and natural fresh air. The countryside is so lovely. I haven't seen such sweet early spring weather in a long time.
陶校长又介绍了他们，个个点头微笑一微笑，重又回到会客室内。陶木坎一边指挥挑行李的阿荣，一边高声说：“我们足足有6年没有见面，足足有6年了。老友，你却苍老了不少呢。”
Principal Tao introduced them again, and they all nodded and smiled before returning to the reception room. Tao Mukin said loudly while directing Arong, who was carrying the luggage. We haven't seen each other for 6 years. It's been 6 years. Old friend, you have aged a lot.
新来的青年坐在书架前面的一把椅子上，同时环视了会客室，也就是这校的图书并阅报室。一边他回答那位忠诚的老友：“是的，我恐怕和在师范学校时大不相同。”
The new young man sat on a chair in front of the bookshelf and looked around the reception room, the school's library and newspaper reading room. While he answered his loyal old friend, "Yes, I'm afraid I'm very different from when I was in normal school."
你是还和当年一样青春。方某坐在旁边插进说：“此刻看来，萧先生的年龄要比陶先生大了。萧先生今年的贵庚呢？念7岁。照阴历算的吗？那和我同年的。”他非常高兴的样子。
You are still as young as you were then. Fang Mao sat next to him and interrupted. At this moment, it seems that Mr. Shao is older than Mr. Tao. Mr. Shao, where is Gui Gung this year? 27 years old. Is it calculated according to the lunar calendar? That was the same year as me. He looked very happy.
而桃木坎谦逊地去了背，似快乐到全身发起抖来。劳苦的人容易老颜，可见我们没有长进。钱先生，你以为对吗？钱正兴正呆坐着，不知想什么。经这一问，似受了刺讽一般的答：“对的。”
And Tao Mukin bowed his back humbly, as if he was so happy that his whole body was trembling. People who work hard tend to grow old, which shows that we have not made any progress. Mr. Qian, do you think you are right? Qian Jingxing was sitting blankly and didn't know what to think. After being asked this question, he answered as if he had been sarcastically. Yes.
大概对的。这时天渐暗下来，云密集，实在有下雨的趋势。他名叫萧剑秋，是一位无父母、无家庭的人。6年前和桃木坎同在杭州省立第一师范学校毕业，当时他们两人的感情非常好。
Probably right. At this time, the sky was getting dark, the clouds were dense, and it was really going to rain. His name was Xiao Jinxiu, a man without parents and no family. He and Tao Mukin 6 years ago, after graduating from Hangzhou Provincial No. 1 Normal School, the two of them had a very good relationship.
是同在一间自修室内读书，也同在一张桌子上吃饭的。可是毕业以后，因为志趣不同，就个人走上个人自己底路上了。萧剑秋在这6年之中风平浪静，跑过中国底大部分的疆土。
They studied in the same study room and ate at the same table. But after graduation, because of different interests, everyone embarked on their own path. During these 6 years, Xiao Jinxiu wandered around most of China's territory.
他到过汉口，又到过广州，近3年来都住在北京。因他喜欢看骆驼底昂然顾盼的姿势和冬天底尖利的北方底怒号的风声，所以在北京算住的最久。终因感觉到生活上的厌倦了。
He has been to Hankow. He has been to Guangzhou again, and has lived in Beijing for the past 3 years. Because he likes to see the camels' high-spirited postures and the howling wind in the north in winter, he has lived in Beijing for the longest time. Eventually, I felt tired of life.
所以答应桃木坎底聘请，回到浙江来。浙江本是他底故乡，可是在他底故乡内，他却没有一船房子、一片土地的。从小就死了父母，只孑然一身，跟着一位堂子生活。
So I agreed to Tao Mukin's invitation and returned to Zhejiang. Zhejiang is his hometown, but in his hometown, he does not have a house with rafters or a piece of land. His parents died when he was young, and he was alone, living with a cousin.
后来，堂子又供给他读书的费用，由小学而考入师范。不料，在他师范学校临毕业的1年，堂子也死去了。他满想对他底堂子报一点恩，而他堂仔却没有看见他底毕业证书，就明目长睡了。
Later, his cousin provided for his education expenses, and he was admitted to the normal school from elementary school. Unexpectedly, the year before he graduated from the normal school, his cousin also died. He wanted to repay a favor to his cousin, but his cousin fell asleep without seeing his diploma.
因此，他在人间更行孤独，他的思想态度也更倾向于悲哀凄凉了。知己的朋友也很少，因为桃木坎还是和以前同样的记着他，有时两人也通信。桃木坎一半也佩服他对于学问的努力。
Therefore, he becomes even more lonely in the world, and his thoughts and attitudes tend to be more sad and desolate. There are also very few close friends, because Tao Mukin still remembers him as before, and sometimes the two of them communicate. Tao Muchan also admired his efforts in learning.
所以趁着这学期学校的改组和扩充了，再三要求他到芙蓉镇来帮忙。当他将这座学校仔细地观察了一下以后，他觉得很满意。他心想，愿意在这校内住2-3年。
So taking advantage of the school's reorganization and expansion this semester, I repeatedly asked him to come to Furong Town to help. After he carefully observed the school, he felt very satisfied. He thought to himself, he is willing to live on this campus for 2 or 3 years.
如有更久的可能，还愿更久的做。医生说他心脏衰弱，他自己有时也感到对于都市生活有种种厌弃，只有看到孩子，这是人类纯洁而天真的花，可以使他微笑的。况且这座学校的房子。
If possible, I would like to do it for a longer time. The doctor said that he had a weak heart, and he himself sometimes felt disgusted with urban life. Only seeing children, which are pure and innocent flowers of human beings, could make him smile. Besides, this schoolhouse.
虽然不大，却是新造的，半西式的，布置、光线都像一座学校。陶木坎又将他抵房间，位置在靠小花园的一边。当时他打开窗，就望见梅花还在落瓣。他在房内走了2圈，似乎他抵过去。
Although it is not big, it is newly built in semi-Western style. The layout and lighting are all like a school. Tao Mukan moved his room to the side of the small garden. When he opened the window, he saw that the plum blossoms were still falling. He walked around the room twice and seemed to have finally passed.
没有一事使他挂念的，他要在这里新生着了，从此新生着了。因为1星期的旅路的劳苦，他就想新床上睡下去。因为他是常要将他自己抵快乐反映到人类抵不幸的心上去的，所以这是。
There is nothing that worries him. He is going to be reborn here, and he will be reborn from now on. Because of the hard work of the week's journey, he went to sleep on the new bed. Because he always wants to reflect his own happiness onto the unhappy hearts of mankind, so at this time.
他的3点钟前在船上所见的一幕，一件悲惨的故事的后影，在他脑内浮现了。小轮船从海市到芙蓉镇，需时3点钟，全在平静的河内驶的。他坐在统舱的栏杆边，眺望两岸的衰草。他对面
The scene he saw on the boat before 3 o'clock, the aftermath of a tragic story, reappeared in his mind. The small steamer takes 3 o'clock from Haisher to Furong Town and sails in the calm river. He sat on the railing of the steerage cabin and looked at the decaying grass on both sides of the bank. Opposite him,
却有一位青年妇人，身穿着青布夹衣，满脸愁戚的。她很有大方的温良的态度，可是从她底梁眼内可以瞧出激烈的悲哀，如骤雨在下午一般的落过了。她底膝前倚着一位约7岁的女孩。
But there was a young woman wearing a blue cloth jacket with a sad face. She had a generous and gentle attitude, but from her eyes, one could see the intense sadness, which fell like a sudden rain on a summer afternoon. Leaning in front of her knees was a girl about 7 years old.
眼袖颊红，小口子如樱桃，非常可爱。手里捻着2只橘子，正在玩弄。似橘子底红色可以使他心醉。在妇人底怀内抱着一个约2周的小孩，啜着乳。这也有一位老人。
The eyes are red, the cheeks are red, and the small opening is like a cherry, very cute. She was twirling 2 oranges in her hand and playing with them, as if the red color of the oranges could make her intoxicated. In the woman's arms, she held a child about 2 weeks old, sucking her breasts. There is also an old man here.
就像坐在他傍边的一位老妇问：“李先生到底怎么哩？”那位老妇凄惨地答：“真的打死了。”“真的打死了吗？”老人惊骇地重复问。老妇继续答，她开始事无聊赖的，以后却起劲地说下去了。
She asked an old woman sitting next to her, "What's wrong with Mr. Li?" The old woman replied miserably, "Really beaten to death." "Is he really beaten to death?" The old man repeated in horror. The old woman continued to answer. She was bored at first, but then she continued to speak enthusiastically.
可怜真的打死了。什么惠州1亿打死的，打死在惠州敌北门外。听说惠州的城门真似铜墙铁壁一样坚固，里面又排着阵图，李先生这边的兵打了半个月，一点也打不进去。
Too bad it was really beaten to death. Who was killed in the Battle of Huizhou? He was killed outside the north gate of Huizhou. I heard that the city gates of Huizhou are as strong as copper walls and iron walls. There was a formation diagram inside again. Mr. Li's soldiers fought for half a month but couldn't get in at all.
以后李先生愤怒起来，可怜的孩子，真不懂事，他自讨令箭，要一个人去冲锋。说他那时一手捻着手提机关枪，腰里配着一把钢刀，藏着一颗炸弹，背上又背着一支短枪，真像古代的猛将。
Later, Mr. Li became angry. The poor boy was so ignorant. He asked for his own orders and wanted to charge alone. It was said that at that time, he was holding a machine gun in one hand, wearing a steel knife with a bomb hidden in his waist, and carrying a short gun on his back. He really looked like an ancient general.
说起来吓死人，就趁半夜漆黑的时候，他去偷营，谁知城墙还没有爬上去，那边就是一炮，接着就是雨点式的排枪。李先生立刻就从半城墙上跌下来，打死了。老妇人擦一擦眼泪，继续说
It sounds scary. He took advantage of the darkness in the middle of the night to steal the camp. Unexpectedly, before the city wall could be climbed up, there was a shot from the other side, followed by a volley of guns like raindrops. Mr. Li immediately fell off half the city wall and was beaten to death. The old woman wiped her tears and continued.
从李先生这次偷营以后，惠州果然打进去了。城内的敌兵见这边有这样忠勇的人，胆也吓坏了，他们自己逃散了。不过李先生终究打死了。李先生的身体，他抵朋友看见，打得和风科一样。
After Mr. Li stole the camp this time, Huizhou really invaded. When the enemy soldiers in the city saw such loyal and brave people here, they were frightened and fled by themselves. But Mr. Li was beaten to death after all. Mr. Li's body, when his friends saw it, looked like a bee's nest.
千疮百孔，血肉模糊，那里还有鼻头眼睛，说起来怕死人。他又气和缓一些，说：“我们这次到上海去，也白跑了一趟。李先生抵行李衣服都没有了，须金一时也领不到。”
There are thousands of holes in it, the flesh and blood are bloody, and there are noses and eyes there, which is scary to say. She became less angry and said, "Our trip to Shanghai this time was in vain. Mr. Li's luggage and clothes are all gone, and he can't receive his pension for a while."
他们说上海还是一个姓孙的管的， 他和守惠州的人一气的，都是李先生这边的敌人，所以我们也没处去多说，跑了2、3处都不像衙门的样子的地方，这地方是秘密的。他们告诉我
They said that Shanghai was still run by a man named Sunday. He and the people who guarded Huizhou were all enemies of Mr. Li. So we didn't have much to say. We went to 2 or 3 places that didn't look like a government office. This place was secret. They told me.
虚金是有的，可不知道什么时候一定有。我们白住在上海也费钱，只得回家。稍停一息，又说以后可怜他们母子2人，不知怎样过活，家里一块田地也没有。
There is a pension, but I don't know when it will be available. We lived in Shanghai in vain and wasted money, so we had to go home. After a pause, he added, From now on, poor mother and son, they don't know how to live. There is not even a field in the family.
屋后一方种菜的园地也在前年卖掉，给李先生做盘费到广东去。2年来，他也没有寄回家一个钱，现在竟连性命都送掉了。李先生本是个有志的人，人又非常好，可是总不得志。
The vegetable garden behind the house was also sold to Mr. Li the year before last to pay for his farming and went to Guangdong. For 2 years. He didn't send any money home either. Now even his life has been lost. Mr. Li is a very ambitious person and a very good person, but he always fails to achieve his ambition.
东跑西奔了几年，于是当兵去是骗了他底期去的，对他是说到广东考武官，谁知刚刚有些升上去，竟给一炮打死了。两旁的人都听得摇头叹息，嘈杂地说
I ran around for several years. So he went to join the army, but he deceived his wife and told her that he would go to Guangdong to take the military attaché examination. Unexpectedly, he was shot to death just after he had ascended a little. People on both sides shook their heads and sighed, saying noisily,
像李先生这样的青年死得如此惨，实在冤枉，实在可惜，但亦无可奈何。这时，那位青年寡妇止不住流出泪来。她不愿她自己抵悲伤的润光给船内的众眼瞧见，几次转过头。
It is unjust and a pity that a young man like Mr. Li died so tragically. But there is nothing we can do. At this time, the young widow couldn't stop crying. She didn't want her sad glow to be seen by everyone in the ship, so she turned her head several times.
提起他青家山第一金，将泪湿了。老妇人说到末段的时候，她更低头看着小孩底脸，似乎从小孩底白嫩的包含未来之隐光的脸上，可以安慰一些她内心底酸痛和绝望。女孩仍是痴痴的。
Lifting up the bottom of her green shirt, she wiped away her tears. When the old woman was talking about the last part, she looked down at the child's face, as if the child's white and tender face, which contained the hidden light of the future, could comfort some of the pain and despair in her heart. The girl is still crazy.
微笑的一位玩着橘子底圆和红色，一时他仰头向他的母亲问：“妈妈，家里就到了哦？”“就到了。”妇人轻轻而冷淡地答。女孩又问：“到了家就可吃橘子了哦？”“此刻吃好了。”女孩听到，简直跳起来。
Smiling, playing with the orange circles and red. For a moment she raised her head and asked her mother, "Mom, are you home now?" "We're here." The woman answered softly and coldly. The girl asked again, "You can eat oranges when you get home, right?" It's time to eat. When the girl heard this, she almost jumped up.
随即剥了橘子底皮，将红色的橘皮在手心上抛了数下，藏在他母亲的怀内。又将橘子分一半给他弟弟和母亲，一边他自己吃起来，又抬头向他母亲问：“家里就到了哦？”“是啊，就到了。”
Then she peeled off the bottom peel of the orange, tossed the red peel on her palm a few times, and hid it in her mother's arms. Then she gave half of the orange to her brother and mother. While she was eating it herself, she looked up and asked her mother, "You're home right now?" "Yes, we're here."
妇人不耐烦的，女孩又叫：“家里真好呀，家里还有娃娃呢。”这样，萧剑秋就离开栏杆，向船头默默地走去。船到步，他先望见妇人，一手抱着小孩，一手牵着少女。
The woman said impatiently. The girl called again. "It's so nice to have a home. There are also dolls at home." In this way, Xiao Jinxiu left the railing and walked silently towards the bow of the ship. When the ship arrived at the port, he first saw the woman, holding the child in one hand and holding the girl in the other.
那位述故事的老妇人是提着衣包走在前面，他们慢慢的一步步的向一条小径走去。这样想了一回，他从床上起来，似乎精神有些不安定，失落了物件在船上一样。
The old woman who told the story was walking in front carrying her clothes and bag. They slowly walked towards a path step by step. After thinking this for a while, he got up from the bed. It seemed that he was mentally unsettled and had lost his belongings on the boat.
站在窗前向窗外望了一望，天已经刮起风，小雨点也在干燥的空气中落下几滴。于是他又打开箱子，将几部他所喜欢的旧书都拿出来，整齐地放在书架之上，又抽出一本古诗来。
I stood in front of the window and looked out the window. It was already windy, and a few light raindrops were falling in the dry air. So he opened the box again, took out several old books he liked, and placed them neatly on the bookshelf. Pulled out another book of ancient poems.
读了几首要排遣方才的回忆似的。第2章，从北方送来的风，一阵比一阵猛烈，日间的热气到傍晚全有些寒意了。陶木侃领着萧剑秋、方毛、钱正兴3人到他家里吃当夜的晚饭。
I read a few songs, as if to refresh my memories. Chapter 2. The wind coming from the north became stronger and stronger, and the heat during the day turned a bit chilly by evening. Tao Mukan led Xiao Jinxiu, Feng Mao, and Xian Jingxing to his house for dinner that night.
他抵家离校约1里路，是旧式的大家庭的房子，朱色的柱已经为久远的日光晒得变黑。陶木侃给他们坐在一间书房内，房内的橱、桌、椅子、天花板耀着灯光，全交映出淡红的颜色。
His house is about a mile away from the school. It is an old-style big family house. The vermilion pillars have been darkened by the long sunshine. Tao Mukan sat in a study room for them. The cupboards, tables, chairs, and ceiling in the room were all shining with a light red color.
这个感觉使萧剑秋觉得有些陌生的样子，似发现他渺茫的少年的心底阅历。他们都是静静的，没有多讲话，好像有一种严肃的力笼罩在全屋内，个人都不敢高声似的。坐了一席。
This feeling made Xiao Jinxiu feel a little strange, as if he had discovered the inner experience of a confused young man. They all spoke quietly, as if a serious force enveloped the whole room, and no one dared to raise their voice. Sit for a while.
就听见窗外有女子的声音，在萧剑秋的耳里还似曾经听过一回的。这时陶木侃走进房内说：“萧呀，我的妹妹要见你见呢。”同着这句话的末音时，
He heard a woman's voice outside the window, which seemed to Xiao Jianqiu's ears that he had heard it once before. At this time, Tao Mukan walked into the room and said, Xiao, my sister wants to see you, she's here. With the final sound of this sentence,
就出现一位23、24岁模样的女子在门口，而且嬉笑的活泼地说：“哥哥，你不要说，我可以猜得着那位是萧先生。”于是陶木侃说：“那么让你自己介绍你自己吧。”可是他有风痴的。
A woman of 23 or 4-year-old appeared at the door, and said cheerfully, Brother, don't tell me, I can guess that it's Mr. Xiao. So Tao Mukan said, Then let me introduce myself. But she was crazy.
两眼凝视着萧剑秋的脸上，慢慢地说：“要我自己来介绍什么呢？还不是已经知道了。往后我们认识就是了。”陶木侃笑向他的新朋友道：“萧，你走遍中国的南北。”
He stared at Xiao Jianqiu's face and said slowly, What do you want me to introduce myself? Don't you already know? We will just get to know each other from now on. Tao Mukan smiled and said to his new friend, Xiao, you traveled all over the north and south of China.
他不曾见过有像我妹妹的脾气的，他却似厌倦了，倚在房门的旁边，低下头，将他自然的快乐换成一种凝思的愁态。一忽又转成微笑的脸问：“我好似曾经见过萧先生的。”萧剑秋答
：“I'm afraid I've never seen anyone with a temper like my sister's. She seemed to be tired of it. She leaned against the door, lowered her head and replaced her natural happiness with a melancholy state of contemplation. Suddenly, she turned to a smiling face and asked, I seem to have been have you met Mr. Xiao? Xiao Jinqiu replied,
我记不得了。他又一样淡淡地问：“3年前你有没有一个暑假住过杭州迪阁岭呢？”萧剑秋想了一想答：“曾经住过1月的。是了，那时我和子子们就住在阁岭的旁边，我们一到傍晚。”
I can't remember. She asked again calmly, Did you live in Digeling, Hangzhou during the summer vacation 3 years ago? Xiao Jinqiu thought for a moment and answered, I once lived there for a month. Yes, my sisters and I lived next to Gelying at that time, as soon as we arrived in the evening.
就看见你在里湖岸上徘徊了1点钟，才不见你，天天如是。那时你还蓄着头发拖到颈后的，是吗？萧剑秋微笑了一笑，大概是我了。8月以后我就到北京。他接着叹息地向他哥哥说
I saw you wandering on the shore of the inner lake. I lingered for an hour before I saw you again, like this every day. You were still wearing your hair down to the nape of your neck at that time, right? Xiao Jinqiu smiled. It's probably me. I will go to Beijing after August. She then sighed and said to her brother,
哥哥，可惜我那时不知道就是萧先生。假如知道，我一定会冒昧地叫起他来。又转脸向萧剑秋说：“萧先生，我是很冒昧的，简直粗糙和野蛮。往后你要原谅我，我们以前失了一个聚集的机会。”
Brother, It's a pity that I didn't know it was Mr. Xiao at that time. If I had known, I would have taken the liberty of calling him. Then he turned to Xiao Jianxiu and said, Mr. Xiao, I was very presumptuous, simply rough and barbaric. You must forgive me in the future. We missed an opportunity to gather together before.
以后我们可以尽量谈天了。你学问是渊博的，哥哥时常谈起你，我以后什么都要请教你，你能毫不客气地教我吗？我是一个无学识的女子，本来女子这个可怜的名词和
We can talk as much as possible from now on. You are very knowledgeable. My brother often talks about you. I will ask you for advice on everything in the future. Can you teach me without any politeness? I am an uneducated woman. Originally, the poor term woman is the same as woman.
学识二字是连接不拢来的。你查学识底人名表册上能有几个女子底名字吗？可是我硬想要有学识。我说过我是野蛮的，别人以为女子做不好的事，我却偏要去做。结果
The two words knowledge are incompatible. If you check, how many women's names can be found on the list of intellectual names? But I insist on being knowledgeable. I have said that I am savage. Others think that women cannot do things, but I insist on doing them. Result.
我被别人笑一趟，自己底研究还是很不到。像我这样的女子是可怜的，萧先生，哥哥常说我古怪，倒不如说我可怜切贴些，因为我没有学问而任意胡闹。我现在只有一位老母。
Although I was laughed at by others, I still did not do enough research on my own. A woman like me is pitiful, Mr. Xiao. My brother often says that I am weird, but it is more appropriate to say that I am pitiful because I am uneducated and do whatever I want. I only have one old mother now.
他此刻在灶间里和这位哥哥，他们非常爱我，所以由我任意胡闹。我在高中毕业了，我是学理科的，我又到大学读2年，又转学法科了。现在母亲和哥哥说我有病，叫我在家里。
She's in the kitchen right now, with this brother, who loves me so much that I let me do whatever I want. I graduated from high school, majoring in science. I went to college for my second year, and then switched to law. Now my mother and brother say that I am sick and ask me to stay at home.
但我又不想学法科，转想学文学了。我本来喜欢艺术的，因为人家说女子不能做数学家，我偏要去学理科。可是实在感不到兴味。以后想，穷人打官司总是输，我还是将来做一个律师。
But I didn't want to study law and wanted to study literature instead. I originally liked art, but because women were said not to be mathematicians, I wanted to study science. But I really wasn't interested. I think in the future, poor people always lose in lawsuits, so I will still be a lawyer in the future.
代穷人做状子，变速。可是现在又知道不可能了。萧先生，哥哥说你是于音乐有研究的人，我此后还是跟你学音乐罢。不过你还要教我一点做人的知识，我知道你同时又是一位哲学家呢。
Make a case and plead on behalf of the poor. But now I know it's impossible. Mr. Xiao, my brother said that you are a person who studies music. From now on, I will just learn music from you. But you still want to teach me some knowledge about life. I know you are also a philosopher.
你或者以为我是太会讲话了，如此，我可详细的将自己介绍给你，你以后可以尽力来教导我、纠正我。萧先生， 你能立即答应我这个请求吗？他这样滔滔的婉转地说下去。
You may think that I am too good at talking. In this way, I can introduce myself to you in detail, and you can try your best to teach me and correct me in the future. Mr. Xiao, can you agree to my request immediately? She continued speaking eloquently and tactfully.
简直房内是他一人占领着一样。他一时眼看着地，一时又瞧一瞧萧，一时似悲哀的，一时又快乐起来。他的态度非常自然而柔媚，同时又施展几分娇养的女孩的习气。
It was as if she occupied the room alone. Sometimes she looked at the ground, sometimes she looked at Xiao, sometimes she seemed sad, and sometimes she became happy again. Her attitude was very natural and gentle, and at the same time she displayed some of the habits of a spoiled girl.
简直使房内的几个人看呆了。萧剑秋是微笑地听着他的话，同时极注意地瞧着他的。他真是一个非常美貌的人，脸色柔嫩、肥满、洁白，两眼大，有光彩，眉黑，鼻方正，唇红，口子小。
It simply stunned several people in the room. Xiao Jinxiu listened to her words with a smile and looked at her very attentively. She is really a very beautiful person. Her face is soft, plump, and white. Her eyes are big and shining. Her eyebrows are dark. Her nose is square. Her lips are red, and her mouth is small.
黑发长到耳根，一见就可知道她是有勇气而又非常美丽的。这时，他向穆侃说道：“陶，我从来没有这样被窘迫过，像你妹妹今夜的愚弄我。”又为难地低头向他说：“我简直倒霉极了。”
Her black hair reaches to her ears. You can tell at first sight that she is courageous and very beautiful. This is, he said to Mu Kan. Tao, I have never been so embarrassed like your sister who fooled me tonight. He lowered his head to her in embarrassment and said, I am extremely unlucky.
我不知道向你怎样回答呢。他随即笑一笑说：“就这样回答吧，我还要你怎样回答呢？”萧先生，你有带你的乐谱来吗？带了几本来，可以借我看一看吗？可以的，我家里也有一架旧的钢琴呢。
I don't know how to answer you. She then smiled and said, That's the answer. What else do I want you to answer? Mr. Xiao, did you bring your music score? I brought a few books with me. Can you lend it to me to take a look at? Okay. I also have an old piano at home.
我是弹它不成调的，而给贝多芬还是一样的，能够弹出《月光曲》来。萧先生，请明天来弹一阙吧。我的手指生疏了，我好久没有习练。何必客气呢？他低声说了一句。这时方某才惘然说
I couldn't play it tunefully, but I could still play Moonlight Song for Pitabon. Mr. Xiao, would you like to play a piece of music tomorrow? My fingers are rusty. I haven't practiced for a long time. Why be so polite? She whispered. Then Feng Mao said in confusion.
萧先生会弹很好的曲吗？他会的，陶木侃说，他在校时就好，何况以后又努力。那我也要跟萧先生学习学习呢。你们何必这样窘我？他有些惭愧地说，事实不能掩饰的，以后我弹。
Can Mr. Xiao play good music? He can do it, Tao Mukan said. It was good when he was in school, let alone if he works hard in the future. Then I also want to learn from Mr. Xiao. Why do you embarrass me like this? He said with some shame, the facts cannot be concealed. I will play in the future.
你们评定就是了。好的。这样，大家静寂了一息。倚在门边的陶兰·穆坎底妹妹却似意识不快乐起来。她没有向任何人看，只是低头深思的微皱一皱她底两眉。钱正兴一声也不响，抖着腿。
That's your assessment. Okay. In this way, everyone was silent for a while. Tao Lan, Mu Candy's sister, who was leaning by the door, seemed unhappy for a moment. She didn't look at anyone, but lowered her head in deep thought and wrinkled her bottom slightly. Qian Jingxing said nothing and shook his legs.
抬着头向天花板望，似思索文章似的。当每次陶兰开口的时候，他立刻向他注意看着，等他说完，他又去望着天花板底花纹了。一时，陶兰又冷淡地说：“哥哥，听说文嫂回来了，可怜得很呐。”
He raised his head and looked at the ceiling, as if thinking about an article. Every time Tao Lan spoke, he immediately looked at her. When she finished speaking, he went to look at the pattern on the ceiling again. For a moment, Tao Lan said coldly, "Brother, I heard that Mrs. Wen is back. She's so pitiful."
他回来了。李，他没有等他哥哥说完，又转脸向萧问：“萧先生，你在船内有没有看见一位26、27岁的妇人，领着一个少女和孩子的？”萧剑秋立刻垂下头，非常不愿提起似的答：“有的。”
Is she back? Plum. She didn't wait for her brother to finish, and turned to Xiao and asked, "Mr. Xiao, did you see a 26 or 7-year-old woman in the boat, leading a girl and a child?" Xiao Jianxiu immediately lowered his head and replied as if he didn't want to mention it, "Yes."
我知道他们底细了。女的接着说，伤心的。是啊，哥哥，李先生真的打死了。校长皱一皱眉，好像表示一下悲哀以后说：“死总死一个死的，死不会死一个假呢。虽则假死的也有。”
I know their ins and outs. The woman continued, sadly, "Yes, brother, Mr. Li was really beaten to death." The principal frowned, as if to express his sorrow, and then said, "Death is always a death, but will death be a fake death? Although there are also those who fake their own death."
在他可是有谁说过？萧，你也记得我们在师范学校的第1年，有一个时常相我一块的姓李的同学吗？打死的就是此人。萧想了想，说：“是，他读了1年就停学了，人是很慷慨激昂的。现在
Who has said that to him? Xiao, do you also remember that in our first year at the normal school, there was a classmate named Li who we often talked to? This was the man who was beaten to death." Xiao thought about it and said, "Yes, he stopped studying after 1 year. He is very impassioned. Now."
校长说：“你船上所见的，就是他嫡寡妻和孤儿啊。个人底薪一时似乎都被这事牵引去，而且寒风隐约的在他们心底四周吹动。可是，一呼，校长却首先谈起别的来，谈起时局的混沌。”
The principal said, "What you see on the boat are his widowed wife and orphans." Everyone's hearts seemed to be drawn away by this incident for a moment, and the cold wind was vaguely blowing around their hearts. But suddenly, the principal started talking about something else, the chaos of the current situation.
不知怎样开展，青年死了之多，都是些爱国有志之士，而且家境贫寒的一批，家境稍富裕就不愿做冒险的事业， 虽则有志，也从别的方面去发展了。因此，他创办这所中学是有理由的。
I don't know how to carry it out. Many of the young people who have died are patriotic and ambitious people, and some of them are from poor families. Their families are slightly richer and they are not willing to engage in risky careers. Although they have ambitions, they have developed in other ways. Therefore, there was a reason why he founded this high school.
所谓培植人才，他愿此后忠心于教育事业，对未来的青年谋一种切实的福利。同时，陶木侃更提高声音，似要将他对于这座学校的计划、方针都宣布出来，并议论些此后的改善、扩充等事。
As for cultivating talents, he is willing to be loyal to education and seek practical benefits for future youth. At the same time, Tao Mukin raised his voice even more, as if he wanted to announce his plans and policies for the school, and discuss future improvements and expansions.
可是用人传话，晚餐已经在桌上布置好了，他们就不得不停止说话，向厅堂走去。方某喃喃地说：“我们正谈得有趣，可是要吃饭了。有时候，在我是常常谈话比吃饭更有兴趣的。”陶木侃说。
But the messenger spread the word and dinner was already laid out on the table. They had to stop talking and walk to the hall. Fang Mao murmured, "We are having an interesting conversation, but it's time to eat." Sometimes, as is often the case for me, talking is more interesting than eating. Tao Mukin said.
吃了饭尽兴的谈罢，现在的夜是长长的。陶兰没有同在这席上吃，可是当他们吃了半以后，他又站出来，倚在壁边，笑嘻咔地说：“我是吃的，不知礼的，我喜欢看别人吃饭。”
After dinner and chatting happily, the night is now very long. Tao Lan did not eat at this banquet. But after they had eaten half of the meal, she stood up again, leaned against the wall, and said with a smile, "I am crazy and disrespectful. Yes, I like to watch other people eat."
也要听听你们高谈些什么，见识见识。他们正在谈论着主义，好似这时的青年没有主义，就根本失掉青年底意义了。方某底话最多，他喜欢每一个人都有一种主义。他说
I also want to listen to what you are talking about and gain insights. They were talking about ism, as if young people at this time have no doctrine, and they have completely lost the meaning of youth. Fang Mao was the most talkative. He likes everyone to have a doctrine. He said,
主义是确定他个人底生命的，和指示着社会底前途的机运的。于是他说他自己是信仰三民主义，因为三民主义就是救国主义。想救国的青年当然信仰救国主义。
Doctrine determines his personal life, and the destiny that indicates the future of society. So he said that he believed in the Three People's Principles, because the Three People's Principles are national salvation. Young people who want to save the country, of course, believe in national salvation.
那当然信仰三民主义了。一边又转问，可不知道你们信仰什么？于是钱正兴兴致勃勃，同时做着一种姿势，好叫旁人听得满意一般，开口说道：“我却赞成资本主义，因为非商战。”
Of course you believe in the Three People's Principles. I asked again, I don't know what you believe in. So Qianzheng was in great spirits, and at the same time making a gesture to make others satisfied, he said, I support capitalism. Because of non-commercial war.
不能打倒外国， 中国已经是欧美日本的商场了，中国人抵裁员的血已经要被他们一口一口的吸造了。别的任凭什么主义，还是不能救国的。空口含主义。
We cannot defeat foreign countries. China is already the shopping mall of Europe, the United States and Japan, and the blood of the Chinese people's financial resources is already being sucked dry by them bit by bit. No matter what other doctrines are adopted, they still cannot save the country. Empty talk about doctrine.
和穷人空口喊吃素会成佛一样的。所以我不信仰三民主义，我只信仰资本主义。唯有资本主义可以压倒军阀，国内的交通、实业、教育都可以发达起来。所以我以为要救国。
It's the same as a poor man claiming that becoming a vegetarian will lead to Buddhahood. So I don't believe in the three people's principles, I only believe in capitalism. Only capitalism can overwhelm the warlords. Domestic transportation, industry, and education can all be developed. So I thought I wanted to save the country.
还是首先要提倡资本主义，提倡商战。他起劲地说到这里，眼不顺地看着坐在他对面的这位新客，似要引他抵赞同或驳论。可是萧剑秋低着头不作声响，陶木侃也没有说，于是方某又说
We must first promote capitalism and business war. He said this enthusiastically, looking at the new guest sitting opposite him, as if to elicit his approval or refutation. But Xiao Jinxiu lowered his head and said nothing. Tao Mukan didn't say anything, so Fang Mao said it again.
提倡资本主义是三民主义里的一部分，民生主义上是说借外债来兴本国底实业的。陶兰在旁边几次向他哥哥和萧剑秋注目，而萧剑秋却向穆侃说，他要吃饭了，有话吃了饭再谈。
Promoting capitalism is part of the three people's principles. The people's livelihood principle means borrowing foreign debt to develop the country's industry. Tao Lan looked at her brother and Xiao Jinxiu several times from the side, but Xiao Jinxiu told Mu Kan that he was going to eat and if he had anything to say, we would discuss it after dinner.
方某带着酒兴，几乎手足乱舞地阻止着，一边强迫地问他：“萧先生，你呢？你是什么主义者？我想，你一定有一个主义的。主义是意志力的外观，像你这样意志强固的人，一定有高妙的主义的。”
Fang Mao was drunk and almost dancing around to stop him, while asking him forcefully, Mr. Xiao, what about you? What kind of doctrine are you? I think you must have a doctrine. A doctrine is the appearance of willpower. A person with a strong will like you must have a noble doctrine.
萧剑秋微笑地答：“我没有。主义到了高妙，又有什么用处呢？所以我没有。你会没有？”方某起劲的：“你没有看过一本主义的书吗？看是看过一点。那么你在那书里找不出一点信仰吗？”
Xiao Jinxiu replied with a smile. I didn't. What's the use of doctrine when it reaches its sublime level? So I didn't. Haven't you? Fang Mao asked enthusiastically, haven't you read a book about doctrine? You have read a little bit. Then you can't find any faith in that book?
信仰是有的，可是不能说出来，所以我还是个没有主意的人。在方某迪酒意的心里一时疑惑起来，心想他一定是个共产主义者。但转想，共产主义有什么要紧呢？在党的政策之下。
I have faith, but I can't express it, so I'm still a person without doctrine. Fang Mao was confused for a moment in his drunken heart, thinking that he must be a communist. But then he thought, what does communism matter? Under the party's policy.
岂不是联共联俄的吗？虽则共产主义就是，于是他没有推究了，转过头来向壁边呆站着的陶兰问 ：“Miss 陶，你呢？请你告诉我们，你是什么主义者呢？我们统统说过了。”
Isn't it the alliance with the Communist Party and Russia? Although communism is. So he stopped reasoning and turned to Tao Lan, who was standing by the wall blankly, and asked, Miss Tao, what about you? Please tell us, what kind of activist are you? We have all said.
你的哥哥是人才教育主义，钱先生是资本主义，你呢？陶兰却冷冷的、严峻的、几乎含泪的答：“我吗？你问我吗？我是自私自利的个人主义者，社会以我为中心，与我有利的拿了来。”
Your brother is a talent educationist. Mr. Qian is a capitalist. What about you? Tao Lan answered coldly and sternly, almost with tears in her eyes. Me? Are you asking me? I am a selfish individualist. Society takes me as the center and takes what is beneficial to me.
与我无力地推了去。萧剑秋随即向他奇异地望了一眼，方眸底已红的脸似更羞涩似的。于是个人没有话，陶木侃就叫佣人端出饭来。吃了饭以后，他们就从校长底家里走出来。风一阵。
It was useless for me to push it away. Xiao Jinxiu then gave her a strange look. Fong Mudi's already red face seemed to be even more shy. So everyone was silent. Tao Mukan asked the servant to bring out the food. After eating, they walked out of the principal's house. There was a gust of wind.
阵地刮大了，天气骤然很寒冷，还飘着细细的雨花在空中。第3章，萧剑秋次日一早就醒来，他望见窗外有白光，他就坐起。可是窗外的白光是有些闪动的，他奇怪。
The position expanded. The weather suddenly became very cold, and there were thin raindrops floating in the air. Chapter 3. Xiao Jinxiu woke up early the next morning. He saw white light outside the window and sat up. But the white light outside the window was flickering, which he found strange.
随即将向小花园一边的窗的布幕打声，只见窗外飞着极大雪，地上已一片白色，草、花、树枝上都积着约有小半寸厚，正是一天的大雪，在空中密集的飞舞。他穿好衣服，开出门。
Then the curtain of the window on the side of the small garden was raised, and I saw a huge amount of snow flying outside the window. The ground was already white. The grass, flowers, and branches were all covered with about half an inch thick. It was a heavy snowfall in one day, densely flying in the air. He got dressed and drove out the door.
阿荣给他来到涟水，他们迎面说了几句关于天气奇变的话。阿荣结尾说：“昨天有许多穷人以为天气从此会和暖了，将棉衣都送到当铺里去。谁知今天又突然冷起来，恐怕有的要冻死了。”
Rong came to cheer him up, and they exchanged a few words about the strange change in the weather. Rong ended by saying, Yesterday, many poor people thought that the weather would get warmer, so they sent all their cotton-padded clothes to pawn shops. Unexpectedly, it suddenly became cold again today, and some of them may freeze to death.
他无心地洗好脸，在檐廊下走来走去的走了许多圈。他又想着昨天船中的所见，他想寡妇与少女3人 或者竟要冻死了。如阿荣所说，他心里非常的不安，仍在廊下走着。最后
He washed his face carelessly and walked many times along the corridor. He thought again about what he had seen in the boat yesterday. He thought that the widow and the girl might freeze to death. As Arong said, he felt very uneasy and was still walking on the corridor. At last,
他决计到他们那里去看一趟，且正趁今天是星期日。时势就走向阿荣底房里，阿荣立刻站起来问：“肖先生，你要什么？”“我不要什么。”他答。“我问你。”
He decided to pay a visit to them, and he took advantage of the fact that today was Sunday. Ten then walked towards Arong's room. Arong immediately stood up and asked, Mr. Shao, what do you want? I don't want anything, he answered. I'm asking you.
你可知道一个她丈夫姓李的在广东打死的底夫人的家里在那里吗？阿荣凝想了一息，立刻答：“就是昨天从上海回来的吗？”“是啊。”“他和你同船到芙蓉镇的。”“是啊。”“你知道他的家吗？”“我知道。”
Do you know where the home of a woman whose husband was beaten to death in Guangdong was? Arong thought for a moment and immediately answered. Did you just come back from Shanghai yesterday? Yes. She came to Furong town on the same boat as you. Yes. Do you know her home? I know.
他底家是在西村，离此地只有3里。怎么走呢？肖先生要到他家里去吗？是，我想去，因为她丈夫是我同学。呵，便当的。阿荣一边做起手势来，从校门出去向西转，一直去，过了桥，就沿河滨走。
Her home is in the West Village, only 3 miles away from here. How to go? Is Mr. Shao going to her house? Yes, I want to go because her husband is my classmate. Oh, it's convenient, Arong gestured. Go out from the school gate, turn west, go straight, cross the bridge, and walk along the riverside.
走去，望见几株大柏树的，就是西村。你再进去一问，便知道了。他底家在西村门口，便当的，离此地只有3里。于是他又回到房内，轻轻地愁一愁眉，便站在窗前，对小花园呆看着下雪的景象。
As I walked, I saw a few big cypress trees, which was the West Village. If you go in and ask again, you will know that her home is at the entrance of the West Village. It is convenient and only 3 miles away from here. So he returned to the room again. With a slight frown, he stood in front of the window and stared at the snowy scene in the small garden.
9点钟，雪还一样大。他按着阿荣所告诉他的路径，一直往西村走去。他外表还是和昨天一样，不过加上一件米色的旧的大衣在身外，双黑皮鞋，头上一顶学生帽，在大雪之下。
At 9 o'clock, the snow was still as heavy. He followed the path Arong told him and kept looking at the West Village. His appearance was still the same as yesterday, but he wore an old beige coat, a pair of black leather shoes, and a student hat on his head, under the heavy snow.
一片白色的河边，一片白光的野中，走得非常快。他有时低着头，有时向前面望一望。他全身似乎有一种热力，有一种勇气，似一只有大翼的猛禽。他想着
A white riverside, a field of white light, walking very fast. Sometimes he lowered his head, sometimes he looked ahead. There seemed to be a kind of heat and courage all over his body, like a bird of prey with big wings. He thought.
他们会不会认得他就是昨天船上的客人？但认的又有什么呢？他自己解释了，他只愿一切都随着自然做去，他对他们也没有预定的计划，一任时光老人来指挥他，摸摸他底头。
Would they recognize him as the guest on the boat yesterday? But what is there to recognize? He explained it himself. He just wanted everything to happen naturally, and he had no predetermined plans for them. He could only let Father Time command him and touch his bottom.
微笑地叫他一声小娃娃，而且说：“你这样玩吧，很好的呢，但无可讳免。”他已爱着那个少女，同情于那位妇人抵不幸的运命了，因此他非努力向前走不可。雪上的胸印。
He called him a little doll with a smile and said, "You can play like this, it's very good." But it was unavoidable that he already loved the girl and sympathized with the woman's unfortunate fate. Therefore, he had to work hard to move forward. Chest prints in the snow.
一步一步地留在他的身后，整齐的、蜿蜒的，又有力的，绳索一般的穿在他底足跟上，从校门起，现在是一脚一脚地踏进他们门前了。他一时直立在他底门外，约5分钟。
Step by step, he stayed behind him, neatly, gracefully, and powerfully, threaded through his heels like a rope. Starting from the school gate, he was now approaching their door step by step. He stood upright outside her door for about 5 minutes.
他听不出里面有什么声音，他就用手轻轻地敲了几下门，一吸，门就开了。出现那位妇人，她两眼红肿的，泪珠还在眼沿上，满脸愁容，又蓬乱着头发。他以为敲门的是昨天的老妇人。
He couldn't make out any sounds inside. He gently knocked on the door a few times with his hand, and as soon as he took a breath, the door opened. The woman appeared, her eyes were red and swollen, tears were still on the eaves of her eyes, her face was hidden in sadness, and her hair was disheveled. She thought the person knocking on the door was the old woman from yesterday.
可是，一见是一位陌生的青年，他虽想将门关上，萧剑秋却随手将门推住，愁着眉，温和地说：“请原谅我，这里是不是李先生底家呢？”妇人17页的答不出话，许久才问道：“你是谁？”
But when she saw a strange young man, she closed the door at will. Xiao Jinqiu pushed the door open, frowned, and said gently, "Please forgive me, is this Mr. Li's home?" The woman was so breathless that she could not answer. After a long time, she asked, "Who are you?"
萧剑秋随手将帽脱下来，抖了一抖雪，慢慢的、凄凉的说道：“我姓萧，我是李先生的朋友。我本不知道李先生死了，我只纪念着迟已有多年没有寄信给我。现在我是芙蓉镇中学里的教师。”
Xiao Jinqiu took off his hat casually, shook the snow, and said slowly and sadly, "My surname is Xiao, and I am a friend of Mr. Li. I didn't know that Mr. Li was dead. I only remembered that she had not sent me a letter for many years. Now I am a teacher in Furong Town Middle School.
我也还是昨天到的。我一到就向头目侃先生问起李先生的情形，谁知李先生不幸过去了。我又知道关于你们家中底状况，我因为亲念故友，所以不辞冒昧的特地来访一访。
I also arrived yesterday. As soon as I arrived, I asked Mr. Tao Muchan about Mr. Li. Unexpectedly, Mr. Li passed away unfortunately. I also know about the situation in your family. Because I miss my old friends so much, I took the liberty of paying a visit.
李先生还有子女，可否使我认识他们？我一见他们，或者和见李先生一样，你能允许吗？年轻的寡妇，她一时觉得手足无措，她含泪的两眼，仔细地向他看了一看，到此。
Mr. Li also has children. Can you let me know them? As soon as I see them, or the same as when I see Mr. Li, will you allow me? The young widow felt at a loss for a moment. With tearful eyes, she looked at him carefully. That's it.
他已不能拒绝这一位非亲非戚的男子的访谒了，遂说：“请进来吧。可是我底家是不像一个家的。”他一单全身为寒冷而颤抖，他的语气是非常心酸的，每个声音都从震颤的身心中发出来。
She could no longer refuse the visit of this man who was neither a relative nor a relative, so she said, "Please come in, but my house is not like a family." She was wearing only clothes, and her whole body was shivering from the cold. Her tone was very bitter, and every sound came from her trembling body and mind.
他低着头跟他进去，又为他掩好门。屋内是灰暗的，四壁满是尘灰。于是又向一门弯进，就是他底内室。在地教室的房内，两个孩子在一张半新半旧的大床上坐着，用着七穿八洞的棉被。
He lowered his head and followed her in, then closed the door for her. The interior of the house is dark and the walls are covered with dust. So she turned towards another door, which was her inner room. In the cellar-like room, two children were sitting on a large bed that was both old and new, hugging a 7-hole quilt.
似乎冷得不能起来。女孩子这时手里捻着一块饼干，在喂着她的弟弟，小孩正带着哭地嚼着。这时妇人就向女孩说：“采莲，有一位叔叔来看你。”女孩扬着眉毛，向来渴望。
It seems too cold to get up. The girl was holding a biscuit in her hand and feeding her younger brother, who was chewing it with tears in his eyes. At this time the woman said to the girl, "Tsai-lian, an uncle comes to see you." The girl raised her eyebrows and looked at the visitor.
她的小眼是睁得大大的。萧剑秋走到她的床前，一时她微笑着。萧剑秋随即坐下床边，凑近头向女孩问：“小娃娃，你认得我吗？”女孩拿着饼干摇了两摇头。她又说：“小妹妹，我却早已认识你了。”
Her little eyes were wide open. Xiao Jinqiu walked to her bed, and for a moment, she smiled. Xiao Jinqiu immediately sat down on the bed, leaned close to the girl and asked, "Little doll, do you recognize me?" The girl held the cookies and shook her head. He added, "Little sister, I have known you for a long time."
那里呀，女孩奇怪地问了一句。她说：“你是喜欢橘子的，是不是？”女孩笑了。她继续说：“可惜我今天忘记带来了，明天我当给你2只很大的橘子。”一边就将女孩底红肿的小手取去。
Where? The girl asked strangely. He said, "You like oranges, don't you?" The girl smiled. He continued, "It's a pity that I forgot to bring it today. I'll give you 2 big oranges tomorrow." At the same time, he took off the girl's red and swollen little hand.
小手是冰冷的，放在他自己底唇上吻了一吻，就回到窗边一把椅上坐着。 纸窗的外边雪正下得起劲，于是他又看一遍房内，房内是破旧的，各种零星的器物上。
Her little hand was cold, and she placed it on his bottom lip and kissed him, then returned to sit on a chair by the window. Outside the paper window, snow was falling hard. So he looked inside the room again. The room was dilapidated and had various scattered utensils.
都反映着一种说不出的凄惨的有色。妇人这时候取着床边的位子，给女孩穿着衣服，她一句也没有话，好像心已被冻得结成一块冰。小孩子呆呆地向来客看看，又咬了一口饼干。
They all reflect an indescribable, miserable, swarthy color. At this time, the woman took the seat next to the bed and dressed the girl. She said nothing, as if her heart had been frozen to a block of ice. The child looked at the visitor blankly, took another bite of the biscuit.
这当然是新从上海带来的，又向他嫡母亲哭着叫冷。女孩也奇怪地向萧剑秋的脸上看，深思的女孩子，她包同演着这一幕的悲哀，叫不出话似的，全身发抖着，时时将手放在口边呵气。
Of course this was brought by Xian from Shanghai, and he was crying and crying to his mother. The girl also looked at Xiao Jianqiudi's face strangely. She was a deep-thinking girl. She was acting out the sadness of this scene and seemed speechless. His whole body was trembling, and he put his hand to his mouth from time to time to breathe.
这样，房内沉寂片时，只听窗外丝丝的下雪声，有时一两片大雪也飞来敲他抵破纸窗。以后，萧剑秋说了：“你们以后怎样的过去呢？”妇人奇怪地看他一眼，慢慢地答：“先生。”
In this way, there was silence in the room for a while, except for the hissing sound of snow falling outside the window. Sometimes one or two heavy snowflakes would come and knock on her broken paper window. Later, Xiao Jinqiu said, "What will happen to you in the future?" The woman looked at him strangely and answered slowly, "Gentlemen."
我们还有怎样的过去啊？我们想不到怎样的过去啊！产业，这已经不能说起，有一点儿都给死者卖光了。他的眼圈里又涌起来。亲戚呢？穷人会有亲戚吗？他又假作的笑了一笑。他一时默着。
What kind of past do we have? What kind of past we can't imagine? Industry? This can no longer be mentioned. A little bit, all sold out to the dead. Tears welled up in her eyes again. Where are the relatives? Do poor people have relatives? She faked a smile again. He was silent for a moment.
实在选择不出相当的话来说，于是妇人接着问道：“先生，人总能活过去的吧？”“自然。”他答，“否则天真是没有眼睛。你还相信天的吗？”妇人稍稍起劲的，“我是早似不相信天了，先生。”
I really can't choose the right words to say. So the woman then asked, "Sir, people can always survive, right?" "Naturally." He replied, "Otherwise, innocence has no eyes." "Do you still believe in God?" The woman said with a little enthusiasm, "I no longer believe in God. Mr.
天敌眼睛在那里呢？不是，不过我相信好人终究不会受委屈的。先生，你是照戏台上的看法，戏台上一定是好人团圆的。现在我的丈夫却是被枪炮打死了。先生，叫我怎样养大我的孩子呢？
Where are the eyes at the bottom of the sky? No, but I believe that good people will not be wronged after all. Sir, you are basing your opinion on the stage. There must be a reunion of good people on the stage. Now my husband has been shot to death. Sir, how do I raise my children?
妇人竟如风般说出来，泪从她鼻眼中飞涌出来。她一时呆着，女孩子又在她旁边叫冷，她又向臂旁取出一件破旧而大的棉衣给她穿上，穿的女孩只有一双眼是凌厉的，全身竟像只筒子。
The woman actually said it like crazy, tears welling up from her eyes. He was stunned for a moment. The girl screamed next to her again, and she went to the wall and took out a shabby and large cotton coat for her to put on. The girl was dressed in such a way that only one of her eyes was bright, and her whole body looked like a bucket.
妇人一息又说：“先生，我本不愿将穷酸的情形诉说给人家听，可是为了这两个造孽的孩子，我不能不说出这句话来了。”一边他气噎的几乎说不成声，在我底家里只有1升米了。
The woman took a breath and said again, Sir, I don't want to tell others about my poor situation, but for the sake of these 2 evil children, I have to say this. She choked with anger and could hardly speak. In my case, at home, there is only 1 liter of rice.
萧剑秋到此就立刻站起来，强装着温和，好像不使人受惊一般，说：“我到这里来，为什么呢？我告诉你爸，我此后愿意负起你抵2个孩子的贵任。采莲，你能舍得他离开吗？”
When Xiao Jianqiu came here, he immediately stood up, pretending to be gentle, as if not to frighten others, and said, Why am I here? Let me tell you, I am willing to take on the responsibility of your 2 children from now on. Kai Lian, are you willing to let her go?
我当带他到校里去读书。我每月有30元的收入，我没有用处，我可以以1半供给你们。你觉得怎样呢？我到这里来，我是计算好来的。妇人却伸直2手，简直呆了似的睁眼视他，说道：“先生
I should take her to school to study. I have an income of 30 yuan a month, but I have no use for it. I can provide you with half of it. What do you think? I came here with a plan. But the woman stretched out her hands, opened her eyes and looked at him as if in a daze, and said, Mr.
你是？我是青年，我是一个无家无室的青年。这里，他语声颤抖的同时，向袋内取出1张5元朗钞票。你一边更苦笑起来，手微颤地将钱放在桌上。现在你可以买米。妇人伸向床倾。
Who are you? I am a young man. I am a young man without a family or a house. Here, he spoke tremblingly while taking out a 5 yuan note from his pocket, you. He smiled more bitterly and put the money on the table with trembling hands. Now you can buy rice. The woman leaned towards the bed.
几乎昏去似的说：“先生，你究竟是？你是菩萨吗？不要说了，也无用介意的。”一边转向采莲，采莲，你以后有一位叔叔了，你愿意叫我叔叔吗？女孩子也在旁边听呆着，这时却点了2点头。
He almost fainted and said, Sir, are you a bodhisattva? Stop talking, there's no point in minding it. He turned to Kai Lian. Kai Lian, you will have an uncle in the future. Would you like to call me uncle? The girl was also listening blankly, but at this time she nodded twice.
萧剑秋走到他底身边，轻轻地将他抱起来，在他左右两颊上吻了2吻， 又放在地上，一边说：“现在我要回校去了，明天我来带你去读书。你愿意读书吗？”“愿意的。”女孩终于娇憨地说出话来。
Xiao Jianqiu walked to her side. Pick her up gently. He kissed her twice on the left and right cheeks, then placed her on the ground and said, I'm going back to school now. I'll take you to study tomorrow. Are you willing to study? Yes. The girl finally spoke coquettishly.
他随即又取了他底冰冷的手吻了一吻，又放在他自己底颈边，回头向妇人说：“我要回校去了，望你以后勿为过去的事情悲伤。”一边就向门外走出，他底心非常愉快。女孩却在后面跟出来。
He then took her cold hand and kissed it, then placed it on her neck. He turned back to the woman and said, I'm going back to school. I hope you won't be sad about the past in the future. He walked out the door feeling very happy. The girl followed behind.
他似乎不愿意这位多情的来客急速回去，眼睛不移地看着他底后影。萧剑秋又回转头，用手向他挥了两挥，没有说话，静一静踏雪走远了。妇人非常痴呆地想着，眼看着桌上的钱。
She didn't seem to want this passionate visitor to go back quickly, and kept her eyes on his back. Xiao Jianqiu turned his head again, waved to her twice with his hand, and walked away through the snow without saying a word. The woman was thinking very foolishly, looking at the money on the table.
竟想得又流出眼泪。她对于这件突然的天降的福利，不知如何处置好。但她能拒绝一位陌生的青年的所赐吗？天知道，为了孩子的缘故，她诚心诚意地接受了。第4章，萧剑秋在雪上走。
Thinking about it made me shed tears again. She didn't know how to deal with this sudden welfare. But can she refuse the gift of a strange young man? God knows, she wholeheartedly accepted it for the sake of her children. Chapter 4. Xiao Jianqiu walks on the snow.
有如一只鹤在云中飞一样。他贪恋这时田野中的雪景，白色的绒花装点了世界如带素的美女。他顾盼着，他跳跃卷，他的内心竟有一种说不出的微妙的愉悦。
Just like a crane flying in the clouds. He was greedy for the snowy scene in the fields at this time, the white velvet flowers, which decorated the world like plain beauties. He looked forward to it, he jumped in love, and there was an indescribable and subtle pleasure in his heart.
这时他想到了宋人黄庭坚有一首咏雪的词，他轻轻念，后4句是这样的：贫巷有人衣不阔，北窗惊我眼飞花，高楼处处催沽酒，谁念寒生气，白华。一边他很快的一吸就回到校内。
At this time, he thought of a poem by Huang Tingjian of the Song dynasty praising snow. He read softly, and the last 4 sentences were as follows. There are people in poor alleys who don't have enough clothes to wear. The north window made my eyes dazzle. High-rise buildings are urging people to sell wine. Who reads, by Hua, in Hansheng's eyes? On the other hand, he took a quick breath and returned to the school.
他向他自己底房门一手推进去，他满望在他自己底房内自由舒展一下，他似乎这2点钟为冰冷的空气所凝结了。不料陶兰却站在他底书架的面前，好像检察员一样的在翻阅他底书。
He pushed towards the door of his own room with one hand. He longed to stretch out freely in his own room. He seemed to be condensed by the cold air at 2 o'clock. Unexpectedly, Tao Lan stood in front of his bookshelf, flipping through his books like an inspector.
他听到声音，立刻将书盖拢，微笑地迎着。萧洞秋一时似乎不敢走进去。陶兰说：“萧先生，恕我冒昧，我在你底房内已经翻了1点多钟的书了，几乎你所有的书都给我翻完了。”
When he heard the voice, he immediately closed the book and greeted it with a smile. Xiao Dongqiu seemed afraid to walk in for a moment. Tao Lan said, "Mr. Xiao, please forgive me. I have been reading books in your room for more than 1 o'clock. I have finished reading almost all your books."
他一边坐下床上，一边回答：“好的，可惜我没有法律的书，你或者都不喜欢他们的呢？”他怔了一怔，似乎听得不愿意，慢慢地答道：“喜欢的，我以后还想读他二本，虽则我恐怕不会懂他。”
He sat down on the bed and replied, "Okay, but unfortunately I don't have any law books. Maybe you don't like them either?" She was stunned for a moment, as if she was unwilling to listen, and replied slowly, "I like it. I want to read it in the future. Although, I'm afraid I won't understand it."
答时，萧剑秋却自贡一般地说：“我此刻到过姓李的妇人底家里了，我已经知道。”陶兰回答得非常奇怪，一息补说：“阿荣告诉我的。他们现在怎样呢？”萧剑秋也慢慢地答，同时摩擦他的2手。
At that time, Xiao Jinqiu confessed to himself and said, "I have been to the house of the woman named Li now. I already know." Tao Lan's answer was very strange. After a breath, he added, "Ah Rong told me. How are they now?" Xiao Jinqiu also answered slowly, rubbing his hands at the same time.
低着头，可怜得很，孩子叫冷，米也没有。陶兰一时静默着，他似乎说不出话。于是萧又说道：“我看他们的孩子是可爱的，所以我允许救济他们。”他却没有等他说完，又说：“减慢的，我已经知道。”
Lowered his head. "It's very pitiful. The child is crying and has no rice." Tao Lan was silent for a moment. She seemed speechless. So Xiao said again, "I think their children are cute, so I allow them to be saved." But she didn't wait for him to finish, and then said, briefly, "I already know."
萧剑秋却稍稍奇怪地笑着问他：“事情我还没有做，你怎样就知道呢？”他也抢笑的，好像小孩一般地说：“我知道的，否则你为什么到他们那里去？我们又为什么不去呢？天岂不是下大雪？”
Xiao Jinqiu asked her with a slightly strange smile. "How do you know that I haven't done it yet?" She also forced a smile like a child and said, "I know. Otherwise, why did you go to them? Why didn't we go? Isn't it snowing heavily?"
哥哥他们都围在火炉的旁边喝酒，你为什么独自冒雪出去呢？七。这时他却睁大两线，一顺不顺地看住他。可是他却看不出他底别的，只从他底脸上看出更美来了，柔白的脸孔。
"Brother, they are all gathered around the stove drinking. Why did you go out alone in the snow 7-inch?" At this time, he opened his eyes wide and looked at her for a moment. But he could not see anything else about her. It's only from her face that she looks even more beautiful, her soft white face. 这时，两颊起了红色，润腻的，光洁的。
他低头，只动着两眼。他的眼毛很长，同时在他深黑的眼珠底四周衬得非常之美。萧仔细地觉察出他的心胸也起伏起来。于是他站起，在房内走了一圈。
At this time, the cheeks turned red, moist and smooth. She lowered her head and only moved her eyes. The hair under her eyes was very long, and at the same time, the surroundings under her dark eyes were very beautiful. Xiao carefully noticed that his heart was also rising and falling. So he stood up and walked around the room.
陶兰说：“我不知自己怎样，总将自己关在狭小的笼里。我不知道笼外还有怎样的世界，我恐怕这一世是飞不出去的了。你为什么说这话呢？是啊，我不必说。又为什么要说呢？你不做吗？好的。”
Tao Lan said, I don't know what I am like. I always keep myself in a small cage. I don't know what kind of world there is outside the cage. I'm afraid I won't be able to fly out in this life. Why did you say this? Yes, I don't have to say it. Why should I say it? Aren't you going to sit down? Okay.
他笑了一笑，我还没有将为什么到你这里来的原意告诉你。我是来请你弹琴的。我今天一早就将琴的位置搬移好，叫2个佣人收拾，又在琴的旁边安置好火炉。我是完全想到自己的。
She smiled and said, I haven't told you why I came to you. I came to ask you to play the piano. I moved the position of the piano early this morning and asked 2 servants to clean it up. I placed it next to the piano. Set up the stove. I thought entirely of myself.
于是我来叫你，我和跑一样快地走来。可是你不在，阿荣说，你到西财去，我就知道你底意思了。现在已经没有剩半天了，你也愿意吃好中饭就到我家里来吗？愿意的，我一定来。呵。
So I came to call you, and I walked as fast as I ran. But you are not here, Arong said. If you go to Shizai, I will know what you mean. Now, the first half of the day has passed. Are you willing to come to my house after lunch? If you are willing, I will definitely come. Oh.
他简直叫起来，我真快乐，我是什么要求都得到满足的。他又仔细地向萧剑秋看了一眼，于是说他要去了。可是，一边他还在房内站着不动，又似不愿去的样子。白光晃耀的下午，雪已霁了。
She almost exclaimed, I am so happy, everything I ask for is met. She looked at Xiao Jinxiu carefully and said that she was going. But on the other hand, she was still standing still in the room, and seemed unwilling to go. In the bright white afternoon, the snow has already fallen.
地上满是极大的绣球花。萧剑秋腋下携着几本泰西名家的歌曲集，走到陶兰底家里。陶兰早似在门口迎着他。他们走进了一间厢房，果然整洁优雅，所谓明窗净几。
The ground was covered with huge hydrangeas. Xiao Jinxiu walked to Tao Landi's house with several collections of songs by famous Thai and Western artists under his arm. Tao Lan was already waiting for him at the door. They walked into a wing room, which was indeed neat and elegant, with so-called bright windows and clear windows.
壁上挂着几幅半新旧的书画，桌上放着2、3样古董。萧剑秋对于这些是从来不留意的，于是一静坐在琴边。他谦逊了几句，便又将2手放在火炉上温暖了一下，他就翻开一阙进行曲。
There are several old and new paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall, and there are 2 or 3 antiques on the table. Xiao Jinxiu never paid attention to these, so he just sat by the piano. He said a few words of humility, put his hands on the stove to warm them, and then opened a march.
弹了起来，他弹的是平常的，虽则陶兰说了一句很好，他也能听得出这是普通照例的称赞。时时他又弹了一脚跳舞曲，这比较是艰难一些，可是他的手指并不怎样流畅。他弹到中段
It bounced. What he played was ordinary. Even though Tao Lan said, "Very good," he could still hear that it was a normal compliment. 10th, he played another dance song, which was more difficult, but his fingers were not very smooth. He bounced to the middle.
戛然停止下来，向他笑了一笑。这样，他弹起歌来。他弹了数首浪漫工艺的作家底歌，竟使陶兰听得沉醉了。他靠在钢琴边，用他全部的注意力放在音键底每个发音上。
Garan stopped and smiled at her. In this way, he started to sing. He played several romantic songs by writers, which actually made Tao Lan intoxicated. She leaned against the piano and focused all her attention on every sound of the keys.
他听出音记号与变记号的半音来，他两眼沉沉地视着壁上的一点，似乎不肯将半丝的音波忽略过去。这时，萧剑秋说：“就是这样了。音乐对于我已经49放出笼的小鸟，对于救主人一样。”
She heard the semitones of the baby sign and the change sign. She stared at a point on the wall with heavy eyes, as if unwilling to ignore even the slightest sound wave. At this time, Xiao Jinxiu said, "That's it. Music is to me what a bird released from its cage is to its old master."
不再认得了，请再弹一曲，他追求的。我是不会作曲的，可是我曾谱过一首歌，现在奏一奏我自己的。你不能笑我，你必得首先允许。好，陶兰叫起来。同时，他向一本旧的每页脱开的音乐书上。
No longer recognized. Please play one more song, she pursued. I can't compose music, but I have composed a song. Now play my own. You can't laugh at me, you have to give me permission first. Okay, Tao Lan shouted. At the same time, he turned to an old music book with each page separated.
拿出了2张图画纸，在这个上面抄着萧剑秋自填的一首诗歌，提着“青春不再来”，无语。他展开在琴面上，向陶兰看了一看，似乎先要了解他的感情底同感程度的深浅如何。
I took out 2 pieces of drawing paper. On this one, I copied a poem that Xiao Jinxiu wrote by himself, titled "Youth Never Comes Again, Wu Yu." He unfolded it on the piano and looked at Tao Lan, as if he wanted to understand the depth of her feelings first.
而他这时是愁着两眉，向他微笑着。他于是坐正身子，做出一种姿势，默默地想了一息，就用手指放在键上，弹着，一边轻轻地这样唱下去：荒烟、白雾、弥漫的早晨，你投向何处去？
But she was smiling at him with frowning eyebrows. He then sat up straight, made a posture, thought for a moment silently, then put his fingers on the keys and played. While singing softly like this. Smoke, white fog, dash. A confusing morning. Where are you going?
无路中的人呀，鸿蒙转在泥底脚底，无边隐在泥底前身，但你终年只伴着一个孤影。 你应慢慢行呀，慢慢行。记得明媚灿烂的秋与春，月色常绕着海浪在前行，但白发却丛生到你底头顶。
You who have nowhere to go. Hongmeng is turning on the soles of your feet. Boundless lead is in front of you. But you are only accompanied by a lonely figure all year round. You should go slowly and slowly. Remember the bright and brilliant autumn and spring. The moonlight is moving around the waves. But the white hair is growing up to the top of your head.
落霞要映入你心坎之沁深，只留古墓边的木槿，只留白衣上滴泪痕，永远剪不断的愁闷，一去不回来的青春。青春呀，青春，你是过头云，你是离枝花，任风埋泥尘。
The setting sun will reflect deeply into your heart. Only the dusk scene beside the ancient tomb remains. Only the tear stains on the top and bottom of the white clothes were left. Cut off the everlasting depression. Youth that never comes back. Youth, youth. You are overdoing it. You are a Lazihua. Let the wind bury the dust.
琴声是书卷的一丝丝在室内飞舞，又冲荡而露出到窗外，蜷伏在雪底凛冽的怀抱里，一时又回到陶兰底心坎内。于是他底心颤动了，这是冷酷的颤动，又是悲哀的颤动，他也愁闷了。
The sound of the piano was fluttering in the room, and then leaked out of the window, curling up in the cold embrace of the snow. For a moment, it returned to Tao Lan's heart, and her heart trembled. It was a cold tremor. There was a sad tremor again, and she was also depressed.
莞尔听出一个个字底美的妙音，又想尽了一个个字所含有的真的意义。他想不到萧剑秋是这样一个人，他要在他底心之深处感到惆怅而渺茫。当他底琴声悠长的停止以后，
Warner heard the beautiful sounds of each word, and thought about the true meaning of each word. She didn't expect that Xiao Jianxiu was such a person, and she felt melancholy and confused deep in his heart. After the sound of his piano stopped for a long time.
他没精打采地问他，什么时候做成这首歌的呢？3年了，他答。你为什么做这首歌的呢？为了我在一个秋天的时分。他一看不看地继续说，不，春天还未到，现在还是2月啊。
She asked him listlessly, When was this song composed? 3 years, he answered. Why did you compose this song? For me in an autumn. She continued without looking at it. No, spring hasn't arrived yet, it's still February.
他将2手按在键盘上，呆呆地答。我自己是始终了解的，我是喜欢长阴的秋云里底飘落的黄叶的一个人。你不要弹这种歌曲吧。他还是毫无心思地说出。萧剑秋却振一振精神，说：哈。
He pressed both hands on the keyboard and replied blankly. I have always known it myself. I am a person who likes the yellow leaves falling under the ever-changing autumn clouds. Don't play this kind of song. She still said it without any thought. Xiao Jianxiu cheered up and said, Ha.
我却无意地在你面前发表我底弱点了。不过这个弱点，我已经用我意志之力克服了，所以我近来没有一点诗歌里的思想与成分。感动了你吗？这是我的错误。
I unintentionally exposed my weakness in front of you. However, I have overcome this weakness with the power of my will, so I have no thoughts or elements in poetry recently. Did it move you? This is my mistake.
假如我在路上预想一想我对你应该弹些什么曲，适宜于你抵快乐的，那我断不会拣选这一个。现在，他看陶兰还是没有心思听他抵活，于是他将话收止住，一边他底心也漂浮起来。
If I had thought about what kind of music I should play for you on the road, suitable for your happiness, then I would never choose this one. Now. He saw that Tao Lan still had no intention of listening to him, so he stopped talking. At the same time, his heart was also floating.
似乎为他抵情意所迷醉。一边，他朗起一首极艰深的歌曲，他两眼专注地看在乐谱上。陶兰却想到极荒渺的人生底边际上去，他估量他自己所有的愚蠢。
He seemed to be fascinated by her affection. On one side, he sang a very difficult song, his eyes focused on the music score. Tao Lan thought of the extremely remote edge of life. She took stock of all her own wealth.
这青春又不知是怎样的一种面具，一边他又极力追求萧剑秋的过去到底是如何的创伤，对于他又是怎样的配置。但这不是冥想所能构成的，眼前的事实，他可以触一触他敌手。
She didn't know what kind of mask this youth was. On the other hand, she tried her best to pursue how traumatic Xiao Jinqiu's past was, and what kind of configuration it was for her. But this was not something that meditation could constitute, the fact before her eyes, she could touch his bottom.
他可以按一按他底心吧，他不能沉他自身到一层极深的渊底里去观测他底自身，于是他只有将他自己看作极缥缈的空幻化，他有如一只浮游在大海上行走。许久。
Can she touch his heart? She could not sink herself into an extremely deep abyss to observe herself, so she could only see herself as an extremely ethereal illusion. She was like a mayfly walking on the sea. For a long time.
他们没有交谈一句话，窗外也寂静如冰冻的，只有雪水一滴滴的从岩上落到地面，似和尚在夜半敲磬一般。萧剑秋一边站起，恍恍惚惚地让琴给他，请你弹一曲吧。他睁大眼，痴痴的。我。
They didn't exchange a word. Outside the window, it was as quiet as ice, with only snow falling drop by drop from the eaves to the ground, like a monk knocking on his chime in the middle of the night. Xiao Jinqiu stood up and asked Qin to give it to her in a daze. Please play a song. She opened her eyes wide and said dreamily. Me?
哎，十分羞怯地推辞着。萧剑秋重又坐在琴凳上，十分无聊赖似的，擦擦两手，似怕冷一样。第5章，当晚7点钟，萧剑秋坐在他自己房内的灯下，这样的想：我已经完全为环境所支配。
Well, he declined very shyly. Xiao Jinqiu sat on the piano bench again, as if he was very bored, wiping his hands as if he was afraid of the cold. Chapter 5 7 nights that night at o'clock, Xiao Jinqiu sat under the lamp in his room, thinking like this: I have been completely dominated by the environment.
一个上午，一个下午，我接触了2种模型小童的女性底感情的飞沫，我几乎将自己拿来麻痹了。幸福吗？苦痛呢？这还是一个开始。不过我应该当心，应该避开女子没有理智的日光的辉照。
One morning and one afternoon, I was exposed to the emotional droplets of 2 different models of women, and I almost paralyzed myself. Happy? What about pain? This is still a beginning. But I should be careful and avoid the rays of the woman's irrational sun.
他想到最后的一语的时候，有如敲门，他就开他进来，是头目坎，这位中庸的校长先生，笑眯眯地从衣袋内取出一封信，递给他，一边说：“这是我的妹妹写给你的，她说要向你借什么书。”
When he thought about the last ewe, there was a knock on the door. He drove him in. It was Tao Mukin, the mediocre principal, who took out a letter from his pocket with a smile and handed it to him, while saying, "This is what my sister wrote to you. She said she wanted to borrow some books from you."
他晚上发了一晚上的呆，也没有吃夜饭，此刻已经睡了。我的妹妹是有些古怪的，实在因她太聪明了。她不当我阿哥是什么一回事，她可以指挥我，利用我。她也不信任母亲。
She had been in a daze all night and had not eaten dinner, so she was already asleep. My sister is a bit weird, because she is so smart. She is not my elder brother, she can command me and use me. She also doesn't trust her mother.
有意见就独断独行。我和母亲都叫她王后，别人们也都叫她 Queen。我有这样的一位妹妹，真使我觉得无可如何。你未来以前，她又说要学音乐，现在你来。
If you have an opinion, act alone. My mother and I call her Queen, and everyone else calls her Queen. I have a sister like this who really makes me feel helpless. Before you came, she said she wanted to learn music. Now you come.
当然可以说配合他抵胃口，他可以说是易学变会的人，现在或者要向你借音乐书了。头目坎说到这里为止，没有等萧说你那里能猜得到，音乐书我已经借给他了，就笑着走出去了。
Of course, it can be said that it suits her appetite. She can be said to be a person who can learn it as soon as she learns it. Now she may want to borrow a music book from you. Tao Mukin said this, and walked out with a smile before Xiao said, "You can guess, I have already lent her the music book."
萧剑秋不拆信，他还似永远不愿去拆他的样子，将这个蓝信封的爱神的翅膀一般的信放在抽斗内。他在房内走了几圈，他本来想要预备一下明天的教课，可是这时他不知怎样。
Xiao Jinqiu didn't open the letter, and he seemed to never want to open it. He put the letter in the blue envelope, which looked like the wings of the god of love, in the drawer. He walked around the room several times. He originally wanted to prepare for tomorrow's teaching, but at this time he didn't know what to do.
将教学法翻在案前，他总看不进去。他似觉得倦怠，他无心预备了。他想起了陶兰，实在是一位稀有的可爱的人。于是不由他不又将抽斗开出来，仍将这封信捧在手内。一时他想
When he puts the teaching method in front of the book, he can't always understand it. He seemed tired and unprepared. He thought of Tao Lan, who was really a rare and lovely person. So he couldn't help but take out the drawer again, still holding the letter in his hand. For a moment he thought,
我应该看看他到底说些什么话。一边就拆了，抽出2张蓝色的信纸来。他细细地读下：星号星号星号，萧先生，这是我给你的第一封信，你可在你底日记上记下的。
I should see what she said. He opened it and took out 2 pieces of blue letter paper. He read it carefully. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mr. Xiao, this is the first letter I have given you. You can read it carefully. Written in the diary.
我和你认识不到24小时，谈话不上4点钟，而你的人格、态度、动作、思想，却使我是也不能忘记了。我的生命的新碑上，已经深深地刻上你的名字和影子，终我生，恐怕不能泯灭了。爱。
You and I have known each other less than 24 hours, and our conversation has lasted less than 4 o'clock. But your personality, attitude, actions, and thoughts have made me never forget it in this life. Your name and shadow have been deeply engraved on the heart of my life. I am afraid I will never be able to erase it in my lifetime. Well.
你的五色的光辉，大使送你到我这里来的吗？我从来没有像今天下午这样苦痛过，从来没有。虽则吐血要死，我也不曾感觉得像今天下午这样使我难受。肖先生，那时我没有哭吗？
Your 5-color radiance, did the ambassador send you to me? I have never suffered so much as this afternoon, ever. Even though I was vomiting blood and dying, I never felt as uncomfortable as I did this afternoon. Mr. Shao, didn't I cry then?
我为什么没有哭的声音呢？肖先生，你也知道我那时的眼泪向心之深处流罢。唉，我为什么如此苦痛呢？因为你提醒我真的人生来了。你伤掉你的青春，可知你始终还有青春的。我想，我呢？
Why don't I cry? Mr. Shao, you also know that my tears at that time flowed deep into my heart, right? Alas, why am I in so much pain? Because you remind me that real people are born. You hurt your youth, but you know you still have youth. I thought, what about me?
我却简直没有青春，简直没有青春，这是什么说法的？肖先生，我自从知道人间有丑恶和痛苦之后，意义总是7、8年以前了。我的知识是开窍的很早的，我就将自己所有的快乐。
But I have absolutely no youth, no youth at all. What do you mean? Mr. Shao. Ever since I learned that there is ugliness and pain in the world, it was 7 or 8 years ago. My knowledge was enlightened very early. I have devoted all my happiness to it.
放在人生底甲的一面去吸收，我简直好像玩弄猫一样的玩弄起社会和人类来。我什么都看得不真实，我只用许许多多的各种不同的颜色涂上我自己的幸福之口边去。
Put it on the false side of life and absorb it. I play with society and human beings just like playing with a cat. I don't see anything real. I only use many different colors to paint around the mouth of my own happiness.
我竟似在雾中一样的舞起我自己的身体来。唉，我只有在雾中，我那里有青春；我只有晨曦以前的腰线，我只有红日正中的怪热，我是没有青春的。我一觉到人性似魔鬼。
I actually dance my body as if in the mist. Alas, I am only in the fog, where is my youth? I only have the demonic appearance before the morning light, I only have the strange heat in the middle of the red sun, and I have no youth. I realize that human nature is like the devil.
便很快地将我的青春放走了，自沙一样的放走了。几年来，我全是在雾中的过去，我还以为我自己是幸福的。我真可怜，到今天下午才觉得是你提醒我，用你真实的生命的哀音唤醒我。
Then I quickly let go of my youth, as if committing suicide. For several years, my past was all in the fog, I thought I was happy. How pitiful I am, I only realized this afternoon that it was you who reminded me and woke me up with the lamentation of your real life.
肖先生， 你或者以为我是一个发疯的女子，放浪、无理、骄傲、痴心，你或者以为我是这一类的人吗？肖先生，假如你来对我说一声轻轻的事，我简直就要自杀。但试问我以前是不是如此？
Mr. Shao, you may think that I am a crazy woman, dissolute, rude, proud, infatuated. Do you think that I am this kind of person? Mr. Shao, if you come and say a soft yes to me, I will simply commit suicide. But let me ask you, was this the case before?
是不是放浪、无理、骄傲、痴心等等呢？我可以重重的自己回答一句：我是的。肖先生，你也想得到我现在是怎样的苦痛。你用神圣的钥匙将我从假的门里开出，放进真的门内去。
Is it dissolute, rude, proud, infatuated, etc.? I can answer solemnly by myself, yes. Mr. Shao, do you also want to know how painful I am now? You use your sacred key to open me out of the false door and put me in the real door.
我有如一个久埋地下的死人活转来，我是如何的委屈、悲伤。我为什么到了如此？我如一只冰岛上的白熊似的，我在寒微的白色的光芒里喘息我的生命。母亲，哥哥，爱。
I am like a dead person who has been buried underground for a long time and comes back to life. How wronged and sad I am. Why am I here? Like a white bear in Iceland, I breathe my life in the cold white light. Mother, brother, alas.
我亦不愿责备人事了。肖先生，你以为人敌本性都是善的吗？在你慈悲的眼球内，或者都是些良好的活动影子，而我却都是他们是丑恶的一团呢。现在，我亦不要说这许多空泛话。
I don't want to blame the world anymore. Mr. Shao, do you think all people are good by nature? In your compassionate eyeballs, there may be some good moving shadows, but I regard them as an ugly mass. Now, I don't want to say so many empty words.
你或许要怪我浪费你有用的光阴，可是无论怎样，我想此后找住我的青春，追回我的青春，尽力地享受一下我的残余的青春。肖先生，希望你给我一封回信。
You may blame me for wasting your useful time. But no matter what, I want to find my youth from now on, recover my youth, and try my best to enjoy the remaining youth of mine. Mr. Shao, I hope you can give me a reply.
希望你以对待那位青年寡妇的心来对待我，我是受着精神的磨折和伤害的。祝你在我们这块小园地内得到快乐。陶兰镜上，星号星号星号。他读完这封信，一时心里非常的踌躇起来。
I hope you will treat me the same way you treated that young widow. I am mentally tortured and hurt. I wish you happiness in our little garden. Yours sincerely, Tao Lan. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After he read this letter, he hesitated very much in his heart.
叫他怎样回答呢？假如这时陶兰在他的身边，他楚楚睁着眼，紧紧地用手捻住他抵手以外，他会说不出一切话来。半天，他会说不出一句话来的。可是这时，房内只有他独自。
How do you ask him to answer? If Tao Lan was by his side at this time, except for opening his eyes and squeezing her hand tightly with his hands, he would be unable to say anything. For a long time, he would be unable to say a word, but at this time, he was alone in the room.
校内的空气也全是冷寂的，窗外的微风吹动着树枝，他也可以听得出树枝上的积雪就此簌簌地落下来， 尖像小鸟在绿叶里跳动一样。他微笑了一笑，又冥想了一冥想，抽出一张纸。
The air in the school was also cold and silent. The breeze outside the window was blowing the branches, and he could hear the snow falling on the branches, like birds dancing in the green leaves. He smiled and meditated again. Pull out a piece of paper.
他自己愿意的预备写几句回信了，一边也就抹起墨。可是又有人推进门来，这却是同事方某。他来并没有目的的，似乎专为慨叹这天气之冷，以及夜长，早睡睡不着。
He prepared to write a few sentences of reply on his own initiative, and started to polish the ink at the same time. But someone pushed in the door again, and it was a conspiracy by a colleague. He had no purpose in coming. It seemed that he came just to lament the cold weather, the long nights, and the difficulty of going to bed early.
要和这位有经历的青年人谈谈而已。方某的脸孔是有些方的，谈起话来好像特别诚恳的样子。他开始问北京的情形和时局，无非是些外交怎么样，这次的内阁总理究竟是怎么样的人。
I just want to talk to this young man who has experience. Fang Mao's face was somewhat square, and he seemed to be particularly sincere when he spoke. He began to ask about the situation and current situation in Beijing, just how the diplomacy was going, and what kind of person the Prime Minister was this time.
以及教育部对于教育经费独立、小学教员加薪案到底如何了等。萧剑秋一据他所知回答他，也使他听得满意。他虽心里记着回信，可是他并没有要方谋出去的态度。两人谈得很久。
As well as the Ministry of Education's independence of education funding, what happened to the primary school teachers' salary increase case, etc. Xiao Jinqiu answered him one by one based on what he knew, which satisfied him. Although he kept the reply in mind, he had no intention of asking Fang Mao to go out. The two talked for a long time.
话又转到中国未来的推测方面，就是革命的希望，革命成功的预料。萧剑秋谈到这里，就一句没有谈，几乎全让方某一个人滔滔地说个不尽。方某说，革命军不久就可以打到江浙。
Let's turn to speculation about China's future, which is the hope of revolution and the expectation of its success. Xiao Jinqiu didn't say a word when he talked about this, leaving Fang Mao to talk endlessly. Fang Mao said that the revolutionary army would soon reach Jiangsu and Zhejiang.
国民党党员到处活动得很厉害，中国不久就可以强盛起来，似乎在3个月以后，一切不平等条约就可取消，领土就可收回，国民就可不做弱国的国民，一变而为世界的强族。他说，萧先生
The members of the Kuomintang are active everywhere, and China will soon become stronger and stronger. It seems that in 3 months, all unequal treaties will be cancelled, the territory will be recovered, and the citizens will no longer be citizens of a weak country, but will become the citizens of the world. Strong clan. He said, Mr. Xiao.
我国是4000年来的古国，开化最早，一切礼教文物都超越乎泰西诸邦，而现在竟为外人所欺侮，犹为东邻弹丸小国所辱，岂非大耻？我希望革命早些成功，使中华2字一跃而惊人。
Our country is an ancient country with a history of 4,000 years. It is the earliest civilized country, and all its ethical and cultural relics are superior to those of other countries in Thailand and the West. But now we are being bullied by outsiders, especially by the small country to the east. Isn't it a great shame? I hope the revolution will succeed soon and make the word China astonishing.
为世界的泱泱乎大国，萧剑秋只是微笑的点点头，并没有插进半句嘴。方某也就停止他的宏论。房内时又寂然，方某坐着思索，忽然看见桌上的蓝信封，在信封上是写着陶兰二字。
For the most powerful country in the world. Xiao Jianqiu just nodded with a smile and didn't say a word. Fang Mao stopped his grand discussion. The room became silent again for a while. Fang Mao sat thinking and suddenly saw the blue envelope on the table, and on the envelope was written the word Taolan.
于是又鼓起兴致来，欣然地向萧剑秋问道：“是密斯陶兰写给你的吗？”一边就伸出手取了信封看了一看。是的，萧达。方某没有声音地读着信封上的樊哥哥娇等字样。
Then he drummed up his interest again and asked Xiao Jianqiu happily, "Is this written by Miss Taolan to you?" He reached out and took out the envelope and looked at it. "Yes," Xiao replied. Fang Mao read the words on the envelope silently, such as, "Please pay me to my brother."
他也就毫无疑义地接着说道，几乎一口气的：“密斯陶兰是一位奇怪的女子呢，人实在是美丽，怕像她这样美丽的人是不多有的，也异常的聪明，古文做得很好，中学毕业第一。”
He continued without any doubt, almost in one breath. Miss Taolan is a strange woman. She is really beautiful. I'm afraid there are not many people as beautiful as her. She is also extremely smart. She is very good at ancient Chinese and graduated first in middle school.
可是有古怪的脾气，也骄傲的非常。他对人从没有好礼貌，你到他底家里去找他底哥哥，他一见就不理你的走进房，叫一个佣人来回复你。他自己是从不肯对你说一句。
But he has a weird temper and is very proud. She has never been polite to others. Go to her home to find her brother. She walked into the room ignoring you and asked a servant to reply to you. She herself would never say a word to you.
哥哥不在家的话的，听说他在外边读书，有许多青年竟被他弄得神魂颠倒，他们写信、送礼物、求见，很多很多，却都被他胡乱地玩弄一下，笑嘻嘻地走散。他批评男子的目光很锐利。
My brother is not at home. I heard that she was studying abroad, and many young people were fascinated by her. They wrote letters, sent gifts, asked for meetings, and many more. But they were all teased by her and walked away with smiles. She criticized the man with a sharp look.
无论你怎样，背他一眼，就全体看得透明了。所以他到现在已经23、24岁了吧？婚姻还没有落定。听说他还没有一个意中人，虽则也有人毁谤他、攻击他，终究似乎还没有一个意中人。
No matter what you are, once she takes one look at you, everything will become clear to her. So she is now, already 23 or 4 years old? The marriage has not been settled yet. It is said that she does not have a true love yet. Although some people slander her and attack her, it seems that she does not have a true love yet.
现在你知道吗？密斯托前正积极地进行，媒人是隔一天一个的跑到穆坎底家里。穆坎底母亲大有允许的样子，因为密斯托前是我们芙蓉镇里最富有的人家，父亲做过大官，门第是阔的。
Now, you know what? The girl was actively trying to make money, and the matchmakers came to Mukandi's house one by one every other day. Moo Candy's mother seemed to agree, because Miss Tokian was the richest family in Furong Town, and her father had been a high official, so her family was well off.
他自己又是商科大学的毕业生，头戴着方帽子，家里也挂着一块学士第的植树匾额在大门口的。虽则密斯陶不爱钱，可是密斯陶总爱钱的，况且母兄做主，他也没有什么办法。
He himself is a graduate of a business university, wearing a square hat, and there is also a vertical plaque of bachelor's degree hanging on the front door of his home. Although Miss Tao doesn't love money, Miss Tao always loves money, and since her mother and brother are the ones who make the decision, there's nothing she can do about it.
女子一过25岁，许配人就有些为难，况且密斯托前也还生得漂亮。他母亲又以为女儿嫁在同村，见面便当，所以这婚姻恐怕不长久了。明年2月，我们大有吃喜酒的希望。方谋说完。
Once a woman reaches the age of 25, her betrothed will be in a bit of a dilemma, and besides, the lady can still be pretty even if she has no money. Her mother also thought that her daughter was married in the same village, so it would be easy to meet her. So this marriage may not last long. We have great hope of having a wedding banquet in February next year. Fang Mao finished.
又哈哈笑一声，萧剑秋也只是微笑的静默的听着。钟已经敲10下，在乡间时时已是个很迟的时候，况且又是寒天雪夜，谁都应当睡了。于是方谋寒肃地抖着站起身说：“萧先生，履路劳备。”
Laughed again. Xiao Jinqiu just smiled and listened silently. The clock has struck 10. In the countryside, 10 o'clock is already a very late time. Besides, it is a cold day and a snowy night, so everyone should sleep. So Fang Mao stood up tremblingly and said, Mr. Xiao, the journey is tiring.
天气又冷，早些睡吧。一边又说句明天会，走出门外。萧剑秋在房内走了2圈，他不想写那封回信了。不知为什么，他总不想立刻就写了，并不是他怕冷，想睡。爱情本来是无日无夜。
The weather is cold, so go to bed early. He said, I'll see you tomorrow, and walked out the door. Xiao Jinqiu walked around the room twice. He didn't want to write that reply. For some reason, he didn't want to write it right away. It's not that he's afraid of the cold or wants to sleep. Love is meant to last day and night.
无冬无夏的，但萧剑秋好像没有爱情，最少他不愿说这个就是爱情，况且正是别人良缘进行的时候。于是他将那张预备好写回信的纸放还原处。他拿出教科书，预备明天的功课。第2天。
There is no winter or summer, but Xiao Jinqiu seems to have no love. At least, he didn't want to say that this was love, and it was also the time when someone else was getting married. So he put the piece of paper on which he had prepared the reply letter back to its original place. He took out his textbook and prepared for tomorrow's homework. The next day.
天晴了，阳光出现。他教了几点钟的功课，学生们都听得他非常欢喜。下午3点钟以后，他又跑到西村。青年寡妇开始一见他竟啜泣起来。以后他和彩莲都对他非常快乐，他们泡很沸的茶。
The sky is clear and the sun appears. He taught for several hours, and the students were very happy to listen to him. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he ran to the West Village again. The young widow started to cry when she saw him. From then on, she and Kai Lian were very happy with him and they made boiling tea.
茶里放很多的茶叶，请他喝。这是他想的唯一的酬答。他问萧剑秋是什么地方人，并问何时与他的姑父是同学，而且问得非常低声客气。萧剑秋一边抱着采莲，采莲也对他毫不陌生了。
Put a lot of tea leaves in the tea and ask him to drink it. This was the only reward she could think of. She asked where Xiao Jinxiu was from and when she and her late husband were classmates, and she asked in a very low voice and politely. Xiao Jinxiu hugged Kai Lian while Kai Lian was no stranger to him.
一边简短地回答他。可是当妇人听到他说他是无家无室的时候，不禁又含起泪来，悲伤惊骇。他温柔地问：像萧先生这样的人竟没有家吗？萧剑秋答：有家倒不能自由。
While answering her briefly. But when the woman heard him say that he was homeless, she couldn't help but burst into tears, feeling sad and frightened. She asked gently, Do people like Mr. Xiao have no home? Xiao Jinxiu replied. Having a home does not make you free.
现在我是心想怎样就可以怎样做去的。寡妇却说，总要有一个家才好，像萧先生这样好的人应该有一个好的家。他的这个家意思就是妻子。萧剑秋不愿与他多说，他以为女人只有感情。
Now I can do whatever I want. But the widow said, It is better to have a family. A good person like Mr. Xiao should have a good family. Her home means wife. Xiao Jinxiu didn't want to talk to her more. He thought women only had feelings.
没有哲学的，就和他谈到采莲底读书的事。妇人的意思似乎要想他读，又似乎不好牵累萧剑秋，并说他的父亲在时是想培植他的，因为女孩子非常聪明听话。于是萧说：“跟我去就是了。”
If you don't have any philosophy, just talk to her about studying in Kaliandi. The woman seemed to want her to read it, but she didn't want to bother Xiao Jinxiu. He also said that her father wanted to cultivate her when he was there, because girls are very smart and obedient. So Xiao said, Just follow me.
钱所费是很少的，他们就议定叫采莲每天早晨从西村到芙蓉镇校里，母亲送她过桥。下午从芙蓉镇回家，萧剑秋送她过桥，就从后天起。女孩子一听到读书，也快活地跳起来。
The money spent is very little. They agreed that Kai Lian would go from West Village to the school in Furong Town every morning, and her mother would take her across the bridge. When she returned home from Furong Town in the afternoon, Xiao Jinxiu would take her across the bridge, starting from the day after tomorrow. The girl, when I heard reading, I jumped up happily.
因为西村也还有到芙蓉镇读书的儿童，他们背着书包走路的姿势，早已使他的小心羡慕的了。第6章，当天晚上，萧剑秋坐在他自己底房内，心境好像一件悬案未曾解决一般的不安。
Because there are also children in the West Village who go to Furong Town to study, and the way they walk with their school bags on their backs has already made her jealous. Chapter 6. That night, Xiao Jinxiu sat in his basement room, feeling as uneasy as if an unsolved case had not yet been solved.
并不全是为一天所见的钱正兴使他反应地想起陶兰，其中就生一种恐惧和伤感。钱正兴在他的眼中不过是一个纨绔子弟，同世界上一切纨绔子弟一样的。
It was not all because of the Qian Jingxing he saw one day that reminded him of Tao Lan in a reflective way, which gave rise to a sense of fear and sadness. In his eyes, Qian Jingxing was just a dandy, like all the dandies in the world. The same as the younger ones.
用大块的美容霜擦白他的脸孔，整瓶的香发油倒在他已光滑如镜子的头发上。衣服香而鲜艳，四边总用和衣料颜色相对比的座镶边，彩蝶的翅膀一样。讲话时做腔作势。
Use a large amount of beauty cream to whiten the bottom of his face, and pour a whole bottle of fragrant hair oil on his hair that is as smooth as a mirror. The clothes are fragrant and bright, and the four sides are always trimmed with colors that contrast with the fabric, just like the wings of a colorful butterfly. Make gestures when speaking.
而又带着心不在焉的样子，这似乎都是纨绔子弟的特征，普遍而一律的。而他重读昨夜的那封信，对于一个相知未深的女子底感情底澎湃，实在不知如何处置好。不写回信呢？
And with an absent-minded look, this seems to be a common and consistent characteristic of dandies. And when he reread the letter from last night, he really didn't know how to deal with his surging feelings for a woman he didn't know well. I won't write a reply.
是可以伤破女子的神经质的脆弱之心的，写回信呢？他岂不是同事正在进行的期吗？他又找不出一句辩论，说这样的通信是交际社会的一切通常信札，并不是情书。
It can break a woman's neurotic and fragile heart. If she writes a reply, isn't she the wife of a colleague who is having sex? He couldn't find a single line of argument that said such correspondence was any ordinary letter in social society, not a love letter.
他要在回信里写上些什么呢？他想了又想，选择了又选择，可是没有相当的简估的而可以安慰他的字类，似乎全部字典。他这时要将它置在废纸堆里了。他在房内徘徊，沉思，吟咏。
What was he going to write in his reply? He thought and thought, chose and chose, but there was no quite simple word type that could comfort her. It seemed that there was no dictionary. He was going to throw it into the waste paper at this time. He wandered around the room, meditating, chanting.
陶兰的态度不住地在他的冷静的心目上演出，一微笑，顺眼，一点头，他都非常清楚地记得他。可是他却不知道怎样对付这个难题。他几乎这样空费了半点钟。
Tao Lan's attitude kept playing on his calm mind. He remembered her very clearly with every smile, blink, and nod. But he didn't know how to deal with this problem. He wasted almost half an hour like this.
竟连他自己对他自己嗤笑起来，于是他结论自语道：“轻轻的，说不出活就不必说话罢。”一边他就坐下椅子，翻开社会学的书来。他不写回信了，并用一种人工假造的理论来辩护他自己。
Even he himself started to smile foolishly to himself, so he concluded and muttered to himself, softly, "If you can't tell the truth, there's no need to speak." He sat down in his chair and opened a book on sociology. He stopped writing a reply and used an artificial and fabricated theory to defend himself.
以为这样做正是他的理智战胜。第二天上午10时，萧剑秋刚退了课，他预备到花园去走一圈，借以晒回阳光。可是当他回进房，而后面跟进一个人来，这正是陶兰。他只是对他微笑。
Thinking that doing so is the victory of his reason. At 10 o'clock in the morning the next day, Xiao Jinxiu had just dropped out of class. He was going to go for a walk in the garden to get some sunshine. But when he returned to the room, someone followed behind him, and it was Tao Lan. She just smiled at him.
一时气喘的，并没有说一句，镇定了好久以后，才说：“收到哥哥转交的信吗？”“收到的，肖达。你不想给我封回信吗？叫我从什么开端说起？”他痴痴的一笑，好像笑他是一个傻子一样。
He was out of breath for a moment and didn't say a word. After calming down for a long time, he said, "Did you receive the letter from my brother?" "Received," Xiao replied. "Don't you want to give me a reply?" "Where should I start?" She smiled foolishly as if she was laughing at him as a fool.
同时，他深深地将他胸中抵御机向他鼻孔中无声地呼出来，待了半晌，又说：“现在我却又要向你说话了。”一边就从他衣袋内取出一封信，仔细地交给他，像交给一件宝贝一样。
At the same time, she stagnated the blood deep in her chest and breathed it out silently through her nostrils. After staying for a long time, he said again, "Now I have to speak to you again." At the same time, she took out a letter from her pocket and handed it to him carefully, as if giving it to a treasure.
萧剑秋微笑地受去，只略略地看一看封面，也就仔细地将它藏进抽斗内。这种藏法也似要传之久远一般。陶兰将他房内看遍，就低下头问：“你已叫采莲妹来这里读书吗？”“是的，明天开始来。”
Xiao Jinqiu accepted it with a smile, only took a brief look at the cover, and then carefully hid it in the drawer. This hiding method seemed to be passed down for a long time. Tao Lon looked around his room, lowered his head and asked, "Have you asked Miss Kai Lian to come here to study?" "Yes, we'll start coming tomorrow."
你要她做你底干女儿吗？谁说？萧剑秋奇怪地反问。他又笑一笑，不认真的，又说：“不必问他了。”萧剑秋也转叹息的口气说：“女孩子是聪明可爱的，是她无心的，可是我还没有见过她。”停一息。
"Do you want her to be your goddaughter?" "Who said?" Xiao Jinqiu asked strangely. She smiled again, not seriously, and said, "No need to ask him." Xiao Jinqiu also sighed and said, "Girls are smart and cute." "Yes," she said unintentionally, "but I haven't seen her yet." Pause for a breath.
忽然又高兴地说：“等她来时，我想送她一套衣服。”又转了慢慢的冷淡的口气说：“萧先生，我们是乡下农村，村内底消息是传得非常快的。”“什么呢？”萧剑秋全不懂得地问，他却又苦笑了一笑。
Suddenly he said happily, "When she comes, I want to give her a set of clothes." Then he turned to a slowly cold tone and said, "Mr. Xiao, we are in the countryside, and news in the village spreads very quickly." "What?" Xiao Jinqiu asked in confusion. She smiled bitterly again.
说：“没有什么。”萧剑秋转过他底头向窗外，他立刻接着说：“我要回去了。以后我在校内有课，各一的英文，我已向哥哥接着行来了。每天中午10时至11时1点钟。”
Explain. There is nothing. Xiao Jinqiu turned his head and faced the window. She immediately continued. "I'm going back. From now on, I have classes at school, and I have learned English from my brother. Every day from 10 to 11 o'clock at noon."
哥哥以前原要我担任1点教课，我却仰起头对他说：“ 我是在家养病的，现在他不要我教，我却偏要教，哥哥没有办法。他没有对你说过吗？哎，我自己是不知道什么缘故。一边
My brother originally asked me to teach a little bit, but I raised my head and said to him, I am recuperating at home. Now he doesn't want me to teach him, but I insist on teaching him. My brother has no choice. Didn't he tell you that? Hey, I don't know why. Aside.
他就得胜似的走出门外，萧剑秋也向他点一点头。他坐在床上，几乎发起愁来，可是一时又自觉好笑了。他很快地走到桌边，将那封信重新取出来，用剪刀裁了口，抽出一张信纸。
She walked out of the door as if victorious, and Xiao Jianqiu nodded to her. He sat on the bed, almost feeling sad, but for a moment he felt funny. He quickly walked to the table, took out the letter again, cut it with scissors, and pulled out a piece of letter paper.
他靠在桌边，几乎和看福音书一样。他看下去，星号星号星号。萧先生，我今天失望了你2次的回音，日中、傍晚，孩子放学回家的时候。此次已夜10时了，我决计明天亲自到你身边来索取。
He leaned over the table, almost as if he were reading the gospel, and he read, Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mr. Xiao, I was disappointed with your responses twice today, at noon and in the evening, when the children came home from school. It's already 10 o'clock at night this time. I am determined to come to you in person tomorrow to ask for it.
我知道你不一定不以为我为一位发疯的女子。不会吧？那你应该给我一封回信。说什么呢？随你说去，正似随我说来一样，我是想到什么就说什么的。你应告诉我你的思想。
I know you don't necessarily think I'm a crazy woman. No way. Then you should send me a reply. What to say? Say it as you please, just as you say it as I say it. I say whatever comes to mind. You should tell me what you think.
并不是宇宙人生的大道理，这是我所不懂得的，是对我要批评的地方。我知道我自己的缺点很多，所谓坏脾气，但母亲哥哥都不能指摘我，我是不听从他们的话的。现在望你校正我吧。
It's not a big principle of life in the universe. It's something I don't understand, and it's something I should be criticized for. I know that I have many shortcomings, the so-called bad temper. But neither my mother nor my brother can criticize me. I will not listen to their words. Now, I hope you can correct me.
你也应告诉我你的将来、你的家乡和家庭等。因为对面倒反说不出话，还是以笔代便携，所以你必得写回信，虽则邮差就是我自己。你在此地生活不舒服吗？
You should also tell me about your future, your hometown and family, etc. Because the other person is speechless and still uses a pen instead of slippers, so you have to write a reply, even though the postman is myself. Are you uncomfortable living here?
这是哥哥告诉我的，他说你心里好似不快，还有别的原因吗？校内几个人的模型是不同的，你该原谅他们，他们中有的实在可怜，无聊而又无聊的。一个望你回音的人。
This is what my brother told me. He said you seemed unhappy. Is there any other reason? The models of several people in the school are different, you should be original. Forgive them, some of them are really pathetic, boring and boring. Someone who wants to hear from you.
星号星号星号，他看完这封信，心里却激烈地跳动起来， 似乎幸福挤进他底心，他将要晕倒了。他在桌边一时痴呆的，他想，他在人间是孤零的、单独的，虽在中国的疆土上跑了不少的地面。
After reading this letter, his heart beat rapidly, as if happiness squeezed into his heart, and he was about to faint. He sat at the table in a daze, thinking that he was alone in the world, even though he had traveled a lot of ground in China.
可是终究是孤独的。现在他不料来这小镇内，却被一位天真可爱而又极端美丽的姑娘用爱丝来绕住他，几乎使他不得动弹。虽则他明了
But it is lonely after all. Now when he unexpectedly came to this small town, an innocent, lovely and extremely beautiful girl wrapped her love around him, almost preventing him from moving. Although he understands.
他是一个感情开放的人，或者他是用玩洋蔫蔫的态度来玩他，可是谁能否定这不是爱呢？爱，他对于这个字却仔细地解剖过的。但现在他能说他不爱他吗？这时似乎他抵秋天的思想。
She is an emotionally open person, or she is playing with him like a foreign girl. But who can deny that this is not love? Love, he had carefully dissected this word. But now, can he say that he doesn't love her? At this time, it seemed that he was having autumn thoughts.
被夏天的浓云的动作来密布了。他还是用前夜未曾写过的那张信纸，他写下：星号星号星号。我先不知道对你称呼什么好些。一个青年可以在他敬爱的姑娘前面叫名字吗？我想。
It was densely covered by the movement of summer clouds. He still used the same piece of paper that he had not written on the night before, and he wrote. ******. I don't know what to call you first. Can a young man call the girl he loves by name? I think.
你有少年人的理性和勇敢，你还是做我弟弟吧。我读你底信，我是苦痛的。你几乎将我抵过去的寂寞的影子云重重地翻起，给我清冷的前途打得零星粉碎。弟弟。
You have the rationality and courage of a young man, so you should be my younger brother. When I read your letter, I felt pain. You almost lifted up the shadow cloud of loneliness in my past and smashed my cold future into pieces. Younger brother.
请你制止一下你抵红热的恩情，热力是要传播的。我抵过去，我只带着我自己抵影子半个到处。我有和野蛮人同样的思想，认影子就是灵魂。实在，我除了影子以外还有什么呢？
Please stop your red-hot kindness. Heat must be spread. In my past, I only carried my own shadow with me everywhere. I had the same idea as the savages, believing that the shadow was the soul. In fact, what else did I have besides the shadow?
我是一无所有的人，所以我还愿以出诸过去的，献诸未来。因为自由是我的真谛，家庭是自由的羁绊。而且这样的社会，而且这样的国家，家庭的幸福，我是不希望得到了。
I am a person who has nothing, so I still want to show the past and present the future. Because freedom is my true meaning, and family is the bond of freedom. And in this kind of society, this kind of country, I don't want family happiness.
我只想淡漠一点看一切，真诚地爱我心内所要爱的人。一生的光阴是有限的，愿勇敢抛过去，等最后给我安息。不过弟弟底烂漫的野火般的感情，我是非常敬爱的，火花是美丽的。
I just look at everything indifferently and sincerely love the person I love in my heart. The time in my life is limited. I am willing to bravely throw it away and let me rest in peace in the end. However, I admire my brother's wildfire-like emotions very much, and the sparks are beautiful.
热是生命的原动力。不过弟弟不必以智慧之尺来度量一切，结果苦恼自己，说不出别的话。祝你快乐。萧剑秋上。星号星号星号。他一边写完这封信，随手站起，走到箱子旁，翻开那箱子。
Heat is the driving force of life. However, the younger brother does not need to measure everything with the ruler of wisdom and end up distressing himself. I have nothing else to say. I wish you happiness. Xiao Jinqiu. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As he finished writing the letter, he stood up, walked to the box, and opened the box.
它里面乱放着旧书、衣服、用具等。他就从一本书内取出2片很大的酱红色的非常可爱的枫叶来，这显然已是2-3年前的东西了，因它保存得好，好像标本。这时他就将它夹在信纸内。
It is littered with old books, clothes, utensils, etc. He took out 2 large, lovely crimson maple leaves from a book. These were obviously from 2 or 3 years ago because they were well preserved and looked like specimens. Then he put it inside the letter paper.
一同放入信封中。放咒学的铃响了，他一同和小朋友们出去，几乎走了2个转角，他找着一个孩子，他是陶兰指定的，住在他的左邻，将信轻轻地交给他，嘱他带去。聪明的孩子也笑着点头。
Put them in the envelope together. The bell for day school rang, and he went out with the children. After walking almost 2 corners, he found a child. He was designated by Tao Lan and lived next to her, and handed the letter to him gently and asked him to take it with him. The smart kid also smiled and nodded.
轻跳了2步，跑去了。仍在当天下午，陶木侃从校外似乎不愉快地跑进来。萧剑秋迎着向他谈了几句关于校务的话。木侃接着却请他到校园去，他要向他谈谈。2人一面散步。
He jumped a few steps and ran away. Still in the afternoon, Tao Muchan ran in from outside the school and seemed unhappy. Xiao Jinqiu greeted him and talked to him a few words about school affairs. Mu Kan then asked him to come to the campus and he wanted to talk to him. The 2 of them were walking together.
一面木侃几乎和求他援助一般，向他说道：“萧，你知道我弟妹妹的事真不好办，我竟被她弄得处处为难了。你知道密斯托前很想娶我弟妹妹，当初母亲大有满意的样子。”
On the one hand, Mu Kan almost asked him for help, and said to him, Xiao, you know that my sister's affairs are really difficult to deal with, and I have been put into every embarrassment by her. You know that Miss wanted to marry my sister out of money, and my mother was very satisfied at the time.
我因为妹妹终身的事情，任妹妹自己做主，我不加入意见。而妹妹却向母亲声明，只要有人愿意每年肯供给她3000元钱，让她到外国去跑3年，她回来就可以同这人结婚。
Because of my sister's lifelong affairs, I let her make her own decisions without any input from me. But the younger sister declared to her mother that as long as someone is willing to provide her with 3,000 yuan a year and let her go abroad for 3 years, she can marry this person when she comes back.
无论这人是怎么样，瞎眼、跛足、60岁或16岁都好。可是密斯托前偏答应了，不过条件稍稍修改一些，是先结了婚，后同他到美国去。 而我的母亲偏同意这修改的条件。
It doesn't matter what the person is, blind, lame, 60 or 16 years old. But Misty agreed, but the conditions were slightly modified, that is, they would get married first, and then go to the United States with her. But my mother agreed to the revised conditions.
虽则妹妹不肯答应，母亲却也不愿让个女孩到各国去乱跑。萧，你想，天下也会有这样的呆子，放割断了线的金纸鸢吗？所以母亲对于钱的求婚竟是半允许了。所谓半允许，
Although the younger sister refused to agree, the mother did not want to let a girl travel around various countries. Xiao, do you think there would be such an idiot in the world, flying a golden paper kite with its string cut off? So my mother half agreed to Qian's proposal. The so-called semi-permission.
实际也就是允许的一面。不料今天吃午饭时，母亲又将上午钱家又差人来说的情形告诉妹妹，并拣日送过订婚礼来。妹妹一听，却立刻放下筷，跑到房内去哭了。母亲是非常爱妹妹的。
The reality is the allowable side. Unexpectedly, during lunch today, my mother told my sister what happened in the morning when the Qian family sent someone to come to her again, and she also sent her an engagement party on a certain day. When my sister heard this, she immediately put down her chopsticks and ran to the room to cry. My mother loves her sister very much.
她再三问妹妹，而妹妹对母亲却表示不满，要母亲立刻拒绝，在今天之内。桃说到这里，向四周看一看，提防别人听去样。接着又轻轻地说：“母亲见劝的无效，那有不依他。”于是来叫我去。
She asked her sister again and again, but her sister expressed dissatisfaction with her mother and asked her mother to refuse immediately, within one day. When Tao said this, he looked around to be careful of others hearing the same thing. Then he said softly, "If mother sees that her persuasion is ineffective, why don't you listen to her? So come and call me."
难题目又落到我弟身上了。妹妹并限我在半夜以前要将一切回复手续做完。笑，我弟妹妹是 Queen， 你想叫我怎样办呢？密斯托前是此地的同事，他一听消息，首当辞退教务。
The difficult problem fell on me again. My sister also gave me a deadline to complete all the reply procedures before midnight. Xiao, my sister is queen. What do you want me to do? Miss Tu Qian was a colleague here. When he heard the news, he was the first to resign from the teaching staff.
这还不要紧，而他家也是贵族，他父亲是做官的，曾经做过财政部次长，会有我们允就允，否就否，随随便便吗？妹妹虽可对他执着当初的条件，可是母亲却暗下和他改一过了。
It doesn't matter, and his family is also a noble. His father is an official and once served as the Deputy Minister of Finance. Will we agree to it or not, just like that? Although his sister could insist on her original conditions for him, her mother secretly changed the situation with him.
现在却叫我去办，答但不是一件离婚案，实际却比离婚案更难。离婚可提出理由，叫我现在提出什么理由呢？他说到这里，竟非常担忧地搔搔他底头发，停一息，又叹了一口气，说：“笑。”
Now I am asked to handle it. Dayton is not a divorce case, but it is actually more difficult than a divorce case. There are grounds for divorce. What reasons should I come up with now? When he said this, he scratched his hair very worriedly. He paused for a breath, sighed again, and said, "Xiao,
你是一个精明的人，待我想想法子，叫我怎样办好。这时，萧剑秋向他看了一看，几乎疑心这位诚实的朋友有意刺他。可是他还是镇静的、真实的答道：“严当就是了。”使对方慢慢的冷却。
You are a shrewd person. Think of something for me. What should I do? At this time, Xiao Jianxiu looked at him, almost suspecting that this honest friend intended to stab him. However, he still calmly and truly replied, It's just a matter of delay. Let the other person cool down slowly.
假如你妹妹真的不愿的话，真的不愿，穆侃勾一勾头，着重的。萧右说，那只好严当。穆侃还是愁眉的，为难的说，严当，严当，谁知道我妹妹真的又想怎样呢？我待她严当，而妹妹却偏不严当了。
If your sister really doesn't want to. I really don't want to, Mu Kan nodded emphatically that, Xiao said again. Then we have to postpone. Mu Kan was still frowning and said in embarrassment, delay, delay, who knows what my sister really wants. I postponed it on her behalf, but my sister decided not to postpone it.
叫我怎样办呢？萧剑秋忽然似乎红了脸，他转过头取笑说：“这却只好难为了哥哥。”二人又绕走了圈路，于是回到个人底房内。第7章，采莲，女孩子来校读书的早晨。这天早晨
What should I do? Xiao Jianxiu suddenly seemed to blush. He turned his head and said jokingly, This has to be difficult for my brother. The two walked around again and returned to their respective rooms. Chapter 7. Picking Lotus, the morning when girls came to school to study. This morning.
萧剑秋迎他到桥边，而青年寡妇也送他到桥边，于是大家遇着了。这是一个非常新鲜幽丽的早晨，阳光晒得大地镀上金色，空气是清冷而甜蜜的。田野中的青苗好像顿然清长了几寸。
Xiao Jianxiu welcomed her to the bridge, and the young widow also escorted her to the bridge, so they met. It was a very fresh and beautiful morning. The sun was shining on the earth and the earth was covered with gold, and the air was cold and sweet. The green seedlings in the fields seemed to suddenly grow a few inches longer.
桥下的河水也悠悠地流着，流着，小鱼已经在清澈的水内活泼地争食了。萧剑秋将采莲轻轻抱起，放在唇边亲吻了几下，于是说：“现在我们到校里去吧。”一边又对那妇人说：“你回去好了。”
The river under the bridge was also flowing leisurely, and the small fish were already fighting for food in the clear water. Xiao Jianxiu gently picked up the lotus, put it to his lips and kissed it a few times, then said, Let's go to school now. He said to the woman again, You can go back.
你站着，女孩子是不肯走的。女孩子一一地视了一回母亲，又转脸慢慢地看了一回萧剑秋，在她弱小的脑内，达时已经知道这位男子是等于他爸爸一样的人了。
If you stand, the girl won't leave. The girl looked at her mother reluctantly, then turned to look at Xiao Jianxiu slowly. In her weak mind, she already knew that this man was the same as her father.
他抵喜悦的脸孔倒反变得惆怅起来，妇人轻轻地整整他底衣，向他说：“采莲，你以后要听萧伯伯的话的，也不要同别的人去闹，好好的玩，好好的读书，记得吗？”记得的，女孩子回答。
Her happy face turned into melancholy. The woman gently adjusted her clothes and said to her, Kai Lian, you must listen to Uncle Xiao from now on, and don't have fun with other people, and study hard, remember? I remember, the girl replied.
一时他又举头向青年说：“萧伯伯，学校里有橘子树吗？”妈妈说：“学校里有橘子树呢。”妇人笑起来，萧剑秋也明白这是引诱他的话，回答说：“有的，我一定买给你。”于是他牵着他的手离开妇人。
For a moment she raised her head and said to the young man, "Uncle Xiao, are there orange trees in the school?" Mom said there are orange trees in the school. The woman laughed, and Xiao Jianxiu understood that these were words to seduce her, and replied, "Yes, I will definitely buy it for you." So he took her hand and left the woman.
一步一步向往校这条路走，他几次回头看他的母亲，他母亲也几次回头来看他，并遥远向他挥手说：“去，跟萧伯伯去，晚上妈妈就来接你。”萧剑秋却牵他的袖子，要使他不回头去，对他说：“
Take the road to school step by step." She looked back at her mother several times, and her mother also looked back at her several times, waving to her from a distance and saying, "Dash. Go with Uncle Xiao. Mom will pick you up in the evening." But Xiao Jianxiu held her sleeve to prevent her from looking back, and said to her,
采莲，校里是什么都有的，橘子树，苹果的花，你知道苹果吗？哎，学校里还有大群的小朋友，他们会做老虎，做羊，做老鹰，做小鸡，一同玩着，我带你去看。采莲就和他谈起关于儿童的事情来。
For picking lotus, there is everything in the school, orange trees, apple flowers. Do you know apples? Hey, there are a large group of children in the school. They can make tigers, sheep, eagles, and chickens and play together. I will take you to see them. Kai Lian talked to him about children.
不久，他就变作很喜悦的样子。到了学校里会客室，陶木坎、方某等几他教师也围拢来。他们称赞了一会女孩子的面貌，又惋惜了一会女孩子的命运，高声说：“她的父亲是为国牺牲的。”最后
Soon she became very happy. When they arrived at the reception room at the bottom of the school, Tao Mukan, Fang Mo, and several other teachers also gathered around. They praised the girl's appearance for a while, then lamented the girl's fate for a while, and said loudly, "Her father died for his country." At last.
陶木坎还老老实实地拍拍萧剑秋的肩膀说：“老弟，你真有救世的心肠，你将来会变成一尊菩萨呢。”方某又附和着嘲笑说：“将来女孩子得到一个家婿，萧先生还和老丈人一般的享福啊。”
Tao Mukan also patted Xiao Jianchudi's shoulder honestly and said, "Brother, you really have a heart to save the world. You will become a bodhisattva in the future." Fang Mao echoed the ridicule and said, "In the future, when a girl gets a good son-in-law, Mr. Xiao will enjoy the same blessings as his father-in-law."
萧剑秋摇摇头，觉得话是愈说愈讨厌，一边正经地向木坎说：“不要说笑话，我希望你免了他的学费。”木坎急忙答：“当然，书籍用具也由我出。”一边就跑出做事去了。
Xiao Jianxiu shook his head, feeling that the words were getting more annoying the more he spoke, and said to Mukan seriously, "Don't tell jokes, I hope you will waive her tuition." Mukan hurriedly replied, Of course, I will also provide the books and utensils. I ran out to do some work."
萧剑秋又叫了30个中学部的学生，对他们说：“领这位小妹妹到花园，标本室去玩一趟吧。”小学生也一大群围拢她，拥她去，谁也忘记了她是一个贫苦的孤女。萧剑秋在后面想。
Xiao Jianqiu called 3 more students from the middle school department and said to them, "Let's take this little sister to the garden and play in the herbarium." A large group of primary school students gathered around her and embraced her. No one forgot that she was a poor orphan. Xiao Jianqiu thought behind him.
她倒真像一位 queen 呢。10点钟，陶兰来教她英文的功课。她也首先看一看女孩子，也一见便疼爱她了。似乎采莲的黑小眼比陶兰底还要引入注意。陶兰搂了她一会，问了她一些话。
She really looks like a queen. At 10 o'clock, Tao Lan came to teach her English lessons. She also took a look at the girl first, and fell in love with her at the first sight. It seemed that Kai Lian's small black eyes attracted more attention than Tao Lan's bottom. Tao Lan hugged her for a while and asked her something.
女孩子也毫不畏缩地答他，答得非常简单清楚。她一会又展开了她敌手，嫩白的小手，竟似荷花刚开放的瓣儿。她又在她手心上吻了几吻。萧剑秋走来，她却慢慢地离开了陶兰。
The girl answered her without flinching, very simply and clearly. After a while, she spread her lower hand again. The small white hand looked like the newly opened petals of a lotus. She kissed her palm a few more times. Xiao Jianqiu came, but she slowly left Tao Lan.
走近到他底身边去，偎依着他。他就问他：“你已记熟了字吗？”“将熟了。”采莲答：“你背诵一遍看。”他就缓缓的，好像不得不依的背诵了一遍。陶兰和萧剑秋同时相对笑了。萧在他底小手上拍拍。
Come closer to him and cling to him. He asked her. Are you familiar with the words? Jiang is ripe. Kai Lian replied. Recite it again and read it. She slowly recited it as if she had to recite it. Tao Lan and Xiao Jianqiu smiled at each other at the same time. Xiao patted her little hand.
女孩接着问：“萧伯伯，那边唱什么呢？”“唱歌。”“我将来也唱的吗？”“是啊，下半天就唱了。”他就做出非常快乐而有希望的样子。萧剑秋向陶兰说：“他和你底性情相同的，他也喜欢音乐呢。”陶风娇媚地。
The girl then asked, Uncle Xiao, what are you singing over there? Sing. Am I going to sing in the future? Yes, I will sing it in the second half of the day. She just acted very happy and hopeful. Xiao Jianqiu said to Tao Lan. She has the same temperament as you, and she also likes music. Tao Feng charmingly.
笑，轻说，和你也相同的，你也喜欢音乐。萧向他看了一眼，又问女孩子，指着陶兰说：“你叫这位先生是什么呢？”女孩子一时呆呆的，摇摇头，不知所答。陶兰却接着说：“采莲，你叫我子子吧。”
Smile and say softly. Similar to you, you also like music. Xiao glanced at her, asked the girl again, pointed at Tao Lan and said, What did you call this gentleman? The girl was stunned for a moment, shaking her head, not knowing what to answer. Tao Lan continued. Kai Lian, just call me sister.
你叫我陶子子就是了。 萧剑秋向陶兰又睁眼看了一看，微微愁他底眉，向女孩说：“叫陶先生。”采莲点头。陶兰继续说：“我做不像先生，我做不像先生，我只配做他的子子。”
Just call me Sister Tao. Xiao Jinqiu opened his eyes and looked at Tao Lan again, frowned slightly, and said to the girl, "Call Mr. Tao." Kai Lian nodded. Tao Lan continued, "I don't behave like Mr. I don't behave like Mr. I am only qualified to be her sister."
我也愿永远做他的子子。陶先生这个称呼，让我的哥哥领去罢。好的，采莲，你就叫他陶子子罢。可是你以后叫我萧哥哥好了。妈妈教我叫你萧伯伯的。女孩子好像不解地娇憨地辩驳。
I also want to be her sister forever. Let my brother take the title of Mr. Tao. Okay, Kai Lian, just call her Sister Tao. But you can just call me Brother Xiao from now on. Mom taught me to call you Uncle Xiao. The girls seemed to be confused and argued coquettishly.
陶兰笑说：“你失败了。”同时，萧剑秋摇摇头。上课铃响了，于是他们三人分离地走向3个教室去，带着个人的美满的心。萧剑秋几乎没有心吃这餐中饭，他关了门，在房内走来走去。
Tao Lan smiled and said, "You failed." At the same time, Xiao Jinqiu shook his head. The school bell rang, so the three of them walked to the 3 classrooms separately, each with a happy heart. Xiao Jinqiu had almost no intention of eating this lunch. He closed the door and walked around the room.
桌上是赫赫然展着陶兰一时前临走时交给他的一封信，在信纸上面是这么清楚地写着：“星号星号星号，萧先生，你真能要我做你的弟弟吗？你不以我为鱼吗？哎，我何等幸福！”
On the table was a letter that Tao Lan had given him before leaving a while ago. On the paper it was written so clearly. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mr. Xiao, can you really ask me to be your younger brother? Don't you think I'm stupid? Oh, how happy I am.
有像你这样的一个哥哥。我的亲哥哥是愚笨的，我说他愚笨。假如你是我的亲哥哥，我绝技一事不嫁，一事不嫁，陪着你，伴着你，我服侍着你，以你献身给世的精神。
Having a brother like you. My brother is stupid, I say he is stupid. If you were my brother, would never marry, never marry. Stay with you, I will serve you, your dedication to the world.
我绝愿做你一个助手。哎，你为什么不是我的一个亲哥哥？九泉之下的爸爸呀，你为什么不养一个这样的哥哥给我？我怎么这样不幸？但不是一样吗？你不好算我的亲哥哥吗？我昏了。
I am determined to be your assistant. Alas, why aren't you my biological brother? Dad, under the 9 springs, why don't you raise a brother like this to me? Why am I so unlucky? But, isn't it the same? Aren't you my biological brother? I fainted.
萧先生，你就是我唯一的亲爱的哥哥。我的家庭里平和的空气恐怕从此要破裂了。母亲以前是最爱我的，现在她也不爱我了。为的是我不肯听他的话。我以前一到极苦闷的时候。
Mr. Xiao, you are my only dear brother. The peaceful atmosphere in my family may be broken from now on. My mother used to love me the most, but now she doesn't love me anymore because I don't want to listen to her. I used to have times when I was extremely depressed.
我就无端地跑到母亲底身前，伏在她底怀内哭起来。母亲问我什么缘故，我却愈被问愈大哭，急哭到我底泪似乎要完了为止。这时母亲还问我为什么缘故，我却气喘地向她说
I ran to my mother for no reason, fell into her arms and cried. My mother asked me why, but the more I was asked, the louder I cried, until it seemed that my tears were about to end. At this time, my mother asked me why, but I said to her breathlessly,
没有什么缘故，妈妈，我只觉得自己要哭呢。母亲还问你想到什么呀？我不想到什么，只觉得自己要哭呢。我就微着母亲底脸，母亲也拍拍我底背，叫我几声吃女儿。于是我就到床上去睡。
There's no reason, Mom, I just feel like I'm going to cry. The mother also asked, What are you thinking of? I didn't think of anything, I just felt like I was going to cry. I leaned against my mother's face, and my mother patted my back and called me lovely daughter several times. So I went to bed to sleep.
或者从此睡了一日一夜，这样我的苦闷也减少些。可是现在，萧哥哥，母亲的怀内还让我去哭吗？母亲的怀内还让我去哭吗？我也怕走进他，天呀，叫我向何处去哭呢？连眼泪都没处流的人。
Or sleep for a day and a night from then on. In this way, my depression will be reduced. But now, Brother Shao, do you still want me to cry in my mother's arms? Do you still want me to cry in my mother's arms? I'm also afraid of getting close to him. Oh my God, where can I go to cry? People who don't even have a place to shed tears.
这是人间最苦痛的人吧？哥哥，现在我要问你，人生究竟是无意义的吗？就随着环境的支配，好像一朵花落在水上一样，随着水性的流去，到消灭了为止，这么吗？还是应该挣扎一下？
Is this the most miserable person in the world? Brother, now I want to ask you, is life meaningless? Just follow the control of the environment, just like a flower falling on the water, and go with the flow of water, until it is eliminated? You should still struggle.
反抗一下，依着自己底意志的立底方向奋斗去，这么呢？萧先生，我一定听从你的话，请你指示我一条路吧。说不尽别的话，祝你康健。你的永远的弟弟栏上。星号星号星号，下面还附着几句。
How about resisting and fighting in the direction of your own will? Mr. Shao, I will definitely listen to you. Please show me a way. I have nothing else to say but stay healthy. Your eternal brother Arashimi. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A few sentences are attached below.
红叶愿永远保藏，以为我俩见面的纪念。可是我送你什么呢？萧剑秋不愿将这封信重读一遍，就仔细地将这封信拿起，盛在和往日一道的那只抽斗内。一边，他又拿出了纸，在纸上写 Landy,
I wish to keep the red leaves forever as a commemoration of our meeting. But what do I give you? Xiao Jianxiu didn't want to read the letter again, so he carefully picked up the letter and put it in the same drawer as before. On the side, he took out another paper and wrote on the paper. Brother Lon.
关于你的事情，你的哥哥已详细地告诉过我了。我也了解了那人，但叫我怎么说呢？初初我劝你稍稍性子宽缓一点，以免损伤你自己的身体以外，我还有什么话呢？
Your brother has told me in detail about you. I also understand that person, but what should I say? What else can I say except that I advise you to be a little more tolerant to avoid damaging your own body?
我常常自己对自己这么大声叫，是要专计算你自己抵幸福之量，因为现在不是一个自求幸福之量加增的时候。兰蒂，你也以为我这话是对的吗？两条路，这却不要我答的。
I often shout to myself loudly, you must calculate the amount of your own happiness, because now is not the time to seek to increase the amount of happiness. Brother Lon, do you think what I said is right? There are two ways, but I don't need to answer that.
因为你自己早就实行一条去了，不是你已经走着一条去了吗？希望你切勿以任性来伤害你的身体，勿流过多的眼泪。我已数年没有流过一滴泪，不是没有泪，我少小时也惯会哭的。
Because you have already implemented one yourself. Didn't you already go one way? I hope you will never harm your body with your willfulness and shed too many tears. I haven't shed a tear for several years. It's not that I didn't shed tears, I was used to crying when I was young.
连吃饭时的饭，热了要哭，冷了又要哭。现在是我不要他流。末尾，他就草草地句他的名字，也并没有加上别的情书式的冠词。这封信他似乎等不住到明天陶兰亲自来索取。
Even when the food is hot, I cry when it is hot, and when it is cold, I cry again. One now, I don't want it to flow. At the end, he just scrawled his name without adding any other love letter-like articles. He seemed unable to wait until Tao Lon came to ask for this letter in person tomorrow.
他要借着小天使的2亿，仍叫着那位小学生祝他小心的飞逝的送去。他走到会客室内，想宁静他一种说不出的惆怅的心。几位教员正在饭后高谈着，却又谈的正是主意。
He wanted to use the 2 wings of the little angel, still call the primary school student, and ask him to fly carefully and send him there. He walked into the living room, trying to calm his indescribable melancholy. Several teachers were talking loudly after the meal, but what they were talking about was ism.
方某一见萧剑秋进去，就起劲的几乎手脚乱舞地说：“喏，萧先生，我以前问他是什么主意，他总不肯说。现在我看出他敌主意来了。”萧同众人一时静着。他是一个悲观主义者。
As soon as Fang Mao saw Xiao Jianxiu entering, he said excitedly, almost dancing with his hands and feet. Well, Mr. Xiao, I used to ask him what his doctrine was, but he always refused to tell me. Now, I see that his doctrine is coming. Xiao and everyone were silent for a while. He is a pessimist.
他的思想非常悲观，他对于中国的政治、社会一切论调都非常悲观。陶木侃也站了起来，他似乎要为这位忠实的朋友卖一个忠实的力，急忙说：“不是，不是。”他的人生的精神是非常积极的。
His thoughts are very pessimistic, and he is very pessimistic about China's politics, society, and all arguments. Tao Mukin also stood up. He seemed to be trying his best for this loyal friend, and said hurriedly, "No, no. His spirit in life is very positive."
悲观岂不是要消极了吗？我的这位老友的态度都勇敢而积极，我想赐他一个名词，假如每人都要有一个主义的话，他就是一个习性主义者。大家一时点点头。萧剑秋缓步地在房内走。
Doesn't pessimism mean negativity? This old friend of mine has a brave and positive attitude. I would like to give him a term. If everyone has a doctrine, he is a sacrificer. Everyone nodded for a moment. Xiao Jinqiu walked slowly in the room.
一边说，主意不是像皇帝赐姓一般随你们乱给的，随你们说我什么都好，可是我终究是我。假如要我自己注视起来，我就这么说，我好似冬天寒夜里底炉火旁的一二星火花。
While saying, Ismology is not something you give randomly like an emperor bestows a surname. I am good at whatever you say, but I am me after all. If I had to explain it myself, would say this, I am like a fire in the hearth of a cold night in winter. There are one or two sparks next to it.
疏忽便要消灭了，这样个人意识漠然。第8章，第3天，采莲没有到校里来读书。萧剑秋心里觉得奇怪，陶木侃就说：“小孩子总不喜欢读书，无论家里怎么样，总喜欢依在母亲的身边。”
Suddenly it will be destroyed. In this way, everyone was silent for a while. Chapter 8. On the third day, Kai Lian did not come to school to study. Xiao Jinqiu felt strange, and Tao Mukin said, "Children never like reading books. No matter what happens at home, they always like to stay by their mother's side."
母亲的身边就是他的极乐国。像我们这样的学校总不算坏的了，而采莲读了2天书，今天就不来。下午3点钟，萧剑秋退了课，他就如散步一样走向他们的家里。他先经过条街。
Mother's side is her paradise. A school like ours is not bad, but Kai Lian has been studying for 2 days and will not come today. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao Jinqiu dropped out of class. He walked towards their home as if taking a walk. He passed a street first.
买了2只苹果，苹果在笑容镇里是算上等的东西，外面包了一张纸，藏在透明的玻璃瓶内。萧剑秋拿了苹果，依着河边，看看阴云将雨的天色，他心里非常凉爽地走去。走过了柏树的荫下。
After buying 2 apples, apples are considered high quality in Sharong town. They were wrapped with a piece of paper and hidden in a transparent glass bottle. Xiao Jinqiu took the apples, leaned against the river and looked at seeing the cloudy sky threatening to rain. He walked away feeling very cool. We passed under the shade of cypress trees.
他就望见采莲的家底门口，青年寡妇坐着补衣，他的孩子在旁边玩。萧剑秋走进去，他们也望见他了，远远地招呼着，孩子举着2手，似向他说话。他疑心采莲为什么不在。
He saw at the door of Kai Lian's house a young widow sitting mending her clothes, and her children playing beside her. Xiao Jinqiu came closer, and they also saw him. The child was greeting the person from a distance, raising his hands, as if talking to him. He wondered why Kai Lian was not there.
于是，一边也就走近，拿出一个苹果来，叫道：“喂，小弟弟，你要吗？”孩子跑向他，用走不完全的脚步跑向他，他就将他抱起，一个苹果交在他的手里，用他的2只小手捧着。
So he walked closer, took out an apple, and shouted, "Hey, little brother, what do you want?" The child ran towards him, running towards him with incomplete steps. He picked him up and put an apple in his hand, holding it in his 2 little hands.
也就将外面的一张包纸撕脱，闻起来。萧剑秋便问道：“你的子子呢？”“姊妹。”小孩子重复一句。青年寡妇接着说：“他早晨忽然说肚子痛，我探探他底头有些热，我就叫他不要去读书了。”
Just peel off the outer wrapping paper and smell it. Xiao Jinqiu asked. Where's your sister? Sisters? The child repeats. The young widow continued. She suddenly complained of stomach pain in the morning. I felt her bottom and felt hot, so I told her not to study.
采莲还想要去，是我叫她不要去。我说先生不会骂的。中饭也没有吃，我想饿她一餐也好。现在睡在床内，也睡去好久了。我去看看。萧剑秋说。同时，三人就走进屋内。等萧剑秋走进床边，
Kai Lian still wanted to go, but I told her not to go. I said my husband would not scold her. She didn't eat lunch either. I thought she might as well starve her for a meal. Now I am sleeping in the bed and have been asleep for a long time. I'll go take a look. Xiao Jinqiu said. At the same time, the three of them walked into the house. Waited for Xiao Jinqiu to approach the bed.
采莲也就醒了，仿佛被他们的轻轻的脚步唤醒一样。萧低低的向他叫了一声，他立刻快乐地唤起来。萧伯伯，你来了吗？是啊，我因你不来读书，所以来看看你。妈妈叫我不要读书的呢。
Kai Lian woke up, as if awakened by their gentle footsteps. Xiao called to her in a low voice, and she immediately aroused happily. Uncle Xiao, are you here? Yes, I came to see you because you didn't come to study. Mom told me not to study.
女孩子向她母亲看了一眼，萧剑秋立刻接着说：“不要紧，不要紧。”很快地停了一息，又问：“你现在身体觉得怎样？”女孩微笑地答：“我好了，我病好了，我要起来，再睡下吧。我给你一个苹果。”
The girl glanced at her mother. Xiao Jinqiu immediately continued. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. He paused quickly and asked again. How do you feel physically now? The girl smiled and replied. I'm cured, I want to get up. Go to sleep again and I'll give you an apple.
同时，萧剑秋将另一苹果交给他，并坐下他的床边，一边又摸了一摸他的额，觉得额上还有些微热的，又说：“可惜我没有带了体温表来，否则也可以量一量他有没有热度高些。”
At the same time, Xiao Jinqiu handed her another apple and sat down next to her bed. He touched her forehead again and felt that it was still slightly warm, and said, It's a pity that I didn't bring a thermometer, otherwise I could have measured whether her fever was higher.
妇人也摸了一下，说：“还好，这不过是睡醒如此。”采莲拿着苹果，非常喜悦的，似从来没有见过苹果一样，放在唇边，又放在手心上。这时，这两个苹果的功效，如旅行沙漠中的人。
The woman also touched it and said, Fortunately, this is just like waking up from sleep. Kai Lian held the apple and put it to her lips and then on the palm of her hand with great joy, as if she had never seen an apple before. At this time, the effect of these two apples is like a person traveling in the desert.
久不得水时所见到的一样，两个小孩底心竟被两个苹果占领了去。萧剑秋看得呆了，一边他向采莲凑近问：“你要吃吗？”“要吃的。”妇人接着说：“再玩一玩吧，吃了就没有。”
Just like what they saw when they were deprived of water for a long time, the hearts of the two children were actually occupied by two apples. Xiao Jinqiu was dumbfounded. He approached Kai Lian and asked, Do you want to eat? I want something to eat. The woman went on to say, Just play with it for a while, and then you'll be gone after eating it.
贵的东西应该保存一下才好。萧剑秋说：“不要紧，要吃就吃了，我明天再买2个来。”妇人接着凄凉地说：“不要买，太贵呢。小孩子底薪又那里能填得满足？”
Expensive things should be saved. Xiao Jianqiu said, "It doesn't matter, just eat if you want. I'll buy 2 more tomorrow." The woman then said sadly, "Don't buy it, it's too expensive. How can a child's heart be filled with satisfaction?"
可萧剑秋终于从衣袋内拿出裁纸刀子来，将苹果的皮刮去了。这样大概又过了半点钟，窗外却突然落起了小雨。萧随即对采莲说：“小妹妹，我要回去了，天已下雨。”女孩子却娇娇地说。
But Xiao Jianqiu finally took out a paper knife from his pocket and scraped off the skin of the apple. About half an hour later, a light rain suddenly fell outside the window. Xiao immediately said to Kai Lian, "Little sister, I have to go back, it's raining." But the girl said coquettishly,
等一等，萧伯伯，你再等等。可是，一下雨却更大了。萧剑秋愁起眉说：“趁早，小妹妹，我要走，否则天暗了，我更走不来路。天会晴的，一夕就会晴的。”他的母亲也说：“现在已经走不来路，雨太大了。”
"Wait a minute, Uncle Xiao, wait a minute." But all of a sudden, the fish became bigger. Xiao Jianqiu frowned and said, "It's early, little sister, I have to leave, otherwise, it will be dark and I will not be able to walk. The sky will be clear, it will be clear in a breath." Her mother also said, "There is no way to go now, the rain is too heavy."
我们家里连雨伞也没有。萧先生还是等一等吧，可惜没有菜蔬，或者吃了饭去。还是走。他就站起身来。妇人说道：“这样衣服要完全打湿的，让我借伞去吧。窗外的雨点已如麻绳一样。”
"We don't even have an umbrella at home." Mr. Xiao had better wait, but unfortunately there were no vegetables, or he might have eaten. "Let's go." He stood up. The woman said, "The clothes will be completely wet. Let me borrow an umbrella." The raindrops outside the window have become like hemp ropes.
借伞的人简直又需要借伞了。萧剑秋重又坐下，阻止说：“不要去借，我再坐一席罢。”女孩子也在床上欢喜地叫：“妈妈，萧伯伯再坐一席呢。”妇人留在房内，继续说：“还是在这里吃了晚饭。”
The people who borrowed umbrellas simply needed to borrow umbrellas again. Xiao Jianqiu sat down again and stopped, saying, "Don't borrow it. I'll just sit down and take a breath." The girl also shouted happily on the bed, "Mom, Uncle Xiao needs to sit down for another breath." The woman stayed in the room and continued, "I still had dinner here."
我只烧2只鸡蛋就是。女孩应声又叫，牵着他的手：“在我们这里吃饭，在我们这里吃饭。”萧剑秋轻轻地向她说：“吃了饭还是要去的。”女孩想了一下，慢慢说：“不要去，假如鱼仍旧大，就不要去。”
"I only cook 2 eggs." The girl shouted again, holding his hand. "Eat with us, eat with us." Xiao Jianqiu said to her gently, "I still have to go after dinner." The girl thought for a moment and said slowly, "Don't go. If the fish is still big, don't go."
我和肖伯伯睡在床底这一端，让妈妈和弟弟睡在床底那一端，不好吗？萧剑秋微笑地向青年寡妇看了一眼，只见她脸色微红地低下头。房内一时冷静起来。
Uncle Xiao and I sleep at this end of the bed, and my mother and brother sleep at the other end of the bed, okay? Xiao Jinqiu glanced at the young widow with a smile, and saw her lowering her head with a red face. The room became calm for a moment.
而女孩终于奇怪的不懂事地问：“妈妈，萧伯伯睡在这里有什么呢？”妇人勉强地吞吐答：“我们的床睡不下萧先生的，采莲还是撒娇的。妈妈，我要萧伯伯也睡在这里呢。”妇人没有话。
And the girl finally asked in a strange and ignorant way, "Mom, what does Uncle Xiao do if he sleeps here?" The woman reluctantly replied, "Our bed cannot accommodate Mr. Xiao's sleep." Kai Lian still said coquettishly, "Mom, do I want Uncle Xiao to sleep here too?" The woman was speechless.
他底心被女孩底天真的话所拨乱，好像跳动的琴弦。个人抬起头来向个人一看，只觉接触了目光，便互相一笑，又低下头。妇人一时似想到了什么，可是止住她要送上眼眶来的泪珠。
Her heart was disturbed by the girl's innocent words, like beating strings. Everyone raised their heads and looked at each other. As soon as their eyes met, they smiled at each other and lowered their heads again. The woman seemed to think of something for a moment, but she stopped the tears that were about to come to her eyes.
抱起孩子，萧剑秋也觉得不能再做。他看一看窗外将晚的天色，雨点流少些的时候，就向采莲轻微地说：“小妹妹，现在校里那班先生们正在等着我吃饭了，我不去，他们要等得饭冷了。”
Pick up the child. Xiao Jinqiu also felt that he could no longer sit down. He looked out the window at the evening sky. When the raindrops became less and less, he said softly to Kai Lian, "Little sister, the gentlemen in the school are waiting for me to eat now. If I don't go, the food they are waiting for will be cold."
我要去了。女孩又问：“先生们都等你吃饭的吗？”对喽，他答：“陶子子也在等你吗？”萧剑秋又笑了一笑，随口答：“是的。”妇人在旁就问谁是陶子子，萧剑秋答是校长的妹妹。妇人蹙着眉说：“太莲。”
"I'm going." The girl asked again, "Are all the gentlemen waiting for you to eat?" "Yes." He answered. "Is Sister Tao waiting for you too?" Xiao Jinqiu smiled again and answered casually, "I'm going." The girl asked again, "Are all the gentlemen waiting for you to eat?" "Yes." He answered. "Is Sister Tao waiting for you too?" Xiao Jinqiu smiled again and answered casually, "Yes." The woman standing by asked who was Sister Tao, and Xiao Jinqiu replied that she was the principal's sister. The woman frowned and said, "Picking lotus."
你怎么好叫他陶子子呢？女孩没精打采的。陶子子要我叫他陶子子的。妇人微愁地说：“女孩太娇养了，一点道理也不懂。”同时，萧剑秋站起来说：“不要管她，随便叫什么都可以的。”
"How can you call her Sister Tao?" The girl said listlessly, "Sister Tao wanted me to call her Sister Tao." The woman said slightly sadly, "The girl is too pampered and doesn't understand any sense." At the same time, Xiao Jinqiu stood up and said, "Don't worry about her, You can call her whatever you want.
一边又向采莲问：“我去了，你明天来读书吗？”女孩不快乐地说，似乎要哭的样子。我来的。他重重地在她脸上吻了2吻，吻去了她2眼底泪珠，说：“好的，我等着你。”这样。
At the same time, he asked Kai Lian, I'm going, will you come to study tomorrow? The girl said unhappily, as if she was about to cry. I'm here. He kissed her twice heavily on the face, kissed away the tears from her eyes, and said, Dash. Okay, I'll wait for you. So.
他举动迅速地别了床上含泪的女儿和正在沉思中的少妇，走出门外。头上还是雨，他却在雨中走得非常起劲。只有10分钟，他就跑到了校内。已经是天将暗的时候，校内已吃过晚饭了。
He quickly said goodbye to his tearful daughter on the bed and the young woman who was deep in thought, and walked out the door. It was still raining on his head, but he walked very vigorously in the rain. In only 10 minutes, he ran to the school. It was already getting dark, and dinner had already been eaten in the school.
第9章，萧剑秋的衣服终究被雨淋得湿了。他向他自己底房里推进门去，不知怎样一回事，陶兰正在阴暗中坐着，他几乎辨别不出是他。他走进他底身前，向他微笑的脸上叫声兰蒂。
Chapter 9. Xiao Jian's autumn clothes were finally soaked by the rain. He pushed the door into his own room. He didn't know what was going on, but Tao Lan was sitting in the darkness. He could hardly identify her. He walked closer to her, looked at her smiling face, and called, Say, Brother Lan.
同时他将他的右手轻放在他的左肩胛上，心想：我却随便地对采莲答他等着，他却果然等着，这不是梦吗？而陶兰却似挖苦地问：你从何处来？看了采莲的病，孩子有病了吗？陶兰问。随着。
At the same time, he gently placed his right hand on the corner of her left shoulder, thinking, Dash. But I casually told Kai Lian that she was waiting, and she was waiting. Isn't this a dream? But Tao Lan asked sarcastically, Where are you from? I saw Kai Lian's illness. Is the child sick? Tao Lan asked. Along with.
他就将他的病是轻微的，或者明天就可以来读书。因天雨，他坐着陪他玩了趟，夜黑了，他不得不冒雨回来，也还没有吃饭等话，统统说了一遍。一边点亮灯，一边开了箱子，拿出衣服来换。
He thought that her illness was minor, or that she could come to study tomorrow. Because it was raining, he sat down and played with her. It was dark at night, and he had to come back in the rain, and she hadn't eaten yet. Said it again. While lighting the lamp, he opened the box and took out clothes to change.
陶兰叙述说：我是向你来问题目的，同时哥哥也叫我要你到我们家里去吃晚饭。可是我却似带了雨到你这里来，我也在这里坐了有1点钟了。我看托尔斯泰的《艺术论》。
Tao Lan narrated. I came to you with a question. At the same time, my brother also asked me to come to our house for dinner. But I came to you as if I brought rain with me. I have been sitting here for an hour. I look at Thor Stewart's On Art.
看了几十配词 page， 我不十分赞成这位老头子的思想。现在也不必豪富论思想了，哥哥等着，你还是同我一道到家里吃晚饭去吧。 肖将衣服换好，笑着说：“不要，我随便在校里吃些。”
I have read dozens of pages. I don't quite agree with this old man's ideas. There is no need to discuss thoughts now. Brother, wait, you'd better come home with me to have dinner. Xiao changed his clothes and said with a smile, No, I'll just eat some at school.
而他戏谑地问：“那莫叫我此刻就回去吗？还是叫我吃了饭再来呢？”他简直用挟孩子的手段来要挟他，可是他在他弟面前也果然变成一个孩子了。借了2顶伞，灭下灯。
And she asked playfully, Then you want me to go back now? Or do you want me to come back after dinner? She almost used the method of kidnapping a child to kidnap him, but he actually turned into a child in front of her. I borrowed 2 umbrellas and turned off the lights.
2人就向门外走出去。小雨点打着2人底伞上，响出寂寞的调子。黄昏底镇内也异样的萧索。二入深思了一时，萧剑秋不知不觉地说道：“钱正兴好似今天没有来校，你不知道他的缘故吗？”
The 2 of them walked out the door. The light raindrops fell on the umbrellas of the 2 of them, making a lonely sound. At dusk, the town was also strangely desolate. After thinking deeply for a while, Xiao Jinxiu said unconsciously, It seems that Qian Jingxing didn't come to school today. Don't you know his reason?
陶兰睁眼地问。他微笑的，叫我从什么地方去知道呢？陶兰非常寒冷地说。他今天上午差人送一封信给哥哥，说要辞去中学的职务，原因完全关于我的，也关于你。
Tao Lan opened her eyes and asked. He smiled. Where can I find out? Tao Lan said very slowly and coldly. He sent a letter to his brother this morning, saying that he was resigning from his position in the middle school. The reason is entirely about me and about you.
同时他转过头向他看了一眼。萧随问：“关于我？”“是啊，可是哥哥监嘱我不能告诉你。不告诉我也好，免得我苦恼地去催究。不过我也会料到几分的，因为你已经说出来。或者会。”陶兰说话时
At the same time she turned her head and glanced at him. Xiao Sui asked. About me? Yes, but my brother insisted that I can't tell you. It's okay not to tell me, so that I don't have to worry about it. But I would have expected it, because you have already said it. Maybe. Tao Lan said.
总带着自然的冷淡的态度。萧剑秋接着说：“不是吗？因为我们互相的要好。”他笑一笑，重复问：“互相的要好？”语气问似非常有趣。一息又说：“我们真是一对孩子，会一件就互相的要好。”哈。
Always with a natural indifferent attitude. Xiao Jinxiu continued. Isn't it? Because we are good to each other. She smiled and asked again, We're better off with each other? The tone seemed very interesting. After a breath, he said again. We are really a pair of children. As soon as we met, we became close to each other. Ha.
孩子似的要好，你也是这个意思吗？是的。可是钱正兴怎样猜想我们呢？神秘的天性，奇妙的可笑的人，他或者也猜得不错。他没精打采的，一时又微颤的嗫嚅地说
It's better to be like a child. Is that what you mean too? Yes. But what does Qian Jingxing think about us? With a mysterious nature, no wonderful and ridiculous person, he might have guessed right. She was listless. For a moment, she trembled slightly and said, "...
我本答应哥哥不告诉你的，但止不住不告诉你。他说，我已经爱上你了。虽则他知道我爱你的爱比他爱我的爱深100倍，因为你是完全不知道怎样叫做爱的一个人。他说，你好似。
I promised my brother not to tell you, but I couldn't stop myself from telling you. He said, I have fallen in love with you. Although he knows that the love I love you is 100 times deeper than the love he loves me. Because you are a person who doesn't know what to call love at all, he said, you seem to be.
快冷的冰，但是他恨他自己为什么要有家庭，要有钱，为什么不穷的只剩他孤独身？否则我便会爱他。陶兰说上面每个爱字的时候，已经痴的说不出，这时他更红起脸来。雾芒继续说
It was a piece of cold ice, but he hated himself for why he wanted to have a family and money, why he was the only one who was not poor and was left alone. Otherwise, I would love him. When Tao Lan said each word, love, above, she was too excited to say anything. At this time, she blushed even more, so don't rush to continue.
错了，你能原谅我吗？他的语气没有这样厉害，是我格外形容的。卑鄙的东西！萧剑秋几乎感得身体要炸裂了。他没有别的话，只问：你还帮他辩护吗？我求你，你立刻将这几句话忘记去罢。
I'm wrong, can you forgive me? His tone was not so powerful, which is what I particularly described. Despicable stuff. Xiao Jianxiu almost felt that his body was going to explode. He had no other words, he just asked. Are you still going to defend him? I beg you. Forget these words immediately.
他挨近他底身，两人几乎同在一顶伞子底下。小雨继续在他们的四周落下。他没有说：“我求你，因我们是孩子般要好，才将这话告诉你的。”他向他苦笑一笑，同时以一手紧紧地捻他第一手。
She was close to his body, and the two of them were almost under the same umbrella. Light rain continued to fall around them. She did not say, I beg you. Because we are as good as children, I tell you this. He gave her a wry smile, and at the same time squeezed her bottom hand tightly with one hand.
一边说：“兰，我恐怕要在你们芙蓉镇里死去了。”他低头含泪的：“我求你。”你无论如何不要烦恼，我从来没有烦恼过，我是不会烦恼的，这样才好。他默默地一吸，又嗫嚅地说
While saying, Lan, I'm afraid I'm going to die in your Furong town. She lowered her head and said with tears in her eyes, I beg you, please don't worry at all costs. I have never been troubled. I will not be troubled. This is the best. She breathed silently, then whispered.
我真是世界上第一个坏人，我每因为自己的真率，一言一动就得罪了许多人。哥哥将钱的信给我看，我看了简直手足气冷。我不责备钱，我大骂哥哥为什么要将这信给我看。
I am really the first bad person in the world. I offend many people every time because of my sincerity and my words and actions. My brother showed me Qian's letter, and I was so angry after reading it. I didn't blame Qian, I yelled at my brother, why did he show me this letter?
哥哥无法可想，只说这是兄妹间的感情。他当时嘱咐我再三不要被你知道。当然，你知道了这话的气氛和我知道时的气氛是一样的。我呢，他向他看一眼。
The elder brother couldn't think about it and only said that this was the relationship between brother and sister. He told me again and again not to let you know. Of course, you were just as angry when you found out this as I was when I found out, and she glanced at him.
不知怎样，在你弟身边竟和在上帝弟身边一样，一些不能隐瞒，好似你已经洞悉我弟兄中所想的一样，会不自觉地将话溜出口来。现在你要责备我。
I don't know why being by your side is like being by God's side. I can't hide some things, as if you already know what I'm thinking in my heart, and you will slip out the words unconsciously. Now you have to blame me.
可以和我那时责备哥哥为什么要告诉有意使你发怒一样。不过哥哥说，这是兄妹间的感情，我求你，为了兄妹间的感情，不要烦恼吧。他向他苦笑，说，没有什么，我也绝不愤恨钱正兴。
It can be the same as when I blamed my brother for telling him, deliberately making you angry. But my brother said, this is the relationship between brother and sister. I beg you, for the sake of the relationship between brother and sister, don't worry. He smiled bitterly at her and said, Nothing. Nor do I resent Xianjingxing.
你无用再说了。他俩一句话也没有，走了一间店，他抵门口就出现在眼前。这时萧剑秋和陶兰二人抵心思完全各异，一个似乎不愿意走进去，要退回来，一个却要箭射进去，愈快愈好。
There's no point in talking anymore. They walked away without saying a word, and her door appeared in front of them. At this time, Xiao Jianxiu and Tao Lan had completely different thoughts. One seemed unwilling to go in and wanted to retreat. Come back, but one wants to shoot the arrow in, the sooner the better.
可是二人互相一看，假笑的，没有话，慢慢地走进门。晚餐在5分钟以后就安排好。陶木侃、陶兰、萧剑秋三人在同一张小桌子上，陶木侃俨然四大阿哥模样，坐在中央。
But the two looked at each other, smirked, and walked slowly through the door without saying anything. Dinner is arranged in 5 minutes. Tao Mukan, Tao Lan, and Xiao Jianxiu were sitting at the same small table. Tao Mukan sat in the center like an elder brother.
他们两人孩子似的聚在两边。主人每餐需喝1斤酒，似成了习惯。萧剑秋的面前只放着一只小杯，因为诚实的陶木侃知道他是不会喝的。可是这一次，萧一连喝了3杯之后，
The two of them stood on either side like children. The master has to drink a pound of wine with every meal, which seems to have become a habit. There was only a small cup in front of Xiao Jianxiu, because the honest Tao Mukan knew that he would not drink it. But this time, after Xiao drank 3 drinks in a row,
还是向主人递过酒杯去，微笑地轻说：“请你再给我1杯。”陶木侃奇怪地笑着对他说：“怎样你今夜忽然会有酒性呢？”萧剑秋接杯子，在手里又一口喝干了，又递过杯去，向他老友说。
He handed the wine glass to the owner and said softly with a smile, "Please give me another drink." Tao Mukan smiled strangely and said to him, "Why are you so drunk tonight?" Xiao Jianxiu took the cup in his hand and drank it all in one gulp. He handed the cup over again and said to his old friend, 请你再给我1杯吧。陶木侃提高声音叫：“
你的酒量不小呢。你的脸上还一些没有什么，你是会吃撒的，你往常是骗了我。今夜我们尽兴吃，换了大杯吧。同时他念出2句诗：人生有酒须当醉。
Please give me another drink. Tao Mukin raised his voice and shouted. You have quite a drinking capacity. If there is nothing on your face, you will eat it. You have always lied to me. Let's eat to our heart's content tonight. Let's get a big cup instead. At the same time, he read out 2 lines of poetry. If there is wine in life, you must be drunk.
莫使金樽空对月。陶兰多次向萧剑秋做眼色，含愁的。萧却仍是一杯一杯的喝，这时他止不住地说道：哥哥，萧先生是不会喝酒的，他此刻当酒是麻醉药呢。
Don't let the golden cup stand empty against the moon. Tao Lan glanced at Xiao Jinqiu many times, sadly. Xiao Qing was still drinking one cup after another. At this time, she couldn't help but said, Brother, Mr. Xiao doesn't know how to drink. He is treating alcohol as an anesthetic at the moment.
他的哥哥正如一般酒徒一样的应声道：是啊，麻醉药。同时又念了2句诗：何以解忧，唯有杜康。萧剑秋放下杯子，轻轻向他对面的人说：兰，你放心，我不会以喝酒当作喝药的。
Her brother responded like a group of drunkards. Yes, narcotics. At the same time, he read 2 more poems. How to relieve worries. Only Du Kong. Xiao Jinqiu put down his cup and said softly to the person opposite him. Lon, don't worry, I won't treat drinking as medicine.
我也不要麻醉自己。我为什么要麻醉自己呢？我只想自己兴奋一些，也可勇敢一些。我今天很疲倦了。这时，他们底年约60的母亲从里面走出来，一位慈祥的老妇人，头发斑白的。
I don't want to anesthetize myself either. Why should I anesthetize myself? I just want to be more excited and brave. I am very tired today. At this time, their mother, who was about 60 years old, walked out of the house, a kind old woman with gray hair.
向他们说：女儿，你怎么叫客人不要喝酒呢？给萧先生喝啊，就是喝醉，家里也有床铺，可以给放先生睡在此地的。天又下大雨了，回去也不便。陶兰没有说，愁闷的，而且草草吃了一碗饭。
Say to them, Daughter, why do you ask the guests not to drink? Give it to Mr. Xiao. Even if he is drunk, there is a bed at home for him to sleep here. It is raining heavily again, and it is inconvenient to go back. Tao Lan didn't say anything, feeling depressed. And I ate a bowl of rice hastily.
不吃了，坐着，监视地眼看他们。萧剑秋又喝了3杯，谈了几句关于报章所载的时事，无心的。于是说：够了，真的要麻醉起来了。木坎布衣还是高高的提着酒壶。
He stopped eating and sat down, watching them closely. Xiao Jinqiu drank 3 more drinks and talked a few words about the current events reported in the newspapers, unintentionally. So he said, That's enough, I really need to be anesthetized. Mukin refused, but still held the wine bottle high.
他要看看这位新酒有底程度到底如何。于是萧剑秋又喝了2杯，两人同时放下酒杯，同时吃饭。在萧剑秋的脸上终有夕阳返照的颜色了。 他也觉得他的心脏不住地跳动。
He wanted to see how good his new drinking buddy was. So Xiao Jinxiu drank 2 more glasses, and they put down their glasses at the same time and ate at the same time. Xiao Jian's autumn face finally has the color reflected by the sunset. He also felt that his heart was beating constantly.
而他勉强挣扎着。他们坐在书室内，这位和蔼的母亲又给他们泡了2盏浓茶，萧剑秋立刻捧着喝起来。这时，个人底薪内部有一种离乎寻常所谈话的问题。
And he struggled. They sat in the study room, and the kind mother made them 2 cups of strong tea, which Xiao Jinxiu immediately started drinking. At this time, there is an unusual problem in everyone's heart.
陶木侃看看眼前的朋友和他的妹妹，似乎愿意他们成为一对眷属，因一个是他所敬的，一个是他所爱的。那么对于钱正兴的那封信，究竟怎样答复呢？他还是不知有所解决。
Tao Mukin looked at his friend and his sister in front of him, as if he wanted them to become a couple, because one he respected and the other he loved. So how should we respond to Qian Zhengxing's letter? He still didn't know how to solve it.
在陶兰底心里想着萧剑秋今夜的任情喝酒，是因他告诉了钱正兴对他的讽刺的缘故，可是他用什么话来安慰他呢？他想不出。萧剑秋底心。
In Tao Lan's mind, she was thinking that Xiao Jinxiu drank freely tonight because she told Qian Jingxing about her sarcasm towards him, but what words did she use to comfort him? She couldn't figure it out. Xiao Jinxiu's heart.
却几次想问一问这位老友对于钱正兴的辞职究竟想如何，但他终于没有说，因他的缘故，他将话支吾到各处去，广东或直隶，因此他们没有一字提到钱正兴。萧剑秋说要回校。
But I wanted to ask this old friend several times what he thought about Qian Jingxing's resignation. But he finally didn't say it. Because of her, he hesitated and went to various places, Guangdong or Zhili. Therefore, they did not mention Qian Jingxing a word. Xiao Jinxiu said he wanted to go back to school.
他们阻止他，因他酒醉雨又大。他想，也好，我索性睡在这里罢。他就留在那间书室内，对着明明的灯光胡思乱想。陶木侃带着酒意睡去了。一夕，陶兰又走进来，他还带他母亲同来。
They stopped him because he was drunk and the rain was heavy. He thought, That's fine, I'll just sleep here. He stayed in the study room, facing the bright light, thinking wildly. Tao Mukin fell asleep drunk. After a breath, Tao Lan walked in again, and she brought her mother with her.
捧了2样果子放在他底前面。萧剑秋说不出的心里感到不舒服。这位慈爱的母亲问他一些话，简单的，并不像普通多嘴的老婆婆，无非关于住在乡下舒服不舒服嘞。萧剑秋是。
He held 2 fruits and placed them in front of him. Xiao Jinxiu felt uncomfortable beyond words. The loving mother asked him something simple, not like an ordinary talkative old woman. It was just about living in the country and whether it was comfortable or not. Xiao Jinxiu is.
一切都很好，简单的回答了，母亲就走出去。于是陶兰笑微微地问他：“萧先生，你此刻还会喝酒吗？怎么呢？更多的喝一点。”他几分假意的，他却聚拢2眉向他一看，又低下头说：“你却不知道。”
Everything is fine, she answered simply, and her mother walked out. So Tao Lanshao asked him slightly, Mr. Shao, will you still drink at this moment? What? Drink more. She was a bit pretentious. But he raised his eyebrows and looked at her, then lowered his head and said, You don't know.
我那时不喝酒，我那时一定会哭起来，否则我也吃不完饭就要回到校里去。你知道我是怎样的一个人，我是人间底个孤零的人，现在你们一家抵爱，个个用温柔的手来扶我。
I didn't drink at that time and I would have burst into tears. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to finish my meal and would have to go back to school. You know what kind of person I am a lonely person in the world, and now your family loves me, and everyone touches me with gentle hands.
我不能不自己感到凄凉，悲伤起来。不是为钱正兴吗？为什么我要为他呢？哦，陶兰似乎害意了。一时，他站在他身前慢慢说：“你可以睡了。哥哥吃饭前似向我说，他已写信去坚决挽留。”
I couldn't help but feel desolate and sad. Isn't it just for money? Why should I do it for him? Oh. Tao Lan seemed to be shocked. For a moment, she stood in front of him and said slowly, You can sleep now. My brother told me privately before dinner that he had written a letter to firmly persuade me to stay.
萧剑秋接着说：“很好，明天他一定来上课的，我又可以碰见他。你想他还会来吗？一定的，他不过试试你哥哥的态度。”呼，他又说了一个字。萧继续说：“你不相信，你可以看你哥哥的信稿。”
Xiao Jinqiu continued. Very good, he will definitely come to class tomorrow. I can meet him again. Do you think he will come again? Definitely, he just wants to test your brother's attitude. Who? She said again. Xiao continued. If you don't believe it, you can read your brother's letter.
对我一定有巧妙的话呢。他也没有话，伸出手，两人握了一握。他踌躇地走出房外，一边说：“祝你晚安。”第10章。如此过去1个月，萧剑秋在芙蓉镇内终于受校内校外的人们抵攻击了。
You must have something clever to say to me. She didn't have anything to say. God stepped in and the two of them shook hands. She hesitantly walked out of the room and said, I wish you a good night. Chapter 10. A month has passed like this. Xiao Jinqiu was finally attacked by people inside and outside the school in Furong Town.
非议向他而进行，不满也向他注视了。一个孤身的青年，时常走出在一个年轻寡妇的家里抵门线，何况他的态度的亲昵，将他所收入的尽量的供给了他们。
Criticisms were directed at him, and dissatisfaction was directed at him. A young man who was alone often walked in and out of the house of a young widow, not to mention the kindness of his attitude, and he gave them as much of his income as possible.
简直似一个孝顺的儿子对于慈爱的母亲似的，这能不引人疑义吗？萧剑秋已将采莲和阿宝看作他自己的儿女一样了，爱着他们，留心着他们的未来，但社会乡村的多嘴的群众
Just like a filial son to a loving mother. Can this not arouse suspicion? Xiao Jinqiu has regarded Kai Lian and Abao as his own children. He loves them and cares about their future, but society and the talkative people in the countryside.
能明了这个吗？开始是那班邻里的大人们丝丝议论，惊骇谐讥笑的，继之 有几位妇人竟来到寡妇底前面问长问短，关于萧剑秋底身上。最后，谣言飞到一班顽童底耳朵里。
Can you understand this? At first, the adults in the neighborhood were talking privately, with horror and ridicule. Then, several women actually came to the widow's front and asked questions about Xiao Jianqiudi. Finally, the rumor reached the ears of a group of urchins.
而那班顽童公然对采莲师骂起来，使采莲哭着跑回到她母亲底身前，噎着不休地说：“妈妈，他们骂我有一个野伯呢。”但她母亲听了女儿无故的被骂。
The urchins openly scolded Kai Lian, causing Kai Lian to run back to her mother in tears and kept saying, "Mom, they scolded me for having a wild uncle." But her mother listened. My daughter was scolded for no reason.
楚楚也跟着她女儿流了一淌眼泪以外，又有什么办法呢？妇人只有忍着她创痛的心来接待萧剑秋，将他底苦恼隐藏在快乐底后面，同萧剑秋谈话。可是萧剑秋他知道
Apart from Izuku shedding tears along with her daughter, what else could she do? The woman could only endure the pain in her heart to receive Xiao Jinqiu, hiding her troubles behind happiness when talking to Xiao Jinqiu. But Xiao Jinqiu, he knew.
他知道乡人们用了卑鄙的心气来测量他们了，但他不管，他还是镇静地和他说话，活泼地和孩子们嬉笑，全是一副笑骂由人笑骂，我行我素而已的态度。在傍晚，他快乐地跑到西村。
He knew that the villagers used despicable instruments to measure them, but he didn't care. He still talked to her calmly and laughed lively with the children, all with the attitude of, let others laugh and scold, and just go my own way. In the evening he happily ran to the West Village.
也快乐地跑回校内，表面全是快乐的。可是校内又另有一种对待他的态度了。他和陶兰的每天的见面时的互相递授的通信，已经被学校的几位教员们知道了。
I also ran back to school happily, looking happy on the outside. But within the school, there was another attitude towards him. The correspondence between him and Tao Lan during their daily meetings has been known to several teachers at the school.
陶兰是芙蓉镇里的孔雀，谁也愿意爱她，而他偏在以他们底目光看来，等于江湖落魄者底身前展开锦尾来，他们能不妒忌吗？以后连这位忠厚的哥哥也不以他妹妹底行为为然。
Tao Lan is the peacock in Furong Town, and everyone is willing to love her, but in their eyes, she spreads her brocade tail in front of someone who, in their eyes, is like a down-and-out person. How can they not be jealous? From now on, even this loyal brother would not take his sister's behavior seriously.
他听得陶兰在萧剑秋底房内的笑声，实在笑得太高了。一边将学校里底教员们分成了党派，当每次在教务或校务会议的席上互相厉害地争执起来，在陶木坎底心里
He heard Tao Lan laughing too loudly in Xiao Jianqiu's room. On the other hand, the teachers in the school were divided into factions. Every time at the academic affairs or school affairs meeting, they would have fierce arguments with each other. In Tao Mukin's heart,
以为全是他妹妹一人弄成一样。他稍稍对他妹妹说，我并不是叫你不要和萧先生相爱，不过你应该尊重舆论一点，众口是可怕的。而且母亲还不知道，假使知道，母亲要怎样呢？
He thought it was his sister who made it all the same. Once, he said to his sister, I'm not telling you not to fall in love with Mr. Xiao, but you should respect public opinion. Public opinion is terrible. And the mother doesn't know yet. If she knew, what would the mother do?
这是你哥哥对你抵诚意，你应审查一下。而陶兰却声不响，突然睁大眼睛，向他抵哥哥火烧一般的看了一下，冷笑的答：“笑骂由人笑骂，我行我素而已。1星期日底下午。”
This is your brother's sincerity towards you. You should examine it. But Tao Lan remained silent, suddenly opened her eyes wide, looked at her brother with a burning look, and replied with a sneer, "Let others laugh and scold, I just go my own way." One Sunday afternoon.
陶兰坐在萧剑秋的房内，两人正在谈话甜蜜的时候，阿荣却突然送进封信来，一面向萧剑秋说：“有一个陌生人叫我赶紧将这封信交给先生，不知什么事。送信的人呢？回去了。打完。”
Tao Lan is sitting in Xiao Jian's study room. While the two were having a sweet conversation, Arong suddenly sent a letter and said to Xiao Jinxiu, "A stranger asked me to hand over this letter to my husband as soon as possible. I don't know what happened. Where's the messenger? Going back. Finished answering."
阿荣自己也出去。萧剑秋望望信封，觉得奇怪。陶兰站在他身边，向他说：“不要看他好吧，总得看一看。”便就拆开了，抽出一张纸，两人同时看下。果然，全不是信的格式，也没有剧名。
Arong also went out. Xiao Jinxiu looked at the envelope and felt strange. Tao Lan stood beside him and said to him, "Don't look at it, okay? Gotta take a look." He opened it and pulled out a piece of paper, and the two of them read it at the same time. Sure enough, it was not in the form of a letter at all, and there was no signature.
只这样8行字：芙蓉芙蓉2月开，一个教师外乡来，两眼炯炯如樱木，内有一副好心裁，左手抱着小寡妇，右手还想折我眉。此人若不驱逐了，无香风化安在在。萧剑秋立刻脸转苍白。
Just 8 lines like this. Hibiscus hibiscus blooms in February. A teacher came from another country. His eyes are as bright as the eyes of an eagle. There is a good intention inside. Holding the little widow in her left hand. My right hand wants to break my plum blossoms. If this person is not expelled. The customs of my hometown are here to stay. Xiao Jinxiu immediately turned pale.
全身震动的将这条白纸碾成一团，镇静着苦笑地对陶兰说：“我恐怕在这里住不长久了。”一个也眼泪噙住地说：“上帝知道，不要留意这个吧。”两人相对，他慢慢地低下头说：“1星期前。”
With his whole body shaking, he twisted the piece of white paper into a ball and said to Tao Lan with a calm and wry smile, "I'm afraid I won't be able to live here much longer." One of them said with tears in his eyes, "God knows, don't pay attention to this." The two faced each other. He slowly lowered his head and said, "A week ago."
我就想和你哥哥商量脱离此间，因为顾念小妹妹的前途和一时不忍离别你，所以忍止住。现在你想，还是叫我早走吧。我们来商量一下采莲底事情。他的语气非常凄凉。
I just want to discuss with your brother and get out of here. Because I care about my little sister's future and I can't bear to leave you for a while, I can't bear to stop. Now, you think, you'd better tell me to leave early. Let's discuss the matter of collecting lotus. His tone was very sad.
好似别离就在眼前，一种离愁底滋味缠绕在两人之间。沉静了息，陶兰有力地叫：“你也听信流言吗？你也为卑鄙的计谋所中吗？你岂不是以理智来解剖感情的吗？”他还是软弱地说。
It seemed that parting was just around the corner, and a feeling of separation lingered between the two of them. After a moment of silence, Tao Lon shouted forcefully, Dash. Did you also listen to the rumors? Did you also fall for the despicable plot? Don't you use reason to analyze emotions? He still said weakly.
没有意志，我此刻就会昏去呢。陶兰立刻接着说：“让我去彻查一下，这究竟是谁人造的谣？这字是谁写的？我拿着纸去给哥哥看下。”一边他将桌上的纸团又展开了。他在旁说
Without Will, I would pass out right now. Tao Lon immediately continued. Let me go and investigate thoroughly to find out who made this rumor. Who wrote this? I'll take this piece of paper and show it to my brother. At the same time, she unfolded the paper ball on the table. He said from the side.
不要给你哥哥看，他也是一个有同情心的人，我定要彻查下。他简直用王后的口气来说这句话的。萧剑秋向他问：“就是查出又怎样？假如他肯和我决斗，他不写这种东西了，杀了我。”
Don't show it to your brother, he is also a compassionate person. I must investigate thoroughly. She almost said this in the tone of a queen. Xiao Jinxiu asked her. So what if I find out? If he was willing to duel with me, he wouldn't write this kind of thing. Kill me.
岂不是干脆的多吗？于是陶兰愤愤地将这张纸条撕作粉碎，一边流出泪，直住他的两鱼说：“不要说这话吧，不要记住那般卑鄙的人吧。萧先生，我要同你好，要他们来看看我们的好。”
Isn't it so simple? So Tao Lon angrily tore the note into pieces. While shedding tears, she held on to him and said, Don't say this. Don't remember those despicable people. Mr. Xiao, I want to be friendly with you and want them to come and see how good we are.
他们将怎样呢？叫他们碰在石壁上去死去。萧先生，勇敢些，你要拿出一点勇气来。他勉强地微笑地说：“好的，我们但谈别的吧。”空气紧张地沉静一息，他又说：“我原想在这里多住几年。”
What will happen to them? Tell them to hit the stone wall and die. Mr. Xiao, be brave. You have to show some courage. He smiled reluctantly and said, Okay, let's talk about other things. There was a tense silence in the air, and he said again, I originally wanted to live here for a few more years.
但无论住几年，我总该有最后的离开之日的。就是3年，3年也只有1000几日，最后的期限终究要到来的。那么，兰，那时的小妹妹，只好望你保护她了。我不愿听这话，她稍稍发怒的。
But no matter how many years I stay there, there will always be a day when I finally leave. Even 3 years, there are only 1,000 and a few days in 3 years, and the final deadline will eventually come. Then, Lon, my little sister at that time had no choice but to hope that you would protect her. I don't want to hear this, she said slightly angrily.
我没有力量。 我该在你抵视线中保护他。不过，他母亲若能舍得他离开，我绝愿永远带他在身边。正是这个时候，有人敲门。萧剑秋去迎他进来，是小妹妹彩莲。她脸色跑到变青的，含着泪。
I have no power. I should protect her from your sight. However, if her mother is willing to let her go, I am determined to keep her by my side forever. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Xiao Jinxiu went to welcome her in. It was the little sister picking lotus. Her face turned blue and she had tears in her eyes.
气急地叫：“萧伯伯！”同时又向陶兰叫了一声。两人惊奇地随即问：“小妹妹，你做什么呢？”彩莲走到他弟面前，说不清地说：“妈妈病了，她乱讲话呢。弟弟在她身边哭，她也不理弟弟。”女孩流下泪。
He yelled angrily, "Uncle Xiao!" At the same time, he called out to Tao Lan. The two people were surprised and asked, "Little sister, what are you doing?" Kai Lian walked up to him and said incomprehensibly, "Mom is sick, and she talks nonsense. Her brother is crying beside her, but she doesn't pay attention to him." The girl shed tears.
萧剑秋向陶兰摇摇头，同时他又拉她到他弟怀内，又对陶说：“你想怎么样呢？”陶兰答：“我们就去望一望吧。我还没有到过他们弟家。你也想去吗？我可以去吗？”两人又苦笑一笑。陶兰继续说。
Xiao Jinxiu shook his head at Tao Lan. At the same time, he pulled her into his arms and said to Tao, "What do you want?" Tao Lan replied, "Let's just go take a look. I haven't been to their home yet. Do you want to go too? Can I go?" The two smiled bitterly again, and Tao Lan continued, "
请等一等，让我叫阿荣向校里借了体温表来，可以给他弟母亲量一量体温。”一边两人牵着女孩弟各一只手，同时走出房外。第11章，当他们走入妇人底门线时，就见妇人睡在床上。
Please wait a moment while I ask Arong to borrow a thermometer from the school so that I can take her mother's temperature. The two of them held one hand of the girl and walked out of the room at the same time. Chapter 11. When they walked into the woman's door, they saw the woman sleeping on the bed.
抱着小孩高声地叫：“不要进来吧，不要进来吧！”萧剑秋问陶兰，愁眉说：“他还在讲乱话，你听。”陶兰低着头点一点，将手搭在他底臂上。妇人继续叫：“你们向后看看，哎，追着虎，追着虎！”
Holding the child in his arms and shouting loudly, "Don't come in! Don't come in!" Xiao Jinxiu asked Tao Lan and said with a frown, "She's still talking nonsense, listen." Tao Lan lowered her head and nodded, putting her hand on his lower arm. The woman continued to shout, "Look behind you, alas! Chasing the tiger, chasing the tiger!"
妇人几乎哭起来。萧剑秋立刻走到床边，推醒她说：“是我，是我，你该醒一醒。”小孩正在被内吸着乳。萧从头看到他弟兄起伏的，他垂下两眼，愁苦地看住床前。彩莲走到他母亲的身边。
The woman almost burst into tears. Xiao Jinxiu immediately walked to the bedside, pushed her awake and said, it's me, you should wake up. The child is being sucked from inside." Xiao saw her breasts from the beginning, and they were rising and falling. He lowered his eyes and looked at the bed sadly. Kai Lian walked to her mother's side.
不住地叫看妈妈，半哭半喊的。寡妇慢慢地转过脸，渐残地清醒起来的样子。一下，她看见萧，立刻拉一拉破被，盖住小孩和他自己抵胸膛，一面问：“你在这里吗？还有陶兰先生也在这里。”
He kept calling to see his mother, half crying and half shouting. The widow slowly turned her face, gradually waking up with shame. As soon as she saw Xiao, she immediately pulled the ragged quilt to cover the child and her own chest, and asked, "Are you here? Mr. Tao Lan is also here."
陶兰向他点一点手，就问：“此刻心里觉得怎样呢？”妇人无力地慢慢地答：“没有什么，只口子渴一些。那么要茶吗？”妇人没有答，眼上充满泪。陶兰就向房内乱找茶壶，采莲捧来递给他。
Tao Lan nodded to her and asked, "How do you feel at this moment?" The woman answered slowly and feebly, "Nothing, just thirsty." "Do you want tea then?" The woman didn't answer, her eyes filled with tears. Tao Lan searched the room for a teapot, picked up lotus flowers, brought it to her and handed it to her.
里边一口谁也没有，他就同采莲去烧茶。妇人向萧慨叹地说：“多谢你们，我是没有病的。方才突然发起热来，人昏昏不知。女孩子大惊小怪，她招你们来的吗？是我们自己要求看看的。”
There wasn't a drop of water in it. She went to pick up lotus flowers and make tea together. The woman sighed to Xiao and said, "Thank you, I'm not sick. I just suddenly developed a fever and was unconscious." The girl made such a fuss. "Did she invite you here?" "We asked to see it ourselves."
妇人滴下泪，在小孩底发上用手势去了，没有话。小孩正在吸奶。萧剑秋缓缓地说：“你在发热的时候，最好不要将奶给小孩吃。叫我用什么给他吃呢？我没有什么病。”萧剑秋愁闷地站着。
The woman dropped tears on the child's hair, wiped them away with her hands, and said nothing. "The child is sucking milk." Xiao Jinxiu said slowly, "When you have a fever, it is best not to give milk to your child." "What do you want me to feed him?" "I'm not sick." Xiao Jinxiu stood sadly.
这样到了天暗，妇人已经能够起床，他们两人才回来。当天晚上，陶兰又差人送来一封信，照信角上写的 “No” 看起来，这已是他给他的第15封信了。萧剑秋坐在灯下。
Then when it got dark and the woman was able to get up, the two of them came back. That evening, Tao Lan sent another letter. Take the no written on the corner of the letter. It seemed that this was the 15th letter she had written to him. Xiao Jinxiu sat under the lamp.
将他底信斩在桌上。星号星号星号，我亲爱的哥哥，我活了20几年，简直似黑吃里底龟一样，除了我自己以外，一些不知道人间还有苦痛。现在却从你底手里认识了真的世界和人生。
Spread her letter on the table. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. My dear brother, I have lived for more than 20 years, and I am like a turtle in a black pool, except for myself. Some people do not know that there is suffering in the world. Now, from your hands, I know the real world and life.
不知怎样， 我竟会和你同样的爱怜采莲妹妹抵一家了。那位妇人真是位温良、和顺、有礼貌的妇人，虽则和我弟个性有些相反，我却愿意引她做我第一位子子。
I don't know why I love Sister Kalian's family as much as you do. That woman was really a gentle, docile, and polite woman. Although her personality is somewhat opposite to mine, I am willing to introduce her to be one of my sisters.
以他抵人生的经验来调节我抵粗疏与无知识的感情是最好的。但是，天呀，你为什么要夺去他抵夫？造物生人，真是使人来受苦的吗？即使他能忍得起苦，我却不能不诅咒天。
It is best to use her life experience to adjust my crude and ignorant feelings. But, oh my God! Why did you take away her husband? Does the creation of man really cause man to suffer? Even if she can endure the pain, I can't help but curse God.
我坐在他们底房内，你也瞧着我吗？我几乎也流出泪来了。我看看他房底四壁，看看他底孩子和他所穿的衣服，又看看他清白而憔悴的脸，再想想他在病床上的一种凄凉苦况。天呀！
I am sitting in their basement. Are you looking at me? I was almost in tears too. I looked at the four walls of her room, at her children and the clothes she was wearing, and at her pale and haggard face. Think about her miserable condition in the hospital bed, my God.
为什么给他布置得如此凄惨呢？我幻想，假如你抵两翅转了方向，不飞到我们村里来，有谁联系他们？有谁安慰他们？那他在这种一语呻吟中的病的时候，
Why was the arrangement for her so miserable? I imagine that if your wings were turned around and you didn't fly to our village, who would pity them? Who comforts them? Then when she was in such a disease where she was gibbering and moaning.
我们只想见两个小孩在床前整天的哭，还有什么别的呢？哥哥，伟大的人，我已愿他做我弟子子了。此后我们当互相帮助。至于那个谣言，侃哥先向我谈起。在吃晚饭的时候，
We just want to see two children crying all day long in front of the bed. What else is there? Brother, a great person, I already want her to be my sister. From now on we should help each other. As for that rumor, brother can talked about it to me first. While having dinner.
他照旧喝过一口酒，感慨地说：“外边的空气已甚于北风的凛冽。哥哥也比他们望你万物介意。”以后哥哥又喝了一口酒，道：“此系以小人之心夺君子之德也。”不过哥哥始终说
He still took a sip of wine and said with emotion, "The air outside is already worse than the cold wind in the north. My brother also despises them. I hope you don't mind." After that, the elder brother took another sip of wine and said, "This is to show the virtue of a gentleman with the heart of a villain." However, the elder brother always said,
造这八句诗的人绝不是校内同事。我向他辩驳，不是孔方老爷，就是10000同志。他竟对我读起咒来，弄得母亲都笑了。萧先生，你此刻怎样？以你底见识，此刻想一定不为他们无端所恼。
The person who composed these 8 lines of poetry is by no means a colleague in the school. I argued to him that it was either Mr. Kong Fong or the 10,000 comrades. He actually cursed me, which made my mother laugh. Mr. Shao, how are you now? Based on your knowledge, you are sure that you will not be unreasonably annoyed by them at this moment?
你千万不可有他念，你得真诚与坦白， 终有笼罩无全芙蓉镇之一日。祝你快乐地嚼着学校里清淡的饭。若地栏上，星号星号星号。萧剑秋一时呆着，似乎他所有的思路。
You must not have other thoughts. You must be sincere and frank. One day it will cover our entire Furong town. I wish you happily chewing the light rice at school. The weak brother Lanshang. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Xiao Jianxiu was stunned for a moment, as if he had all his thoughts.
一条条都被他的感情裁断了。他迟疑了许久，才恍您地向抽斗拿出一张纸，用钢笔写道：星号星号星号。我不知怎样，只觉自己在漩涡里边转。我从来没有经过这个现象，现在。
Every piece of it was cut off by her emotions. He hesitated for a long time, then suddenly took out a piece of paper from the drawer and wrote with a pen, dash. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I don't know why, I just feel like I'm spinning in a whirlpool. I have never experienced this phenomenon now.
竟转得我几乎昏去。哎，我莫非在做梦吗？你当也记得采莲迪姆在一语时所说的话，莫非我的背后真被追着老虎吗？那我非被这虎咬死不成？因为我感到无论如何。
I almost fainted. Well, am I dreaming? You should also remember what the mother of Kai Lian said when she was raving. Could it be that there really is a tiger chasing me behind my back? Then I must be bitten to death by this tiger? Because I feel, no matter what.
不能让那位可怜的寡妇一个人跳下去。我已将一切解剖过，几乎费了我今晚全个吃晚饭的时候。我是勇敢的，我也斗争的。我当预备好手枪，待真的虎来时，我就照准他抵额一枪。兰迪。
The poor widow cannot be allowed to jump alone. I've dissected everything. It almost took me the entire dinner tonight. I am brave and I also fight. I will have my pistol ready. When the Real tiger comes, I will shoot it in the forehead. Brother Lon.
你不以为我残暴吗？打狼不能用打狗的方法的。你看，这位妇人为什么病了？从她俚语里可以知道她病底根由。我不烦恼，祝你快乐。你的勇敢的秋白。星号星号星号。他写好这信，睡在床上。
Don't you think I'm cruel? You can't beat a wolf the same way you beat a dog. Look, why is this woman sick? From her ravings, we can know the root cause of her illness. I'm not worried, I wish you happiness. You're brave, Chobai. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He wrote this letter and slept on the bed.
自想他非常坚毅。第二天早，女孩来校，她带着书包，首先就跑到萧剑秋底身边来，告诉他说：“萧伯伯，妈妈说妈妈的病已好了，谢谢你和桃子子。”这时室内有好几位教师坐着，方某也在座。
I think he is very determined. The next day, early, the girl came to school. She first ran to Xiao Jianqiu with her school bag and told him, Uncle Xiao, my mother said that her illness has recovered. Thank you and Sister Tao. At this time, there were several teachers sitting in the room, and Fang Mao was also there.
他们个个屏息地用他们好奇的眼睛，做着恶意的笑的脸孔注视他和他。萧剑秋似乎有意要多说儿句话，向女孩问道：“你妈妈起来了吗？”“起来了。”“吃过粥吗？”“吃过。”
They all stared at him and her with bated breath, with curious eyes and malicious smiles on their faces. Xiao Jinxiu seemed to want to say more words and asked the girl, "Is your mother up? Get up. Have you ever eaten porridge? Eat."
你的桃子昨晚交给他的药也吃完吗？女孩似听不清楚，答：不知道。于是他和往日一样的向采莲底颊上吻一吻，女孩就跑去。第12章。第二天晚上，萧剑秋在房内走来走去。
Did your sister Tao finish the medicine you gave her last night? The girl seemed unable to hear clearly and replied, "Have no idea." So he kissed Kai Lian on the cheek as usual, and the girl ran away. Chapter 12. The next night, Xiao Jinxiu walked around the room.
觉得非常的不安。虽则当夜的天气并不热，可是他以为他底房内是异常郁闷。他底桌上放着张白信纸，似乎要写信的样子，可是他走来走去，并不曾写。一夕想去开了房门，放进冷气来。
I feel very uneasy. Although the weather was not hot that night, he thought he was extremely depressed in his room. There was a piece of white paper on the table under him, as if he was about to write a letter, but he walked around and did not write. After taking a breath, I wanted to open the door and put in the air conditioner.
清凉一下他的脑子。可是当他将门拉开的时候，钱正兴一身华服，笑容可掬地走进来，正似他迎接他进来一样。钱惠正性随问，声音温美的：“萧先生要出去吗？”“不。”“有事吗？”“没有。”
Cool his mind. But when he opened the door, Qian Jingxing, dressed in fine clothes and smiling broadly, walked in, as if he was welcoming him. Qian Hui asked casually, his voice warm and beautiful. "Mr. Xiao, do you want to go out?" "No." "What's up?" "No."
钱正兴又向桌上看一看，又问：“要写信吗？”“想要写，写不出。”“写给谁呢？”他说这几句话的时候，眼向房内乱转，似要找出那位和他通信的人来。萧剑秋却立刻答：“写给陶兰，这位漂亮的青年。”
Qian Jingxing looked at the table again and asked, "Want to write a letter?" "I want to write, but I can't." "Who should I write to?" When he said these words, his eyes wandered around the room, as if he wanted to find the person who corresponded with him. Xiao Jinxiu immediately answered, "Write to Tao Lan. This beautiful young man."
一时默然，坐在墙边，眼看着地，似一位怕羞的姑娘的样子。萧转问他：“钱先生有什么消息带来告诉我呢？”钱正兴抬头，笑着：“消息？是啊，乡村底舆论。有什么乡村底舆论呢？”
She was silent for a moment, sitting by the wall, looking at the ground, like a shy girl. Xiao Zhuan asked him, "Mr. Qian, what news can you tell me?" Qian Jingxing looked up and smiled. "Information?" "Yes, public opinion in the countryside." "What kind of public opinion is there in the countryside?"
我们底镇内岂不是个个人对萧先生都敬重的吗？虽则萧先生到我们这里来不上2月，而萧先生大名却已经连一般牧童都知道了。蒲剑秋附和着笑了一笑，心狐疑地猜想着
Doesn't everyone in our town respect Mr. Xiao? Although Mr. Xiao has been with us for less than 2 months, even a group of shepherd boys already know Mr. Xiao's name. Pu Jinxiu smiled in agreement, guessing suspiciously.
一对面这位情敌 不加对他究竟是善意还是恶意。一边他说：“那我在你们这里真是有幸福的。假如肖先生以为有幸福，我希望肖先生永远住下去。永远住下去，可以吗？同我们。”
Confronting this love rival one by one, is it kindness or malice to not treat him? On one side he said, "Then I am really happy here with you. If Mr. Shao thinks there is happiness, I hope Mr. Shao can live there forever." Live forever? Can you? With us.
到做芙蓉镇邸土著，很快的停一息，接着说：“所以我想问一问，肖先生有心要组织一个家庭在芙蓉镇里吗？”肖剑秋似快乐的心跳的样子，问：“组织一个家庭？你这么说吗？我也是听来的。”
Dao is a native of Furong Town. He paused quickly, and then said, "So I would like to ask, is Mr. Shao interested in organizing a family in Furong Town?" Xiao Jinxiu asked as if his heart was beating happily. Organize a family? Do you say so? I heard it too.
望你勿责。他还是做着温柔的姿势。萧又哈的冷笑一声说：“这与我是好事，可是外界说我和谁组织呢？你当然有预备了。”没有，没有，没有。他也笑，藏着一位很可爱的妇人呢。
I hope you won't blame me. He still made a gentle gesture. Xiao Yuha sneered and said, "This is a good thing for me. But who do the outside world say I am organizing with? Of course you are prepared." No, no. No. He also laughed. There is a very lovely woman hiding there.
实在是一位难得的贤良妇人。萧冷冷的假笑问：“谁呀？我自己根本还没有选择。”选择？很快的停息，外界都说你爱上才楚莲迪母亲。她诚然是可爱的，在西村谁都称赞她贤惠。胡说，我另有爱。
She is truly a rare and virtuous woman. Xiao smiled coldly and asked, "Who is it? I have no choice at all. Choose? Stop quickly, the outside world says that you are in love with Kai Kuliandi's mother. She is indeed lovely, and everyone in the West Village praises her for her wisdom. Nonsense, I have another love."
萧剑秋感得几分怒愤，可是他用他的怒容带笑的表现出来，前右交泰的问：“谁呢？可以告诉我吗？”陶兰，木坎底妹妹。你爱她吗？我爱她。萧自然有力地说出。前一时默然，一息，萧又笑问。
Xiao Jinxiu felt a little angry, but he showed it with a smile on his angry face. Qian asked coquettishly, "Who is it? Can you tell me?" "Tao Lan, Sister Mu Candy." "Do you love her?" "I love her," Xiao Ziran said forcefully. Qian was silent for a moment. After a breath, Xiao smiled and asked again.
闻你也爱她，是也爱她，比爱自己抵生命还甚。语气凄凉的，萧接着笑问：“她爱你吗？”一个慢慢的答：“爱过我。”现在还爱你吗？不知道他底心。那让我代告诉你爸，钱先生，他现在爱我。爱你。是。
I heard you love her too. Yes, I also love her, more than my own life. The tone was sad. Xiao then smiled and asked, "Does she love you?" One answered slowly. Loved me. Do I still love you now? I don't know her innermost feelings. Then let me tell you, Mr. Qian, she loves me now. Love you? Yes.
所以还好，假如他同时爱两人，那我和你非决斗不可。你也愿意决斗吗？决斗？可以不必。这是西方的野蛮风。萧先生，为友谊不能让一个女人吗？萧时愁着没有答，依稀说：“他不爱你。”
So it's okay, if she loves two people at the same time, then you and I will have to fight. Are you willing to duel too? Duel? It doesn't have to be. This is the barbaric style of the West. Mr. Xiao, can't you let a woman go for the sake of friendship? Xiao Shi was worried and did not answer. He said in one breath, She doesn't love you.
我可以强迫他爱你吗？钱正兴却几乎哭出来一般说：“他是爱我的，萧先生，在你未来以前，他是爱我的，已经要同我订婚了。可是你一来，他却爱你了。在你到的那天晚上的一见，他就爱你了。”
Can I force her to love you? But Qian Jingxing almost cried and said, She loves me, Mr. Xiao, before you come. She loves me and is already engaged to me. But as soon as you came, she fell in love with you. She fell in love with you the moment she saw you the night you arrived.
可是我失恋的人心里怎样呢？萧先生，你想，我比死还难受。我是十分爱陶兰的，时刻忘不了她，夜夜底梦里有她。现在她爱你，我早知道她爱你了。不过我料你不爱她。
But what do I feel like as a lovelorn person? Mr. Xiao, think about it, I feel worse than death. I love Tao Lan very much. I will never forget her. I have her in my dreams every night. Now, she loves you. I knew she loved you. But I guess you don't love her.
因为你是采莲迪母亲的，现在你也爱她，那叫我非自杀不可了。他没有说完，萧剑秋不耐烦地插进说：“钱先生，你为什么对我说这些话呢？你爱陶兰，你向陶兰去求婚，对我说有什么用呢？”
Because you are the mother who picked the lotus. Now, you love her too, which makes me have to commit suicide. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Jinxiu impatiently interrupted. Mr. Qian, why did you say these things to me? You love Tao Lan and you propose to Tao Lan. What's the use of telling me?
钱正兴哀求似的接着说：“不，我请求你，我一生的苦病与幸福关系在你这一点上。你肯允许，我连死后都感激，破产也可以。钱先生，你可拿这话勇敢地向陶兰去说，我对你有什么帮助呢？”
Qian Jingxing continued as if pleading. No, I beg you. The suffering and happiness of my life depend on you. If you are willing to allow it, I will be grateful even after death. Bankruptcy is also okay. Mr. Qian, you can speak this to Tao Lan bravely. How can I help you?
有的，萧先生，只要你不和他通信就可以。穆坎已不要他来校教书，假如你再不给他信，那他就会爱我了，一定会爱我的。我以过去的经验知道，那我一生的幸福全受萧先生所赐。
Yes, Mr. Xiao, as long as you don't correspond with her. Mu can no longer wants her to teach in school. If you don't write to her again, she will love me. He will love me, I know from past experience. Then all the happiness in my life is due to Mr. Xiao.
肖先生的胸怀是救世的，那先救救我吧。救救我抵自杀，肖先生会这样做吗？钱先生情形不同了，他也不会再爱你了。同的，肖先生，只求你不和他通信。他仍似没有说完，却突然停止住。
Mr. Zhao's ambition is to save the world, so please save me first. Save me from committing suicide. Will Mr. Xiao do this? Mr. Qian, the situation is different. She won't love you anymore either. Same, Mr. Xiao, I just ask you not to correspond with her. He still seemed to have not finished speaking, but suddenly stopped.
凯建秋非常愤激地默默地注视着对面这位青年，他想不到这人是如此阴谋软弱，他的全身几乎沸腾起来，这一种的请求实在如决了堤的河水流来一样。一息又听钱说道，而且肖先生。
Kai Jianqiu was very angry and silently stared at the young man opposite him. He didn't expect this man to be so cunning and weak. His whole body was almost boiling. This kind of request was like water flowing from a river that had burst its banks. After a breath, I heard Xian say again. Moreover, Mr. Xiao.
我当极力报答你，你如爱和采莲迪母亲组织家庭。萧剑秋立刻站起来，愤愤地说：“不要说了，钱先生，我一切照办，请你出去吧。”一边他自己开了门，先走出去。
I will try my best to repay you by starting a family with my mother Kai Liendi. Xiao Jinqiu stood up immediately and said angrily, Stop talking, Mr. Qian, I will do everything, please go out. He opened the door himself and walked out first.
他气塞的愤恨地一直跑到学校园内，倚身在一株冬青树的旁边，空间冰冷的，他似要融化他的自身在这冰冷的空间内。他极力想制止他自己的思想。
He ran to the school campus angrily, leaning next to a holly tree. The space is cold. He seemed to be melting himself into this cold space. He tried hard to stop his own thoughts.
摆脱方才那位公子所给他的毫无理由的烦恼，他冷笑了一声。他站了半点钟，竟觉全身灰冷的，于是慢慢转过身子，回到他的房内。钱正兴，无用的孩子已经走了。他蹙着眉，又沉思了一息。
To get rid of the unreasonable troubles that the young master gave him just now, he sneered. He stood for half an hour and felt that his whole body was gray and cold. So he slowly turned around and returned to his basement. Qian Jingxing, the useless child, is gone. He frowned and thought for a while.
就精疲力尽地向床上跌倒，一边喊：“哎呀，哎呀，摆脱了吧！”第13章，光阴是这样无谓地过去。3天以后，采莲又没有来校读书。上午10点钟，陶兰到校里来，问起他，萧剑秋答。
Exhausted, he fell onto the bed and shouted, Love, love, get rid of it. Chapter 13. Time passes so meaninglessly. 3 days later, Kai Lian did not come to school again. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Tao Lan came to school and asked about her. Xiao Jinqiu replied.
恐怕他母亲又病了。陶兰迟疑地说。否则为什么呢？他的母亲也是一个多思多虑的人。处这样的境地，外界又没有人同情他， 还用带荆棘的言语向他身上打，不病也要病了。我们
I'm afraid her mother is sick again. Taolon said hesitantly, otherwise why? Her mother is also a thoughtful person. In such a situation, no one in the outside world sympathized with her, and they used thorny words to hit her, making her sick even if she wasn't sick. Us.
他眼向萧转一转，说错似的，我就可以不管人家，所以还好，不生病，我的病是慢性的。像他这个社会，你想孩子怎样好？他语句说不完全，似乎说的完全就没有意义了。萧接着说
She turned her eyes to Xiao and said as if she had made a mistake, I can just ignore others, so it's okay and I don't get sick, my disease is chronic. Like her, this society. Do you think how is the child? Her sentences were incomplete, and it seemed that if she said them completely, it would be meaningless. Xiao continued.
我们下午再去看一看吧。正这时，话还未了，采莲含着泪珠跑来。他们惊奇了，萧立刻问：“采莲，你怎么？”女孩子没有答，书袋仍在她底腋下。萧又问：“你妈妈的病好了吗？”妈妈好了。
Let's go take a look again in the afternoon. At this moment, before the words could be finished, Kai Lian ran over with tears in her eyes. They were surprised, and Xiao immediately asked, Kai Lian, what's wrong with you? The girl didn't answer. The book bag was still under her arm. Xiao asked again, Is your mother's illness cured? Mom is fine.
女孩非常难受地说出，她站着没有动。陶兰向她问，蹲下身子。小妹妹，你为什么到此刻才来呢？你不愿来读书吗？女孩用手掩在眼上答，妈妈叫我不要告诉萧伯伯，还叫我来读书。
The girl said it very sadly. She stood still. Taolon asked her, squatting down, Little sister, why didn't you come until now? Don't you want to come to study? The girl covered her eyes with her hands and answered. My mother told me not to tell Uncle Xiao, and also asked me to come and study.
弟弟又病了，昨夜身子热，过了一夜，妈妈昨夜一夜不曾睡。她说弟弟的病很厉害，叫我不要被萧伯伯知道，还叫我来读书。女孩要哭的样子。萧剑秋呆站着，陶兰将女孩抱在身边。
My brother is sick again. His body was hot last night. After a night, my mother didn't sleep last night. She said that her brother's illness was very serious and asked me not to let Uncle Xiao know about it. He also asked me to come and study. The girl looked like she was about to cry. Xiao Jinxiu stood blankly. Taolon hugged the girl to his side.
用头偎着她头，向侧问：“怎么呢？”她愁一愁眉，仍呆立着没有说。怎么呢？我简直不知道。为社会嘴多，你又是一个热心的人。他忽然悔悟地笑一笑，说：“时光快些给我过去吧，上课的铃。”
He leaned his head against hers and asked Xiang Su, What's going on? He frowned, but still stood there without saying anything. What's going on? I simply don't know. You talk a lot for society, and you are an enthusiastic person. He suddenly smiled contritely and said, Hurry up and let me pass the time. The bell for class.
我听他打过了。同时他就向教务处走去。在吃晚饭以前，萧剑秋仍和往常散步一样，微笑的 温良地向采莲底家里走去。他觉得在无形之中，他和他们都隔膜起来了。
I heard it played. At the same time, he walked towards the academic affairs office. Before dinner, Xiao Jinxiu walked as usual, smiling and gentle, towards Kai Liandi's house. He felt that he was invisibly, he and they all became estranged.
当他走到他们底门外时，只听里面有哭声，是采莲底母亲的哭声。他立刻惊慌起来，向他底门推进，只见孩子睡在床上，妇人坐在床边，采莲不在。他立刻气急地问：“孩子怎么了？”
When he walked outside their door, he heard crying inside, the crying of Kai Lian's mother. He immediately became frightened and pushed towards her bottom door. He saw the child sleeping on the bed and the woman sitting beside the bed, but the lotus was not there. He immediately asked angrily, "What's wrong with the child?"
妇人抬头向他看了一看，垂下头，指着哭。他又问：“什么病呢？”从前天起，一刻刻的厉害。他走到孩子底身边，孩子微微的闭着眼。他放手在小孩底脸上一摸，脸是热的。
The woman looked up at him, lowered her head, and stopped crying. He asked again, "What disease is it?" Since the day before yesterday, it has been awesome every moment. He walked over to the child, who closed his eyes slightly. He put his hand and touched the child's face, which was hot.
看他的鼻孔一收一放地扇动着，他站着几分钟，有的又听他咳嗽，将痰咽下喉去。他心想，莫非是肺炎吗？同时他问他，吃过药吗？吃过一点，是我自己想给他吃的，没有看过医生。
Look at his nostrils flaring up and down. He stood for a few minutes, and some listened to him cough and swallow the phlegm down his throat. He thought to himself, could it be pneumonia? At the same time, he asked her, "Have you taken any medicine?" "I ate a little bit. I thought of it myself and gave it to him without seeing a doctor."
此刻看来不像样，又叫彩棚女请为诊费便宜些的伯伯去了。要吃奶吗？也似不想吃。他又呆立一会，问：“采莲去了多久？”半点钟的样子。大概女孩又走错路了，离这里是近的。中国医生吗？
It didn't look good at the moment, so she asked Kai Pengnu to ask for an uncle who had a cheaper consultation fee. "Do you want to breastfeed?" "I don't seem to want to eat it either." He stood still for a while and asked, "How long have you been picking lotus?" "It looks like half an hour." "Maybe the girl took the wrong path again. It's close to here." "Chinese doctor?" "
于是他又在房内定了2圈，说：“你也不用担忧，小孩总有他自己底蕴命，而且病是轻的，看几天医生总可以好。不过此地没有西医吗？不知道。”天渐渐黑下来，黄昏又现出原形来活动了。
So he circled the room twice more and said, "You don't have to worry. Children always have their own destiny. And the disease is mild. You can get better after seeing a doctor for a few days. But isn't there any Western medicine here?" "Have no idea." It was getting dark, and dusk showed its true colors again.
妇人慢慢地说：“肖先生，这孩子底病有些不利。关于他，我做过了几个不祥的梦。昨夜又梦见一位红脸和一位黑脸的神要从我底怀中夺去他。为什么我会梦这个呢？
the woman said slowly. Mr. Xiao, this child's medical condition is somewhat unfavorable. I have had several ominous dreams about him. Last night I dreamed of a red-faced and a black-faced god who wanted to take him away from my arms. Why would I dream about this?
莫非李家连这点种子都留不下去吗？他停一停，泪水涌阻着他抵声音。先生，假如孩子真的没有办法，叫我怎样活得下去呢？萧剑秋心里是非常悲痛的，可是他走进他弟身边说
Could it be that the Li family can't even keep the seed? She paused, tears blocking her voice. Sir, if the child is really helpless, how can I survive? Xiao Jinqiu was very sad. But he approached her and said,
你真是一个不懂事的人，为什么要说这话？梦是迷信呢。一边又踌躇地向房内走了一圈，又说，你现在只要用心看护这孩子，望他快些好起来。一切胡思乱想，你应当丢开他。
You are such an ignorant person. Why do you say this? Dreams are superstitious. He walked around the room hesitantly, and said, Now you just need to take good care of this child and hope he gets better soon. You should throw away all random thoughts.
他又向孩子看一回，孩子总是昏昏的呼吸着，咳着。梦算什么呢？梦是事实吗？我昨夜也梦自己向一条深的河里跳下去，昏沉的失了知觉，似乎只抱手一块小木板，随河水流去。
He looked at the child again. The child was always dazed, breathing and coughing. What are dreams? Are dreams facts? Last night I also dreamed of jumping into a deep river. I lost consciousness in a daze, and it seemed that I was only holding a small wooden board and drifting away with the river.
大概将要流到海里，于是我便，他没有说出死字，转过说，莫非今天我就真的要去跳河吗？他想破除夫人底对于病人最不利的迷信，就这样轻缓地庄重地说出。而妇人说，先生，你不知道。
It will probably flow into the sea, so I dash. He did not say the word death, and turned around and said, Am I really going to jump into the river today? He wanted to get rid of the woman's superstition that was most harmful to the patient, so he said it slowly and solemnly. And the woman said, dash. Sir, you don't know.
他底话没有说完，彩莲气喘喘地跑进来，随后半分钟也就走进一位几乎要请别人来给他诊的头发已雪白了的老医生。他先向萧剑秋慢慢地细看一回。
Before she could finish her words, Kai Lian ran in panting. Half a minute later, an old doctor with snow-white hair walked in who almost asked others to come to treat him. He first looked at Xiao Jinqiu slowly and carefully.
捋着背又慢慢地戴起一副阔边的眼镜给小孩诊病。他按了一回小孩底左手，又按了一回小孩底右手，翻开小孩底眼，又翻开小孩底口子，将小孩弄得哭起来。于是他说，没有什么病。
He hunched his back and slowly put on a pair of wide-rimmed glasses to diagnose the child. He pressed the child's left hand once, pressed the child's right hand again, opened the child's eyes, and then opened the child's mouth, making the child cry. So he said, There is no illness.
没有什么病，过2-3天就会好的。没有什么病吗？伯伯，妇人惊喜地问。名医生不屑似的答：以我行医60年的经验，像这样的孩子底病是无用医的。 现在姑且吃一服药罢。
There is nothing wrong with it. You will be fine in 2 or 3 days. Are you not sick, Uncle? The woman asked in surprise. The famous doctor replied disdainfully. Based on my 60 years of experience in practicing medicine, it is useless to treat a child's underlying disease like this. Let's take some medicine for now.
他从他底袖口内取出纸笔，就着灯下写了10数位草根和草叶。妇人递给他4角钱，他稍稍客气地放入袋里，于是又向萧剑秋。这时他搂着采莲，愁思地仔细看了看，搂着背走出门外。
He took out a pen and paper from his sleeve, lit it under the lamp, and wrote down dozens of grass roots and leaves. The woman handed him 4 cents, and he put it into his bag politely, then looked at Xiao Jinqiu, who was holding the lotus in his arms, sadly, carefully, and walked out the door with his back hunched.
妇人送着，妇人回来向他狐疑地问，脸上微微喜悦的：“萧先生，医生说他没有什么病呢，所以我叫你不要忧愁。一个无心的打，看这样子会没有病吗？我带你们去买了药来再说吧。”
The woman gave it away. The woman came back and asked him suspiciously, with a slight joy on her face. Mr. Xiao, the doctor said he doesn't have any disease? So I tell you not to be sad. One replied carelessly. Do you think you are not sick if you look like this? I'll buy the medicine on your behalf and then we'll talk about it.
可是妇人愚笨的一息说：“萧先生，你还没有吃过晚饭呢，买好药再回去吃。”妇人痴痴地坐着，她自己是预备不吃晚饭了。萧剑秋拿着药方出来，采莲也痴痴地跟到门口。第14章，第2天。
But the woman stupidly said in one breath, Mr. Xiao, you haven't had dinner yet. Buy the medicine and then go back and take it. The woman sat foolishly, thinking she was not going to have dinner. Xiao Jinqiu came out with the prescription. Kai Lian also followed him to the door. Chapter 14. The next day.
萧剑秋又到采莲的家里去一趟，孩子底病依旧如故。他走去又走回来，都是空空的走，于孩子毫无帮助。妇人坐守着，对他也不发微笑。晚上，陶兰又亲自到校里来，他拿了几本书来还萧。
Xiao Jinqiu went to Kai Lian's house again, but the child's underlying illness remained the same. He walked back and forth, but in vain, and did nothing to help the child. The woman sat there and watched, not smiling at him. In the evening, Tao Lan came to the school in person again. She brought some books to return Xiao.
当递给他的时候，他苦笑说：“里面还有画。”同时，他又向他借去几本图画，简直没有说另外的话，就回去了。萧剑秋独自呆站在房内，他不想读他底信，他觉得这种举动是非常笨的、可笑的。
When she handed it to him, she smiled bitterly and said, There is something else in it. At the same time, she borrowed a few picture books from him and went back without saying anything else. Xiao Jinqiu stood alone in the room. He didn't want to read her letter. He thought this behavior was very stupid and ridiculous.
可是终于向书内拿出一条长匣的纸，看着纸上底秀丽的笔记，星号星号星号，计算已经5天得不到你底回信了。当然，病与病来扰乱了你底心，但你何苦要如此烦恼呢？
But finally he took out a long and narrow piece of paper from the book and looked at the beautiful handwriting on the bottom of the paper. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. By the way, I haven't heard from you for 5 days. Of course, illness and disease come and disturb your inner being, but why do you bother so much?
我看你的态度和以前出道时不同，你逐渐地消极起来了，你更愁的愁闷起来了。侃哥边说你这几天瘦得厉害，肖先生，你自己知道吗？我确乎和以前两样。谢谢你，也谢谢天。
I see that your attitude is different from when you first arrived. You are gradually becoming more negative. You become more depressed and depressed. Brotherkin said that you have lost a lot of weight these days, Mr. Shao, do you know that? Me, I am indeed the same as before. Thank you and thank God.
我是勇敢起来了，你不知道吧？侃哥前几天不知怎样，叫我不要到校里来教书，强迫我辞职，而我对他一声冷笑。他最后说：“妹妹，你不辞职，那只好我辞职了。”
I became brave. Don't you know? Brother Can, for some unknown reason, told me not to come to school to teach a few days ago and forced me to resign. And I sneered at him. He finally said, "Sister, if you don't resign, then I will have to resign."
一对男教师里面夹着一位女教师，与外界的流言是不利的。我就冷冷地对他说：“就是你辞了职，找也还有方法教下去，除非学校关门，不办。”到第二天
If there is a female teacher among a group of male teachers, it will be unfavorable to the outside world. I said to him coldly, "Even if you resign, there is still a way to continue teaching. Unless the school closes, it won't happen." By the next day,
我在教室内对学生说了几句暗示的话。学生们当晚就向我的哥哥说，他们万不肯放女陶先生走，否则他们就驱逐钱某。现在侃哥已经悔悟了，再三讨我宽恕，并对你12分敬佩。他说
I said a few suggestive words to the students in the classroom. The students told my brother that night that they would never let female Mr. Tao go, otherwise they would expel Qian. Now, Brother Kin has repented, asked me for forgiveness again and again, and has great respect for you. He said,
他的对你的一切不以为然，现在都冰释了。此后钱某若再辞职，他一定准他。哥哥笑说，为神圣的教育和神圣的友爱祭祀，能不下决心？现在我岂不是战胜了？最亲爱的哥哥。
All his disapproval of you is now gone. If Qian resigns from now on, he will definitely allow him. My brother laughed and said, "For the sake of sacred education and sacred friendship, how can I not make up my mind? Now, am I not victorious? Dearest brother."
什么也没有问题，你安心一些吧。请你给我一条叙述你的平安的回字。在彩透的弟弟的病，我下午去看过他，恐怕这位小生命不能久留在人世了。他的病，你也想得到吗？
Nothing is a problem, just feel at ease. Please give me a reply that describes your peace. Furthermore, I went to see my brother in the afternoon to find out about his illness. I am afraid that this little life will not be able to stay in this world for long. Do you also think about his illness?
是他母亲底热传染给他的，在家他从椅子上跃下来，所以厉害了。不过为他母亲着想，死了也好。哈，你不会说我良心黑色吧？ 不过这有什么方法呢？以他的年龄来守几十年的寡。
It was her mother's bottom fever that was passed on to him, and he jumped out of the chair, so it was amazing. But for the sake of his mother, it would be better to die. Ha, you wouldn't say my conscience is black? But is there any way to do this? Given his age, he has been a widow for decades.
我以为是苦痛的，但身边带着一个孩子，可以嫁给谁去呢？所以我想，万一孩子不幸死了，劝他转嫁。听说有一个年轻商人要想娶她的，请你给我一条叙述尼底平安的回字。尼底兰地上。
I thought it was painful. But who can you marry with a child by your side? So I thought, if the child unfortunately dies, would advise her to pass it on. I heard that a young businessman wanted to marry her. Please give me a reply that describes your piece.